Good evening, Rainbow Six Siege fans, and welcome on into the grand finals of the Canadian Collegiate League's inaugural season. I am your host, Zach Vexel, and joining me here tonight on the desk is none other than Jazz. And tonight, Jazz, we witnessed the culmination of weeks of hard-fought matches as two teams battle it out for the ultimate glory right here on this stage. How are we feeling now that it's finally come?
Oh, I'm really excited, and, looking at this matchup, I think it's going to be a good match.
Absolutely a fantastic match. On one side, we have the undefeated Titans, okay? St. Clair Saints, who have proved themselves throughout the season to be quite literally indomitable, okay? And the other side, though, the resilient challengers, ETS Esports, fought tooth and nail, fought all the way through this playoff bracket, but they did finish second in their division, so it's going to be a really great season nonetheless.
Yeah, no, St. Clair's been dominant the entire season. ETS has had their ups and downs, but they've been on a hot streak lately. They've taken out TMU, they've taken out Waterloo, and now they're looking to take out St. Clair.
Absolutely, it's been an incredible journey for this league in its first season as well, and tonight marks a huge milestone. Before we dive into the specifics of this matchup, let's take a moment, just kind of look over the impact so far. Jazz, what stood out to you? I guess I gotta ask you, I'm doing a little bit of interview and talk about this league. What stood out to you about the first season right here for CCL?
When we Western and TMU came to me about this league and about making a league for all Canadian teams to come together, I was like, hey, if you get me the teams, I'll make it possible. And so far we've done it, and it's been a great ride. I'm very proud with how the players have played and how everyone's been in this league.
Absolutely, we're all extremely proud we made it this far. It's been a fantastic ride, as you said, but that ride's got to end somewhere. It's going to end right here, right now, tonight. So let's take a look at how these two teams made it here. The playoff bracket tells quite the story of dominance and determination. Jazz, walk us through the path both these teams have taken to reach this grand finals.
Well, you look at ETS, they had a hard-fought victory against Team Blue, and then had a dominant performance against Waterloo. And now they're looking to take on St. Clair. Now, St. Clair, on the other end, they had a default win against York, but they had a good game against Seneca. Seneca is the only team so far this season to take them to overtime in a map. They haven't lost a map. So I'm looking to see if ETS can take a map off them.
I'm really excited about that too. Like you said, they're the first team to really take them all the way to overtime, all right? And that really shows that this team can be beaten. This team can get taken down. Will ETS do it, though? Let's talk about the teams. Let's first talk about St. Clair and their dominant force all season. Their undefeated record speaks for itself, but there's more to them than that. The roster that makes up this team: Terror, Salty Boy, Swifted, Kinger, and Jocks.
Yeah, no, St. Clair has a pretty stacked roster. Now, I do want to shout out Salty Boy a bit because, he's on the lower end, but he came on during the playoffs for the roster, and he's put up a good fight. He's hosting, and I'm looking at all the players in this match. He has the best KOST of all of them, and that really shows that he's a team player. He's very effective, and I think he's one of the outliers that doesn't always get seen because he gets outshined by Jocks or Swifted, but he's someone on that roster that you shouldn't take for granted because he's there and he's ready to show up.
Some great powerhouses on this roster. We'll see if Salty Boy is the added bonus that St. Clair needs to push them through this grand finals. Now on to the other side, though. ETS Esports have had a different journey, finishing second in their group, as mentioned, but showing incredibly resilient all the way through. And here they are: Wizify, Otter, FICO, Munchies, and Forkies. What are their chances tonight?
Now, like I said before, they started similar off to St. Clair, where they won some dominant games, but then they kind of fell in the standings midway through the season, but then they started picking it up, and they really haven't slowed down. They've been on a hot streak lately, and I think one of the things that takes them away from compared to St. Clair is they've had some hard-fought victories. They've fought in the depths. They've come back to win maps, and I think that's what sets them apart from St. Clair. St. Clair hasn't had that experience yet in this league, and I think if ETS pushes St. Clair a bit, that they might lose a map or two, or maybe even the series. I mean, if you look at FICO, who I know he's played in Tier 2, he's faced off against tier 1 teams. He has that experience. Their roster is a bit different, where FICO has seemed like, if you're looking at the stats, has carried their team quite a bit. And I think if he shows up here, there's going to be a good chance that ETS can win this thing.
We'll see if FICO can show up. We'll see if ETS can keep that hot streak going. Let us dive on into tonight's map lineup to see where we're going to be headed, to see if ETS can pull it, to see if St. Clair are going to be the ones on top. First off, we are kicking it off with Clubhouse. St. Clair are the ones who ended up picking up that one. They are going to be starting on offense. ETS following it up with Chalet offense, similarly. St. Clair over on Night Haven for map number 3. Could be a 3-0 sweep, but if it does continue on, Border is ETS's pick. And finally, the decider is Bank, picked by St. Clair. They'll have defense start. What are your thoughts on these maps tonight?
I'm really interested to see about that, St. Clair starting attack on that Clubhouse. I mean, their attack, overall, with all the teams, defense has a 57% win rate on that map. So in a sense, there's a strategic where you start off on the harder side so that you can bring it back and do well. But I really think with all these maps starting off on attack for all the teams except for the decider, that it's going to be hard for the teams that have selected this map or their maps to get that advantage early on. I think it's going to be a battle. It's going to be a hard fought match. And I'm excited to see what happens.
It's going to be really exciting too. And there's some players who we've been mentioning back and forth who kind of stuck out a little bit and have done very well throughout the season. And let's take a look over at St. Clair's player to watch and ETS's player to watch. We'll see who has been dominating these two rosters. It is, as mentioned, FICO and Jox.
Yeah, no, you look at FICO. I said he's the carry of ETS. He has 162 kills on the season, 1.34 rating, the highest of any player in between these two teams. He's a 71% KOST rating, and has a 69% entry. I know if you look on the other side with Jox, yeah, he might not have the kills. Obviously, St. Clair's had one less game, but also obviously you have to take into account that St. Clair is a bit more well-rounded in terms of, at least when we're looking at the player stats, they're a little bit more well-rounded. They have all the players that can show up. And obviously you got to look out for Jox because he does have that 73% entry percentage, which will be interesting to see, because if he can get on those entries and get those early picks, especially if it's on FICO, that can definitely lead St. Clair to taking some maps.
Well, stats say one thing. It's going to be a fascinating matchup for sure, but Jazz, everybody wants to hear our opinions on this to get some caster bias going on here on the desk. So who do you see taking the series? I got to throw it to you first as the, org owner, league owner.
Yeah, I don't want to cast or curse anyone, but yeah, definitely I think, like I said, looking at this matchup, looking at the roads that these two teams have taken, ETS has had those hard fought victories, and I think it's going to be a battle against St. Clair. Not one team is going to necessarily take that overwhelming win. It's going to be hard fought, and I think ETS has a bit more experience in that aspect. And I know a lot of people are going to be choosing St. Clair to win this thing, and I'm going to choose the other side. I'm going to choose ETS to win this in 5.
ETS to win this in 5. I'm really excited to see if ETS can pull this one off as well. They've shown to be quite the force to be reckoned with throughout this playoffs bracket. And really, I'm looking at this playoffs bracket alone. St. Clair, they came out swinging throughout the early rounds. And then that semifinals matchup really just showed that there is a loss to be had for this team. There is potential for this team to get taken down. And if anyone's going to do it, I got to root for the underdog. I got to see ETS make it happen here tonight. I'm super excited. But, looking online, though, we kind of posted around to our social media to see what the fans out there think, what you at home think. And according to results, as we can see, St. Clair ended up coming out on top in the poll, 62%. In favor of St. Clair winning. What does that change up any of your thoughts, Jazz?
No, I'm still choosing ETS here. I think, I've watched this team throughout. We've streamed them a lot. We streamed St. Clair a lot, but I just think with the overall path these two teams have taken, I'm still choosing ETS.
Still choosing ETS, and you know what? I'm going to say the same. I'm really feeling it tonight. I'm feeling a nice, long best-of-5 series going all 5 overtimes all the way, and we're going to be here for a while, so I hope you're all strapped on up. As we can see, the playoff bracket, these teams have fought tooth and nail to get here. It is going to be quite an exciting one, and I mean, any final matches, any final thoughts, I should say, Jazz, before the matches get started?
No, I think this is going to be a great match. I'm excited to see both these teams compete. I think their fans and like the school staff are definitely excited to see who's going to come on top here, and I'm excited to crown the first CCLR6 champion ever.
Excited to see the very first R6 CCL champion. You heard that right there, folks. Let us know down in chat who you are rooting for. Let us know who you came out to support tonight. Because, oh boy, are we excited. Oh boy, are we ready to get on into it. We are all set for an exciting night of Siege action, and let's not wait any longer. Let's head on over to Patrick and Simo, who will guide us through the operator ban phase and let us know their thoughts before we jump on into map number 1.
Thank you so much, Jazz and Zek. We are your casters, Simo and Smokes. We are about to dive into one of the greatest grand final series Rainbow Six Siege has to offer in Canada collegiate scene. Smoke, how you feeling about the matchup coming up?
Oh man, I'm absolutely pumped. I mean, words cannot describe it. We just got to get into the server because that's where proof is going to turn into pudding. Again, we have St. Clair. They've been undefeated so far this entire season, averaging only 2.4 round losses in a map, leading to only 4.8 in a series. When we're talking about best of 3s throughout the regular season. On the side of ETS, they're hungry. They have some fast gunners that are looking to try to take down St. Clair. And I just want to kind of pick your brain a little bit. Prediction-wise, we heard the analyst desk talk about theirs. Let's go ahead and give ours. What do you think the outcome is going to look like?
Yeah, I think it could go one of both ways, right? Well, quite obviously. But from St. Clair's side, based on how their playstyle usually is, very aggressive, very rush-focused, they could win in 3. However, on the side of ETS, they are really going to be wanting to take this to 5 games, especially since Border is a really good map for them. So taking it to that 5th game, deciding on Bank is what they would really want to do. However, the Decider is also a map that St. Clair is also quite comfortable on with Bank. So game 5 for ETS or game 3 for Saints, that's really what I think is going to come down to.
Right, I mean, just thinking about that right there, Border, as ETS has a 5-1 record on. Again, if it does go to that 4th map, you could very damn well see it going to a 5th. And I remember casting actually that Saints map on the Bank. So again, they've only had that played once. They are 1-0, I believe we have that right. And I do remember it was against Windsor. And I gotta say, the defensive start on Bank is where they're going to be headed to first, because it is on their deciding map. That's a big advantage. However, I am actually going to go ahead and say that Bank was one of their sloppier maps that they actually gave up a bunch of rounds on the defensive side to Windsor. So again, I think I'm going to go under the assumption that, like you said earlier, the Saints could very well take it in 3. But if they dig themselves into a grave mentally, I know they are a very emotional team. I know the guys, like in real life, obviously, I know that, when they end up on a wave, they will roll you over, but when they're in the depths, they let themselves feel it. And sometimes that can create for just mental crashes and maps being lost. And honestly, I think this is going to be a element of, if the Saints get it done fast, it's good, but the longer this series goes on, the worse it's going to be for St. Clair.
Yeah, and you know what? I love series like this. When there's one quick team that wants to get things done quite quickly, and there's another team that's a little bit more methodical and plays into the play style that is a little bit more standard in Siege practice, with what I would say. So we've got kind of this clash of 2 different play styles, and we're going to see who is the better Canadian team. Now, we've talked a lot about Bank. We've talked a lot about Border. That's not where we're starting first. We're kicking things off on Clubhouse. Walk me through some of the operators that we might see, particularly let's start with St. Clair Saints. What are we looking at for a rush style on Clubhouse?
Well, we know that St. Clair usually likes to play a very quick attack on most maps, let alone Club, which can also lead to some explosive executes. I think the top floor, I think about the logistics hatch drop. So again, some operators that I think I've seen throughout the season that I think are going to be picked out. if that Blitz and Monty stay on the board, or one of them do, that's 1,000% going to get picked out for the St. Clair attack. I would expect that to be paired up with a Ying, maybe the likes of a Ram if we're attacking that basement bomb site. I mean, it really just depends. There's lots of different operator combinations that they could really bring to switch things up. But what you won't see that often is that slow and methodical lineup. Sometimes that is brought by a Grim, sometimes that's brought by a Hibana, someone who can take hatches slowly. Sometimes St. Clair, they don't care for all that. They don't care for the roam clear. They just take a direct execute, and it's been good enough for the most part this season. How can I fault them? It's been able to sweep the rug under the feet of so many teams in the past, but it's going to be very interesting with someone like FICO on the other side, someone who has been in that T2 Tier 1 competition, who can identify through the early steps of each attack that St. Clair try to put up. What are the signs? What can I read here? What can I explain to my team? And how can I really compose these boys and get them ready for what's coming at them?
Well, we don't really need to think about all of that for too much longer. We are moments away from the game with our first operator pick and ban phase for Clubhouse. I'm super excited. Chat is super excited. And Smoke, you're super excited.
Absolutely.
St. Clair up against ETS. We're going to see who comes out on top. And, you know, we talked a little bit about something that's going to be picked up on the St. Clair side. While we're waiting for this pick and ban to get underway, what are you expecting for ETS to try to counter against some of those attacking operators?
So again, they usually run a very fast St. Clair, a fast comp on the attack. So I'm really trying to think. If I was on the defense right now for ETS, I'd bring anything to slow them down. Anything to slow down execute. So we're talking like a Malusi to slow down the players. Maybe we bring a Goyo to kind of deny entry. So as we get into the matchup, that's kind of what I would be expecting. But wait is over, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. St. Clair, ETS. It's right here, right now. Best of 5. Let's get into it.
All right, so first ban on the attacking operators here for, I believe that's ETS. On the orange side, 10 seconds left. We're going to really think long and hard about how the operators are going to come out into play. And the first one's going to be Monty. And really, I don't think that's a super big surprise. No. But really, the opposing side here for St. Clair is, will it be the Blitz?
Yeah, immediately, that's what I think it should come out to, and there we go. There is the Blitz gone and off the board, so no shield ops, which is kind of surprising because we usually like to see St. Clair run these fast takes. However, again, they haven't actually been doing very good against the shield ops when they are on the defensive side, so not surprised that they go on to take it out. They're really more, I guess, confident in their gun skill overall. They ban out the Cade as well for ETS. That's crucial for holding walls such as that CC wall, where you can have these tricky little spots that are very tough for the attack to get rid of those claws that keep walls electrocuted. And I was going to say, this is a staple from ETS, and a staple from honestly everyone on Clubhouse. You always ban Azami, because in that second floor bomb site in CC and Cash, there's an extension to the right, it's garage, and there's this rafters position. Azami can throw these Kiba barricades down over there and make it essentially impossible for the attack to kind of pick and prod their way into that map control. So it's a crucial piece there, and even for every other bomb site, there are lineups you can go off of.
All right, so now we have our selections for that first round as well. St. Clair deciding to go with something that's going to be a little bit more standard practice. I think not exactly too much of a rush composition, but the Finka is going to really help in that possibility. Being able to rush in, being juiced up with Swifted, allowing his team to be quite healthy in some of these engagements, while we see on the opposite side for ETS, way more defensive. The mirrors are going to give them great angles to work with. The castle is going to get some of those barricades up in some of those window positions or the door positions, and it's going to be really, really heavy on the defense here for ETS and trying to keep SCC out.
That's a great frost map, by the way. Something that a lot of new frost players do is they always just put frost mats underneath windows, but they don't think about the little intricacies that you could work around with these mats. Let's say a rotation that you have to vault through. You might not expect a frost mat on the other side. Let's say right beside a door. Where does the attack usually turn into, right? These are key positions that veteran players on that frost usually utilize, and I like that I'm seeing it here out of ETS early.
Early droning. We'll see how St. Clair decides to attack this hold from ETS and how they get things started. They might start with that upper entryway first, and then work their way in as they get up onto the roof to start things off.
Well, the first step immediately is you got to notice Swifted's aggression immediately on the Finka. He's going to get the pick for free.
God.
You got to be kidding me. Punch roll immediately comes out. They notice the shield on red as well, but it's going to be Swifted making his presence felt early.
Yeah, and he throws that nade, getting some space as well as he pops in right through the CCTV room, looking for the swing onto the stairs. Shots are good, and FICO's going to find the first one onto Kinger. So now ETS answering back. It's a battle of the carries.
And immediately Swifted and FICO, this is probably the matchup that I was going to say myself I'd keep an eye out for. I know Jock's a great player. All these players are in their own right, but right now Swifted and FICO, definitely the matchup that I'm paying attention to the most. Again, it's going to have to be St. Clair. They really want this construction and cash side, but it's a great job so far from FICO on the Frost and, again, the Valkyrie and Munchies that can just hold down this position. And if they don't give up this map control at all, it's going to be very difficult for St. Clair to establish a foothold onto any surrounding pressure on this site.
With Finka still alive, though, it means that their push is going to be still in the healthier range as Swifted looking through the doorway. Someone on the opposite side. One gets fallen. That's going to be Terra, but still answered back. Swifted with 2. Oh, my goodness. A great answer back, and now he's just trying to make his way out or make some space for the rest of the team to enter the site.
And that's an absolutely disgusted swing there by Swifted, going through Cash, has the immediate flick over to the player coming through from Khan. I mean, you can't teach that. That's just simple mechanics. That's just simple game sense. You know the players are doubled up, and now it's going to be ETS working off the back foot. Now, what I will say is, yes, the 3v2 advantage is in the favor of St. Clair, but that timer, the fact that Jacuzzi Wall isn't even open yet for St. Clair, they can't use this for an avenue of pressure. That timer with 50 seconds left acts like a third man for the defense, because eventually, St. Clair, they need to get this diffuser down soon.
Yeah, and you can see already Salty Boys looking into that A side and trying to get an opportunity. Maybe that's the route that they're going to decide to take, but still, they haven't cleared the inside that well. Yes, they've got Swifted locked in, but there's still members from ETS that are scattered around that second floor, and it's going to be very difficult, like you're highlighting, for St. Clair to get in. And with 30 seconds left, they have to make a move.
I'm assuming they have to just vault through this window. It's not a very safe one from the side of St. Clair. This back pressure from Logistics Hatch has to be everything, because the second they vault through that gym window, Wizify has prepped the castle barricade so he can tap it open once and maybe twice, and the whole thing will break down. Jox swings on from Logistics Hatch, as I pointed out earlier. It's going to be the pick that falls down, and all of a sudden, ETS, they find themselves in a rogue position, but the Planter's going to get killed by Wizify. Swifted, quick to react, though, and he's going to cut down the last remaining on ETS.
Wow. That was still a little too close for comfort.
Absolutely.
Listen, St. Clair is trying to play extremely aggressive, but wow, that first round really surprised me. ETS was able to hold them off. We saw some early action from Swifted, and mind you, it was great, but FICO answering back with some awesome picks, had some great frost mats in place, but still the defensive hold from ETS was incredibly solid.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing really much to talk about for the side of St. Clair on their attack. It was really just a one-man show to start it off. Swifted with the first 3. And again, it was decent jobs there from Swifted just to enable that cache and that construction area for St. Clair. But at the end of the day, they didn't really end up using it. It just happened to be kind of more of a window execute, because they relied on Jox on that buck to hit open that Logistics Hatch. And that's the thing. You just got to trust your big-time players. They're going to make big-time plays.
Yeah.
Jox takes a 50-50 gunfight in Logistics with that Mira, and that really could have gone anywhere. If Jox loses that gunfight, the round's going to ETS. That Mira has a Nitro in pocket. It's probably going to be blown up on the Planter. Again, Swifted, he's in a little bit of a predicament here, double stacked up with the Planter as well. That Nitro goes over the top. It's going to be night-night.
So same comp here for ETS heading into round number 2, but the Habana coming out and swapped in from that Thermite.
Yep.
So still keeping it the same. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it wasn't the easiest round for St. Clair last time, so
No.
I'm expecting to see a different perspective from them this time around.
That being said, you really have to congratulate St. Clair that they even won that round, because a huge avenue of attack that they never even got opened up was that Jacuzzi Wall. And that Jacuzzi Wall will allow that Mira position in bathroom to be exposed, and you can hold crosses from the site and gain control of that red hallway. So again, it was crucial that the defense on the side of ETS with the Bandit, I believe it was Wizify, held that position down. And you saw how crucial that position is, because he almost won the round and got away with it for the side of ETS, but St. Clair, they were just able to react in time. That being said, reaction isn't always going to bag you around, especially with a defense planned out quite like that.
Okay, already Swifted starting and making his way in. Finds Valkyrie down deep in the basement, and he's going to still make his way. He made his way the exact same way. This time they put the Valkyrie there to try to answer back for Swifted. Spotted her out with a drone, and now he's in the same place once again, about to cause havoc.
Do we think the punch hole works again? Do you think that
Wait a
someone's
second.
just going to... Oh?
Well, that castle's just a little bit spicy off the side, but still Swifted holding that same angle.
Yeah, again, you know, the cross did come through, so at least the castle able to vacate position, and now all of a sudden, this frost, the utility, the frost mats, they've already been placed down. The frost, in the case of ETS, just has to burn time. Knows they're probably going to die at some point, but if they can just burn utility, burn these flashes, maybe find a pick onto one of the players, it's all the value that they need out of FICO. That being said, Terra is going to be able to cut him down.
Oh, yeah, FICO is out. Another pick
Again.
from Swifted. It is an absolute domination as they enter in. They've broken the hard breach. Now they're getting into the site itself. Otter just trying to hold that ceiling hatch, but he has to deal with the rest of St. Clair that have broken in from the opposite side. Forkies does find a pick back onto Kinger, but now a 4v3 remains.
And immediately for the side of St. Clair, you have this control, you need to take it into con, but that being said, Wizify is going to find a pick onto Terror. So no more Hibana pellets, no more Excaliburs, but what a shot by Forkies! Salty Boy just uninstall the game, deleted, that's gotta be embarrassing. Jock's now trying to see if he can snake his way up that main stairs, and he might have a flank that ETS are not predicting.
Damn, that holder's advantage just doesn't seem to work out every single time.
No.
But nevertheless, 2v3. Jocks and Swifted up against Otter, Forkies, and Wizify. And so far, ETS feeling good. 50 seconds left. Now, St. Clair has made way more progress this round than the round prior. They've got that hard breach open in Jacuzzi, but still, 2v3 is going to be very difficult to manage to squeeze out. This could be ETS's round.
And it's going to be tough because the Finka doesn't have the 2 nades anymore. That would usually allow for him to throw it at Forkies and make him vacate that power position that he has right now. But because that's not the case, again, I think it's going to come down to with 30 seconds left. Swifted's just going to have to take a 50-50 gunfight, boost himself on the way in. Jox is trying to open up angles from below to try to see if he can move these defenders across from these power positions, but I don't think he's even aware of the player on the main stairs. It's Wizify with a great job and a great rat spot. Swifted with 17 left. He has to vault the window, somehow stays alive. 52 health now from the Adrenal Surge, jumps back in. No Frostmon on the ground, has to be wary of the castle's position, or sorry, the Miras. But either way, the players able to get back behind that bedside. That was all the power positioning that ETS needed, and it's ETS to secure that round on defense.
A little hesitancy coming in from St. Clair. They had such great momentum getting into that round. They got an early pick onto FICO. Set the stage. It's wide open. Let's cook. Let's get in there. But they choked up, opened the hard walls, and then they stopped the momentum. They had Swifted roaming. He was in garage within 2 seconds, and he was already up on the second floor.
You got to kill off the same punch hole as well. It didn't happen immediately, but again, that Frost and FICO tried to, or sorry, not FICO, it was another player. They tried to come back into con and retake that kind of cash control, maybe over-peaked a little bit, and Swifted got another kill off of that prone punch hole in top rafters. So now we're going to see a little bit of a switch up of the site, though. You got to give credit to ETS because they were able to stall St. Clair enough to make their execute just not enough. They didn't have enough, what's the word I'm kind of looking for? Pizzazz to really pull it off.
Yeah.
They didn't have the elements set in place. The puzzle pieces weren't falling. And ETS were able to stay calm, stay composed, utilize their man advantage, make sure they played their life, played rat spots, and were able to defeat St. Clair there. So now, on this basement defense, verticality is going to be a huge thing, and roam clearing is going to be an even bigger thing for the side of St. Clair to have it done. And I will say right now, I don't really notice too many operators tailored to that roam clearing. So this mute in the second floor, FICO, sitting in construction, is going to be a very dangerous sort of combo with Auto and Garage. We'll see how St. Clair deal with it.
Yeah, it's going to be the biggest question. And of course, like you said, like you mentioned, a different bomb site here is going to cause and ask for different operators to be into the mix. St. Clair also switching things up as well. And we've got the Ram in play, so we're going to see how that ends up being played out here for that basement bomb site. St. Clair already starting to make their way in, but keep your eye on Swifted and where he decides to answer into the building. And really where FICO is, here's the Terror finding an early pick onto Munchies.
And I believe Terror coming into this, or at least from the last series, was, I believe, 19 and 10, or sorry, 10 and 19 on entry, actually going quite negative. So good to find himself back into the right side of things. He's going to be able to pick off the castle. Now, I will say, Munchies, to be fair, all 4 castle barricades have already been placed down. The Super Shorty has already constructed site. So again, the castle's really more acting as a gun up, not the worst person to lose first on the defensive side. That being said, Wizify's on alert that, if unchecked, could spell doom for St. Clair early in this round.
Yeah, 1 minute and 40 seconds left. St. Clair feeling okay. They got 1 pick. Okay, fine. Great. But still, if you're St. Clair, you don't want to wait too long. ETS has done so well on holding these sites incredibly well. Now Swifted, same place again. However, the bomb's in a different place, so he's going to be roaming from the top down, while the rest of the team, particularly, have to deal with FICO, who's hanging around in that second floor as well, and maybe Swifted and FICO will meet very shortly.
Well, again, Swifted in CCTV, so he's just slowly trying to gain any sort of advantage that he can on FICO's positioning. For sure, definitely heard some sounds, and at least St. Clair, they should be aware of the mute's positioning upstairs. Jiggle peeking through to Secret, and it's going to be Swifted. Can he try to find the head? No, instead!
Wow.
Angles work in two ways, and Otter has a beautiful shot onto him.
Yeah, that's amazing. We still even have FICO lurking on that second floor, so the fact that you've got Swifted out of commission and FICO unchecked, that is going to spell really bad news here for St. Clair for the next 40 seconds, as they are on the first floor and starting to enter into the basement. FICO, left unchecked, will clean up the round, I'm thinking.
Yeah, again, you really have to just see what kind of drone work St. Clair has done, if they even have any idea about FICO's positioning, or if they're willing to just say, screw it, if we can just engage on site faster than he can come back and pick us off, that might be the motive. Hibana drops the hatch, and all of a sudden the execute's going down.
Yeah, but that's not the diffuser. Here comes the diffuser, and literally the diffuser has been executed. Terror trades out with Otter, but has been injured. Now, 2v3 left, players on site. FICO's got to make his way back down. Terror finds Wizify, but still they need to get that diffuser planted down to Jox. He is still dealing with the player in the basement, one behind the boxes, and defenders win the round. Again, tail of the tape, St. Clair running out of time.
Yeah, again, they tried to execute a little bit faster, but it's not the best job from St. Clair on the roam clear. And it actually came back to bite them in the butt. FICO, I don't know if you were looking at the kill feed, was sat up top still, and he was able, from logistics, to work his way down and find shots onto players dropping into the basement. So again, it's a really good job there from ETS playing composed, and this defense is not going to get any easier for St. Clair to deal with, because the Fenrir is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. For those who don't know, Fenrir throws these mines. He has 4 of them, I believe, and can activate 2 at a time. And what they do is they basically emit a fear gas when the attackers walk into it, essentially blinding the attackers. So he's a very overpowered operator, one who's usually banned out, but because we're on Clubhouse, the Azami is so strong that operators like Fenrir can sometimes slip by. So for the side of St. Clair, I would really expect to deal with all this electric utility. You would expect the IQ to be brought out here, especially because you can also track FICO with those glasses when he has it active, but it's not going to be the play that's utilized at all. For now, I'm assuming that the Fenrir is going to set up in that top Raptors position, kind of working like that Azami, providing that anti-entry. But what Terror has done on the Capitao is they're going to make a breach underneath that garage, and for that defender that's sitting in the top Raptors, they're going to shoot that flaming bolt up into the top side of the Raptors, and they're going to make that defender have to move and vacate that position.
Well, let's see if that goes underway. 2 minutes on the clock as we now see the round 4 begin. ETS leading the map here 2-1 to start things off. And now St. Clair having to make their way into the hard breach. Tried to get it with the C4 there, but no, the Nitro going to go to waste.
And again, sorry, I was just going to say, the reason why the Maverick picked out there is just because the Bandit's doing something called bandit tricking, where he can just sort of go in between the 2 walls and try to bandit off any thermite charges. That being said, the Maverick's a great pick to this, because he can just make a line of sight so the Bandit can't just sit down below.
Yeah, well now, they've managed to work towards that hard breach. In the meantime, Wizify Garage trying to find some of the St. Clair players that might not be joining in that breach.
I'm really kind of looking at it right now, Simo. If this Capitao from Terror gets picked off early, it's going to be probably round defining for the side of St. Clair. And right now, I got to be honest, yes, they do have that CC breach open, but we've seen this happen time again. It's St. Clair right now who are looking a little more methodical in their push, but instead of it going their way, right now, all I'm seeing is time burnt. 1:30 left. This timer is going to go down soon. This Capitao bolt needs to try to drive out Forkies from this position in a bit, but they're not doing anything. They're not committing. They're too scared to overpeak and maybe give up a pick. That's going to be the Capitao arrows. There it is. It drives out that roamer outside of the rafters. The refrag comes in, though, from Wizify.
Yeah, and he almost got a second one there, too. Salty Boy taken down to 44, having to retreat. Jox finds that frag to answer back, but still, momentum can go and swing into either way. ETS still having a solid hold in a minute left. St. Clair needs to take advantage of the momentum that they have now. FICO still alive, still a difference maker, one of the greatest in the league in 1vx situations. Not yet, but could be a possibility.
Yeah, again, I believe he has 11 going into this game across all of his matches. So, again, if you need a guy to get the job done when it's not looking good, FICO's definitely your sure cause. That Ash charge is going to be crucial. That opens up a rotate into the site that now St. Clair can play behind. Flashes go out. You have to assume the plant's going to go down. But look at Otter down below. If he can get this gunfight, he'll have a Nitro Cell in the planter. He pre-places it. It goes, and Salty Boy's going to go down. That's Diffuser, not cold, though, as Swifted, the man with the bomb, starts planting the re-swing through, and Otters is going to find a second.
Oh my goodness, still now ETS causing havoc from below. Munchies finds Swifted. St. Clair are falling apart. It's down to Kinger with the diffuser, and he has been fear-gassed by the Fenrir, and Kinger falling down to FICO. Again, it's the same thing.
Yep.
Not enough time and not clearing the roamer. Not feeling comfortable getting in there, trying to find some space. The roamer, every single round for ETS, has been the deciding factor.
And I think they're actually dreading banning out this blitz here. Again, remember, that was St. Clair that banned out the blitz, and having a shield operator is so nice because you can instill fear in your enemies. You can clear out those positions. And I was actually just about to say, there is no better two operators that I would want to see on the board if we're having trouble clearing the roam than Dokkaebi and Deimos. Dokkaebi able to call those roamers' phones, make sure that the sound emits throughout the map, they can hear where those positionings are. And Deimos, I mean, again, you scan a player, you have absolute live tracking on them if scanned by a drone, and you whip out the pistol when you whip it out on the Deimos scan, and you basically become Han Solo. That pistol does like 78 damage a shot. It's absolutely ridiculous. So on the side of St. Clair, a very much needed change, in my opinion, for what their struggles from ETS have been so far.
Yeah, and to be quite honest, this favors their composition more so anyways, right? Being a little bit faster, being able to catch those players out of position, and then being able to play off of that information. They've been playing really without a lot of information, just relying on drones, relying on contact plays, and ETS has been playing well to counter that, so I really have no complaints about how ETS have been dealing with the St. Clair lineup. And now that we finally see a composition from St. Clair that does bode to be a little bit more aggressive, let's see how it bodes for them as ETS in the lead by 2 rounds.
Well, this right here just shows me that no matter what, they realize they have to sacrifice positions on the side of St. Clair that would usually be used for more entry-based areas for that roam clear. Because they've been shown, it's been proven, they simply can't deal with the roam from ETS when choosing these methodical comp lineups. They end up wasting too much time, they don't make an execute when they need to, and they fall off, and they kind of just give away 1v1 gunfights that are, again, tailored to the defenders because, hell, the site's tailored to them. That's why it's created that way. So when you're taking 50-50 gunfights all the time, it's not going to work half the time in the offensive half. I say half the time, I really mean the majority. So for St. Clair, this was a good change, and right now the Deimos scans are getting started early as that first breach into CC gets opened up.
Okay, into CC, still have to make their way in towards the site as well. Flash is coming through, Salty Boy and Swifted with 2 on the board on that second floor as they make their way down. They have a little bit more to work with now with 2 players down, but still, FICO, Forkies, and Wizify on the board, not to be counted out yet, with Jocks finding another one on the board. This is the St. Clair that we know. FICO finds 2, though, to answer back for his fallen comrades, as we now see a 3v2.
And that's huge because he now retains that cache and CC and con area control. St. Clair, they can't just work their way through here. I'm assuming Jocks, if anything, yeah, you gotta go on the Deimos. You have to track FICO. You have to clear him from this position because this man is just going to time burn as long as he can and try to keep pressure on the side of St. Clair. The Deimos from underneath can just have walls on him, and he's going to try to see if he can clear him out at all. No pings being found out, or at least no... Oh my gosh, no visuals, and it's because FICO's done the big brain move of standing on top of that table. Now we can't get shot through the floor, and St. Clair, they have to now roam clear him through just basic gunfights. The drop down from the nade comes in, FICO ducks around, has the breach, and now goes to the rotate. St. Clair, they're falling at the seams. Kicker finds one, but it's too much to ask for. ETS, manned by FICO and Forkies, have an absolute hell of a comeback, and they steal around from St. Clair.
Next time I have troubles in my life, I'm just going to stand on a table and hope that that's going to make the difference. FICO has been playing out of his mind up in this first half. My goodness, 7-3-1. He's been doing phenomenal. We saw the switch up here from St. Clair. It wasn't enough.
I mean, I don't really know how much... I could go on for hours about what FICO just did. you know that the Deimos is pinging you. You know he's going from underneath the floor because the pings actually work in two ways. You don't have live tracking on the Deimos, but you know generally where his position is because a ping once every like 5 or 7 seconds or so will ring out. So you have a rough idea of where he is at the time. FICO knows this, so he hops on top of the table to stop any of those bullets traveling upwards into his position to hit him. And immediately after that, the Deimos then has to reload, runs off, tries to support his team through red stairs. FICO knows this because the ping goes out, and he knows that now he can hop off that table and utilize another position. He then crouches under the head holes that the player from St. Clair is aiming through, and then goes past him into the rotate and picks him off. It's an absolutely phenomenal play. Phenomenal. Oh my gosh, I'm just honestly tripping on my words. It's so good. Such a spectacular play. And then Forky's is there with the refrag. You can't really say it much better than this. This is what Tier 2 talent looks like. That is Art of Siege.
Last round of the attacking half for St. Clair,
Yes.
and they really want to try to make at least one more little impact. This is a defender-sided round. This is defended-sided map, sorry. So for ETS, they're feeling good. 5-1 wouldn't be out of the question. Sorry, 5-1 wouldn't be out of the question for them, especially with how they've been playing.
No.
This is the first time we've seen a really big variety in composition from ETS and not really St. Clair, but really a lot of new operators coming in for them. And I think they're feeling very comfortable right now at the moment. They have, I feel like, you mentioned St. Clair's mentality coming into these matches, and if they're feeling good, they're good, and if they're feeling bad, well, man, that's going to be a little bit of suffering for them. I feel like ETS is feeling really good right now.
Absolutely. There's no reason why they wouldn't. But I gotta say, I'm really intrigued by St. Clair's composition right now because we're seeing the Ying be brought out, which is something that we haven't seen yet so far this game, at least done successfully from St. Clair. And I do have to say, I like that they still keep the Dokkaebi so that roam clear can be used out. But even when we've seen they clear out the roamers, the problem then is the fact that their execute ends up being too sloppy. So how can we kind of buff up our execute while at the same time still keeping that roam clear alive? Well, you do it by bringing the Dokkaebi and bringing someone like a Ying who has those 4 Candelas, those cluster flashes, and smokes in pocket. It's going to be very interesting, though, how Forky's on the Warden works around this, because those glasses can see through that smoke while standing still, and those flashes will not affect him.
Yeah, it's a great pickup here for ETS to kind of deal with some of that. If he's going to be the first to fall, that's going to be really unfortunate for ETS, especially on the execute. So looking in towards the basement, it's been pinged out and scouted out by St. Clair to start things off. They've started to make their way to try to surround them in a variety of different angles. How's that going to work out? We'll see, because a minute 40 on the clock, I'm expecting St. Clair to rush in at 30 seconds because that's what we've seen for the past 5 rounds. So how is this going to go for this basement execute?
And I think the man to watch here is actually Otter, who's going to be on the Wamai, throwing out those discs that can then catch projectiles. And if they keep him in utility, that just kind of just takes away an entire side of the map that St. Clair can push through. It makes everything else very predictable. They have to all generally come through that same side, that kitchen mainstairs side. And again, that means that you can just have 5 guns all aimed with crossfire angles onto that one side of the map. So it's a good job there from ETS to power that up and beef up their defense a little bit. On the side of St. Clair, you only got a minute left. There's no one dead yet. 50 seconds. This clock's not going to tick any slower, guys. And right now, if you don't deal with this player in blue, it could be disastrous.
My goodness, St. Clair, again, taking so much time. It does feel like ETS are not giving them any space at all. Maybe it might even be a mentality thing of St. Clair just being really afraid to get in there. So there, the phones are starting to ring, which means the execute is about to come through. We see the Ying Candelas start to flash in. I don't know how many players have been affected. 2 of them, Swifted now dropping in. 1 player to his left does manage to find it. Kinger with another answer as well. 3 down, extremely quick for ETS, but still, FICO and Wizify alive. There's the Mira. He's going to find another player to bring back up here on the side of SEC. Still, Jox finds Wizify. FICO is still alive. 1v2 situation. He'll find 2 headshots to start. 4 seconds left. It's Swifted. He's looking.
Oh my god!
He doesn't check behind the table.
FICO, are you kidding me? Sitting behind that church table. I cannot believe that St. Clair did not cash him out. And again, 3 injured. I was saying that they had blue control, but there were 3 injures, and they were able to bring one up, but everybody was on one shot, and you cannot peek a man like FICO. You cannot ego chow that with 4 seconds left. I don't care who you are, Swifted, Jocks, Terror, it doesn't matter. FICO claims everyone, and I honestly want to go back. I believe that might have actually been an ace as well. He might have killed every single player from the side of St. Clair, and looking back on that, it wouldn't have even mattered. That round was all FICO's, 12-3. He is untouchable right now, and St. Clair are having the worst time of their lives trying to deal with him.
Yeah, we've swapped sides. Now St. Clair on the defense and ETS on the attack, and we're seeing a little bit more of a similar composition from ETS that St. Clair was running as well. We've got some hard breach and some soft breach and the Dokkaebi and kind of running as, but we'll see how it's executed differently than St. Clair. On the St. Clair side, we're seeing something relatively new from the operators and how they're going to defend this first round.
Well, you know what? I never thought you'd ask, but here we go. It's going to be Jocks and an operator called Scopos. So Scopos has a 2-robot operator system where you can be alive on one robot, and then you can have another robot teleported somewhere else on the other side of the map. Not teleported, but positioned somewhere on the other side of the map. And so when you're in a pinch and you're getting hit, you can always go to the other robot, gain a full health bar back, and continue going. So the reason why Jocks is positioned upstairs is because ETS know, for this basement site, you have to get the kitchen hatch. In construction, there's a run out that can allow you to find the Hibana, who's on the side of ETS. She's going to rappel on this wall and try to shoot those X-Kairos pellets down on the hatch. While she's doing that, construction's not going to be watched. So again, Jocks is going to impact that wall and try running out of it, killing the Hibana, and effectively ending any hard breach capabilities for ETS. That's the play that was used against them. We saw it in Butlerland. Kennesaw used it against the Saints, and ever since then, they've been trying to pull it off.
Well, fascinating stuff. Still 2 minutes left on the clock, and we have yet to see that exact specific execution. Otter was starting with the Hibana charges onto the...
Smart move.
Onto that... hatch there into that site, and now they'll be going in through the lower end, not the topper end. So Jocks gonna have to reposition relatively quick, but being from the second floor, he's got a lot of room to play with because they're not going to be scoping him out at all. The Dokkaebi will be able to get that, but when the execute runs fast and with not so much time left on the clock, it's going to give a lot of room for Jocks to play.
Absolutely it will. The call finally goes out and some drone work being done. Dokkaebi taking a couple of bullets. And the thing is for Jock, wait, are you kidding me? The plant's going down right now. The execute's coming through, and all of a sudden Swifted and King are going to pick up one apiece. Now it's going to be Diffuser planted, but Swifted with a team kill onto Terror from the Nitro. Kinger with one of his own. Picks going back and forth. Swifted finding yet another, and all of a sudden, FICO finds himself in a 1v2 scenario.
FICO, Jocks looking in. The Diffuser. 25 seconds left. FICO finds the first Diffuser going down. Swifted teases in. FICO! Oh my goodness! Finds him as he's going, touching the Diffuser, off and on and off and on, and he clutches the round.
Simo the man can simply not be beat. FICO sitting up in that kitchen hatch area. He's just going to wait. He knows the counter diffuse has to come in at some point. The Valcop's on, but he can just wait. Realize when you hear those buzzes of the diffusers going, you can then swap your vision onto it and try to maybe send some shots to the floor, which will get the person off the diffuser. This buys time for FICO, and he's able to then readjust and find the second player who's trying to go from above to try to seal the deal in a 1vx gunfight while that counter diffuse goes down. It is absolutely amazing work there from FICO, working through his angle progressions, working through the timing, having the game sense, getting the man off of the diffuser, and right now, ETS, if you told me that on St. Clair's map, they were going to be up 6-1, I would have told you were absolutely out of your mind. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's R6, it's esports. We cast it, we play it, we follow it for a reason, and that's because anything can happen.
You're absolutely right, Smoke. Match point here for ETS.
I can't believe it.
Match point on the St. Clair chosen map. And this could all go down now. Composition looking the same for ETS, but things have switched up just a little bit for St. Clair. We've got the Warden coming through as well now. And we have a different, nope, the same bomb site, I think, as the last round. So we'll see how things go. They tried to set up that score post, like you said, but I don't think it was even really a factor, or it was even exactly what they had planned or had read.
I mean, look, we can talk about team compositions and how you're going to read into plays all you want for the rest of the day. I mean, I think we both know right now, Simo, what the X factor is for St. Clair and how they're going to be able to win rounds. FICO needs to die, and he hasn't. Again, we saw how many 1vx's. We were looking at the stats, his survivability rate. It's head and shoulders above the rest of the team. And it proves why. He's a smart player who plays his life and allows his teammates not necessarily to bait them, but to at least give him intel so that when the man is called on to do action, he's ready to go with all the info he needs. And that's sometimes all a player needs to act on a stage as grand as this. Sometimes the nerves get to new players. Sometimes the nerves get to veterans. So far, what I've seen is FICO is dominant. He's so chill. He's in the zone, you can clearly tell, and he's making plays happen that simply nobody else in the server can.
You're absolutely right, Smoke. And he's going to continue to do that as we see him here on the second floor looking down into that first hatch. Doesn't see anybody. I think most of St. Clair is actually in the basement this time, keeping it a little bit more locked in, dialed in, trying to see if they can ward off ETS and play a little bit of their style and be extremely locked down in a site, which we haven't really seen much of from St. Clair. So we'll see how that adaptation could maybe win them around, could not. It's match point. ETS, I think, is totally okay with maybe letting a round slip or two because they are feeling so good right now. In the meanwhile, ETS making their way down from the second floor. They have a minute left, so they need to speed things up.
And again, look at the Zoto canisters. It's freezing the Hibana X Kairos pellets on the hatch, so the hatch can't be breached. With a minute left to go, it's going to have to be a little bit of a ropey execute for the side of ETS. That being said, they have all the pieces in place to do so. They have the flashes on the Hibana. They have the flashes on the Dokkaebi. They have a call left in pocket. Again, Grims that can go out and reveal defender positions. And all of a sudden, it's going to be Forky's who finds a wallbang on a Jox, and that is an absolutely crucial position because now nobody on the side of St. Clair has to be able to rotate in order to hold blue down. Now the players have to get a little bit compressed, and with 33 seconds left to go, it's going to be the execute to follow through very shortly.
Yep, we find another one. Otter finds another terror. He's being an absolute terror, trying to get in through this escape tunnel, and he's been doing so well. Another nitro cell being thrown, but avoided by FICO. If they found that pick, maybe the round could still be a possibility, but it's looking extremely grim for St. Clair. FICO finds another. Salty Boy just trying to hold things on, swings around the corner, but FICO is able to find Salty Boy. Kinger with an answer back with a couple of his own, but still, it's just too much. The weight is too heavy to bear for St. Clair. That is map number 1 for ETS.
FICO just dropped another 3K. FICO just dropped another. There were only 3 Saints alive left, and no one else mattered. FICO just went through main stairs, took 3 50-50 gunfights, and went 3 for 3. I mean, when you have a player that can do that for your side, it doesn't matter what the rest of your team goes. Siege doesn't always have to be a KD-based game. It's just about how you set up pieces. There's game sense involved, there's positioning involved, and they are able to enable FICO into these positions where he's able to just rip the Saints to shreds. 17-3, absolutely disgusting. That's the first map so far in the CCL that the Saints have dropped, and if this keeps up, I'm damn sure it's not going to be the last.
Yeah, I mean, it's Clubhouse, and we're going over to Chalet next, which is an ETS comfort pick. So, you know, our predictions of a 3-0 St. Clair or a 3-2 ETS have really been thrown out the window at this point. This is a completely different ETS than what we've seen. And, you know, quite honestly, with what the desk have been talking about, they had a rough start. How is this team getting better and better with every single series that they play? It is beyond me, but I have to say ETS are extremely comfortable in everything that is unfolding before them. St. Clair have a specific style that they like to play. They don't always play extremely standard based on what we've seen from them in the playoffs. ETS is unfazed.
Yeah, and again, this could be absolutely massive for the side of ETS because we were talking about it earlier. St. Clair, they're an emotional team. They are a vibes team, if you will. They will ride high on any wave they are given, and when they sink down, they can really crash and burn out and kind of dig themselves into their own undoing. And right now, we are seeing potentially the start of that. Again, their map pick as well. There is no map that should be going 7-1 other than Clubhouse, and it should have been the other way. Right? So seeing them get Braziled on their own map, it's not very good. It's not very good for the mental. It's not very confidence building. I don't really know how you can have that happen to you and all of a sudden mentally reset if you're a team like St. Clair, but they have to find an answer and they have to find it quick because after a little bit, when you head into map 2, you really have to just forget about it. You have to forget about that first map. It's done. It's over. Everything has already been played out. So what? FICO owned you on your own map. You better make sure it doesn't happen on the second one, because you could be looking at a match point, series point, season point, and Canadian Nationals point very quickly.
Yeah, and knowing the St. Clair team a little bit more personally, like you and I know their students here on the campus, they are very confident. They have a lot of energy, but I feel like this ETS team has really gotten underneath their skin. And now, like you said, they're an emotional team. Listen, I don't want to cast a curse, but I think it's very difficult for an emotional team to be able to shake off a map that was so convincing, especially the fact that FICO had such an impact. But I don't even want to highlight just FICO. Otter, I want to talk about a little bit as well. He did a phenomenal job in some of those situations where, even in that last round, I believe it was Otter that was playing in the tunnel, and he found so many fantastic picks that St. Clair just weren't really prepared for.
Absolutely. I think about Forky's as well. Forky's was usually the second man in FICO's clutches that were finding either refrags onto FICO, or whether it was he'd open it up with the first pick and allow FICO to then trade him out after he died. The whole point is everybody on the side of ETS was playing a team game. Regardless of what you see on the kill board, yes, sure, FICO was obviously the #1 factor because of the fact that, well, he just couldn't die. If you're not going to die in a game of Siege, guess what? You're probably winning the round 9 times out of 10. That being said, his team can put him in a situation that's allowed him to clutch, and FICO can put his teammates in a situation that they're able to get out of for a round for ETS. And that's what we saw kind of that entire game. That's really kind of the story if you can sum it up.
Well, Smoke, we have seen a beautiful first map from ETS, taking the first map up against St. Clair. Up next, we have Chalet, but before then, we have a short little break. And when we come back, our analysts will break down that map and give us a little bit more insight on what we expect for Chalet.
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic. Canadian no name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
Taking care of open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to play.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second, but Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace, the quad for Helio? Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there and flank that.
1, 2, 3!
3! Boom, boom, boom! Mod wants you in his room!
from below the side. One's on the holes, one on the bird holes, one of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's last? Where's last?
Oh shit.
Oh wait, I didn't kill him?
Nice, bro.
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking god!
Last one's master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, idiot. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice one on that Claymore. Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter, and he knows through the wall, and he sees it. That's unbelievable, and he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch, and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god!
He gets the ace. What?
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
I spoke too soon. That was.
Attackers have recovered
30
their
seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course, it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one, getting the quad, and putting us one up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. Non, oui, on l'a vu. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No way, bro!
God, quite cool.
What are we doing? Georgian! Wake up! Is this our... In there, like swimwear, Fico. Another pick. Arthur le volé. Oh, Fico, man. Ah, Fico qui fait des wall bang. C'est overachieving. Il est tellement bon! Il est tellement bon! Je veux l'arrêter! Watch il bug, c'est le dernier. Et c'est là.
Oh no, c'est zéro. C'est rock.
What a round! On peut pas le prendre, ok. Big pig. Big pig! Flying Cade! Come on!
Dogs. Mr. Augie, what
Forky,
can you
let's
do?
go!
He's right there on the other side of the wall. You better watch out.
Damn! On a
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano. Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
Central taken care of. Open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to flank.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second. But Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace? The quad for Helio. Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Oh, we Is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Uh-oh. Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor. Welcome on back to the Canadian Collegiate League's Grand Finals. I'm still your host, Zach Vexel, with Jazz here on the desk, and Clubhouse was quite the showcase of skill and strategy. Jazz, what were our thoughts?
Wow, I mean, what a map for ETS. I mean, FICO showed up. I said at the beginning of this stream that if you were going to win, you had to shut down FICO, and FICO showed up. He showed why he is that carry for ETS and why he can like take those rounds away from St. Clair. St. Clair, had a couple areas where they could, maybe come back, but then ETS did a great job in terms of shutting down that comeback and making sure that they ended this game or this map, should I say, in 8 rounds.
Absolutely, yes. St. Clair looked phenomenal, trying to find openings, trying to look for ways that they can get the better of ETS, but man, ETS just came together, they pulled together, they came out on top, and like you said, FICO just looked undeniable, like absolutely just unstoppable. If we had to give a map MVP, there was no doubt in my mind, 17-3, 17-3, absolutely jaw-dropping, the ace on one round on the mirror, and then to clutch out their first offensive round, like, come on, he just looked great. And I'm kind of wondering, going here into this next map, going into Chalet, is there a way we can control FICO? Is there a way we can control ETS?
Well, yeah, I think for sure. I think if you look at the scoreboard from last game, a lot of the St. Clair's top players did not show up. You had Terra going 5 and 8. You had Jox going 4 and 6. I was talking about how Salty Boy was so effective and efficient, but he was 2 and 8 during that match. The only person who went positive on St. Clair was Swifted, going, as you see, 10 and 7. I think if St. Clair wants to shut down FICO, they're going to have their main players show up.
Gonna need their main players to show up indeed. We'll see how well they can, well, as you said, show on up. ETS's defense looked nearly impenetrable. They picked up that first round, and they were like, okay, you know what? Warm-up round, you can have this one. We'll take the next 7 and just shut out the map, absolutely. And it was a surgical performance, honestly. It was clinical, any other way that I can put it that's a medical term, But they are going to be starting on offense here in the next map in Chalet, and I'm excited. Do you see any changes getting made?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying, I was saying that how most maps are defensive sided. If you look at the statistics, if you look at overall throughout the CCLR6 league, Chalet has only a 51% defensive percentage. And of all these maps in this best of 5, Chalet is the most likely one that those attack teams are going to steal rounds off the defense. And I think with ETS coming in flaming hot right now, I think they definitely have a good chance of taking that second map and going up 2-0.
Well, flaming hot indeed. We'll see if that momentum stays true and if ETS can take the second map off of St. Clair, coming in 2-0 into this grand finals, or will St. Clair bring it on back? That's enough from Jazz and I. We're going to send it on over, though, to Patrick and Simo to kick off Chalet and see where that takes us.
Thank you so much, Jazz and Zach. We are about to dive into Chalet. My goodness, that first map was such a treat, and thank you to the analyst desk for breaking down, really, FICO. That's really the name that we have to kind of identify for that first map, and they did it so wonderfully. We're now moving over to Chalet, which St. Clair really only in the CCL has 1 map played on Chalet, whereas ETS is a little bit more experienced.
Want to drop the records real quick? I mean, when we look at least for the side of St. Clair, I know that they did take it in flawless fashion up against you, Windsor. But for the side of ETS, I mean, what are we looking at there? 3-1 so far. So they have lost on it, but at the same time, it was, again, 3 wins to 1 loss. It could have been an off day for them. But right now, that's not what really matters. You can really put all the past statistics behind you if you're going to have players show up for ETS the way they have so far. And we've said it before, it's not only FICO, it's Forkies, it's players like Forkies as well, who are just kind of supporting FICO's clutches. We were talking about Otter as well, someone who was also supporting FICO through these times. I mean, I don't want to necessarily throw anyone under the bus for ETS, because when you look at people like Wizify and Munchies, they also got big time kills. Again, like I said before, being positive is one thing, having kills is one thing, but what happens when you're on the side of Swifty? You know, you went 10-7, empty frags. Because at the end of the day, those weren't kills that altered the outcome of a round, right? So for the side of ETS, while they didn't have everybody go quote-unquote positive, and you may say, oh, well, FICO's the star of the show, there were other players on ETS that got big-time picks that really enabled that to come through. As we look into the first two bans, let's break it down.
Yeah, I mean, St. Clair still sticking with that blitz, and, you know, the Monty's more understandable. Azami as well, understanding that St. Clair are extremely comfortable with that operator. But, you know, you mentioned that, was the blitz really worth it? You know, and here it is again, Fenrir, something that they really only saw once that they're taking off as well. So a lot of really interesting, you know, picks and bans here, particularly the bans, and St. Clair just sticking to their guns, which we'll see if it plays out. We'll see if it's worth it as we see the picks coming in for that first round.
And the reason why the Fenrir ban and the Azami ban are so good on the defense, both sides, is because I believe it was ETS who banned out the Azami, if I'm correct. If I'm wrong,
yes.
Yeah, I was going to say. Yes. So the reason being is because St. Clair love Azami, Terra loves to run Azami. He's usually always on the Azami when they're on the side of defense. So not having the Azami for both maps might be why Terra so far hasn't really played up to his potential, up to the caliber of player that we know him to be. The other side of things, when you look at the Fenrir ban coming in from St. Clair, it's notably obvious that the most dominant round for ETS was when they had that Fenrir, because there was nothing to do to clear it. St. Clair just had to walk in, they got fear gassed, and they couldn't do anything. They couldn't see, they couldn't get any sort of execute down. It was all panic stations, they didn't know how to deal with it. And on a map like Chalet, there are so many doorways that have higher arcing walls that you can hide these Fenrir gadgets on, so that attackers literally have to walk into the doorway, turn around and face their back to you, and shoot up in order to hit that Fenrir gadget. So it's a great map for Fenrir. Not surprised at all that we're seeing the ban come out, and we're going to see lots of doorways like that in Chalet that you can use other utility like Wamai discs that you can arc up top to catch those projectiles to be used in other ways for the defense.
Okay, well, ETS underway, making their way into Chalet. And we do see a little bit of uniqueness coming out from the composition here from ETS. We have the grid, we have the grid lock, and a couple more operators to boot on top. With St. Clair running a very control-heavy defensive operator composition. The Legion, the Frost, the Castle, the Mira. Like, it is just non-stop. You're not getting in here. We'll see if that works, though, because ETS did not seem to be really phased by anything that St. Clair threw their way on either side. So we'll see if that momentum will continue in this first round for ETS.
And I was going to say some late reinforcements going up by the castle, but he's going to be all good because that castle barricade blocks off that mezzanine hall. But for St. Clair, that is going to be a position that they need to hold, mezzanine. And we see Swifted up top. He's just going to try to delay time as much as possible with those Wamai discs, making sure that they can catch any flashbangs thrown at him and hold that position. The reason being is because inside of that bar games area, as we see two players kind of get stuck on each other and Tear have one off the board, you need to create vertical pressure in order to take the site. And an absolute one-tap from FICO. He's going nowhere. He still remains hot.
Yeah, and Salty Boy's like, yeah, do I really want to be looking up there right now? Oh, no, don't do it. Oh, sending some pre-fire shots. Okay, sending a message saying, you don't want to mess with me, FICO. I think FICO wants to mess with him, though.
Yeah, again, 17-3 on last map. I think right now he's just a man on a mission. He's hitting his groove. He's in the zone. And when a player of his caliber is on that sort of wavelength, it really becomes hard to stop them. So it's going to be interesting to see how FICO changes from map to map. But so far, I got to say, with a one-tap to boot immediately, it seems like he's going nowhere. For the side of Jox, this is a great roam down below. And I think Grim's just going to walk by completely undetected, finds a pick untraded, and Swifted finds yet another on the window jump in.
Yeah, feeling good as ETS are a little bit now in a tougher position. Not feeling extremely comfortable with what has unfolded. Great roams, great positioning from St. Clair, now the diffuser in a tough spot with a vertical angle to boot. FICO's going to try to bait and switch. Manages to get the diffuser, but still, the job's not done, as Kobe would say. He needs to get in there and get the diffuser down. With all these angles that are coming in from below with a vertical sightline for St. Clair, I don't think FICO is going to be extremely comfortable here.
No, absolutely not. 15 seconds left to go, and I gotta say, Simo, this, again, take from ETS, it has to be really ropey, it has to be really ballsy, but here we go, Forky's, he's gonna be able to drop, finds one on the Jocks. Salty Boy, though, is waiting for the cross, and Swifted, the better of the men as well, to just realize you can just hold that cross angle. They're double stacked on the door, they're just gonna shoot from all avenues, and they find the pincer effect. They lock down ETS and claim their first defensive round.
Really comfortable round from St. Clair, completely different from what we saw on that previous map. It felt like every round St. Clair didn't feel comfortable on Clubhouse. It felt like ETS were extremely comfortable. This time around, I felt like St. Clair really feel like whatever they did during the break, they feel a little bit more like a competitive team now against ETS, which means ETS, they've got to re-strategize. Doe could be coming out and the ace.
And again, it's just that roam presence of Swifted. He was able to get away from Mezzanine and was able to just drop back. And that's really the pleasure that you have with roamers. When a roamer is played to the best of their ability, what they do is they roam around the map, obviously. They waste time, they waste utility just by their presence alone. They find maybe a pick, and sometimes you don't even need that. Sometimes the time burn and the utility waste is enough, and you protect your life. You take something from the attack and you peel back a little bit. And then you take another thing and you peel back. And you slowly peel back when they pick and prod at your position, and all of a sudden they're left with nothing. No utility left to boot, timer's low, you're still alive, you've still got everything that you want in hand, aka your gun and your life to play, and you can keep a man advantage and play back with your boys in sight. That's exactly what Swifted did there, and it worked out beautifully as he was able to find the last two picks, one on the window jump in, and then one on the double stack on that door.
So, for St. Clair, new bomb site, new opportunity. They win that first round, but they won the first round of the last map too, so we're not going to hold our breath yet for St. Clair's performance. ETS, now the onus on them, and they're moving a little bit faster. First pick here from Salty Boy onto Wizify. That's a great start.
And again, I think for the side of ETS, you're talking about them moving faster, but right now, in doing so, they're giving up lives. Grim is a operator that is really useful in the execute. So that's twice now that we've seen him go down. Otter's going to be picked off by Swifted. An absolutely disgusting pixel angle held there by the Aruni, that DMR hitting so hard through the lives of ETS's men. And now all of a sudden, FICO, Forkies, and Munchies have a long way to go if they want to claw their way back into this round.
Yeah, well, thankfully they do have FICO, but the problem is they're still outside.
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem. Munchies is already on that second floor on the balcony, but that's still technically outside. FICO now taken out by Terror, and Terror feeling a little bit better. Forkies and Munchies just trying to inch their way forward. Still 2 minutes left on the clock, but a 2v5. Still, some injured players on the side of St. Clair. If they play a little bit over-aggressive, maybe that might spell their doom. But a 2v5 is difficult to win, especially when FICO's not on the roster. And now it's just down to Forkies still outside with a minute left.
Well, I'll go ahead and tell you what I believe should happen here if you're on the side of ETS. I get it. It's only 2 rounds played. You might not want to be really doing too much. Forkies is actually going to enter, and I was going to think that Forkies was just going to sit outside and use this last minute as more of a tactical timeout. It's been a pretty bad start for the side of ETS, and maybe use that to talk to his teammates, but it seems like he's all good to go. They want to engage. They want to see if Forkies can get any sort of picks done, any sort of again, advantage to play out for, again, ETS. And so far, don't tell me, St. Clair, that you're going to give another 1vx scenario over to ETS. We've seen it happen time and time again, but it's not by the man who's alive right now. Don't make it 2.
Yeah, this is tough. Forkies just trying to break through. There's the swing. Finds Kinger. Now a 1v2. How has he brought this down to 2 players? Still, he needs to make his way in. 30 seconds left on the clock. Takes a little bit of damage to get in there. And of course, Swifted manages to secure that round. That was way too close for St. Clair. A couple of really reckless positioning calls. Now, of course, there were 2 players in that room. That could have been an easy trade. Why wasn't it?
I think because St. Clair, you know, sometimes they get a little bit restless. They get a little bit egotistical on their swings, but I don't really know how you have any right to do so because we just saw what happened on your map pick. I think if you're St. Clair, you know, you should take the time, you know, stay back. We had Kinger, I believe, on that piano side. He could have just proned and just not fired a single shot until Forkies entered the room. right? They had a bulletproof camera literally looking into his position as well. No reason for King of to swing that. No reason for the Frost as well to swing out through that shield. It was a perfect pincer there by St. Clair, and they honestly kind of threw it away. And don't get me wrong, they definitely got the round.
Yeah,
but I'm going to go ahead and put them on blast because
Yeah.
that was just plain out stupid.
Yeah, there is 2 points to this, and I agree with both. They won the round. Swifted was a great insurance policy there at the end. He's like, all right, guys, you guys do what you want. I'm going to make sure the round gets won here. And he did exactly that. So 10 seconds until ETS have their opportunity to get back inside. Not really a huge change-up, but we are seeing a couple of operators swap in and swap back out. We'll see what the new operators will show in this 3rd round.
Well, again, for the side of ETS, I really like this Flores pick. Is going to be able to deal with the castle barricades. From the side of Tear is going to be able to maybe deal with those bandit boxes that are down on the walls and maybe clear out a couple frost mats and a deployable ship too. But oh wow, Swifted is going to clear out the man who I was talking about having an impact of the round so quickly. And my words are absolutely useless now because Flores is off the board and Swifted has just been unlocked.
Wow. Well, Swifted, he took that break very seriously, and he came back refreshed. We did highlight him in that first map as being the biggest contender for who we want to look out for this St. Clair roster. Well, now, 4v5, still in the hands of possibility for ETS, 2 minutes left on the clock, but getting an early pick is going to feel extremely good for this St. Clair roster. Now, FICO already in Library Hallway, and ETS are a lot closer to the site than they were in the past couple of rounds. Let's see how they deal with this.
And again, for the side of ETS now, you have an attack and it's a 4v5 with a minute 50 left. You do have a lot of time, but again, you got to establish some foothold or some map control at some point to further your execute. Remember, you still haven't cleared the vertical presence for this kitchen defense. They're just doing so now, but with a minute 30, again, Tear, he's going to do a great job of burning that utility and now just is able to play back, peel back, pick a better position instead of looking straight into the breach. And for a matter of fact, they haven't dealt with Swifted either. He's just sitting out up top. So for the side of Jox, it's a great vertical angle as well looking back into it. And oh no, Swifted has actually DC'd from the round. And because of that, it's going to be a 4v4 now. And the round can't be paused. It's already going. So for the side of ETS, they've just now unlocked new hope as they have an even man count. We're going to see what they can do with this.
Yeah, and Swifted has been the X factor. I mean, he saved them from that second round going completely haywire. So we'll see how ETS use this new momentum to try to push into the site. We see Salty Boy repositioning as well, trying to get a better angle onto ETS as now the execute is moments away from being pushed through. ETS really are waiting for these windows for St. Clair to be a little bit too antsy. FICO has been holding the same angle for the past 30 to 50 seconds. And who walks right in front? It's going to be Terror.
And again, it's just great job, great composure from FICO, and because of this, now Kinger has to overextend and try to pick an angle up top, but he sees the long angle being held, and he's not going to want any part of challenging this. 4v3, and all of a sudden, it's really looking like St. Clair are going to get bitten for having that player DC. 20 seconds left, though. The execute's got to mount up, and it's got to happen quick.
Yeah, Jox in the angle here. The diffuser still not being planted yet. Shot going to be good for Munchies as he finds Jox. Still 2 players left, and they can stop the diffuser from really pushing in too fast. Kinger finds one. Traded out by Wizify, and attackers put a round on the board. Very unfortunate for Swifted to get DC'd, but I'm sure we'll get him back into lobby, and hopefully that's not going to impact St. Clair way too much.
And you know what? You hate to see a round happen like that. Again, we always want to have the highest competitive integrity, so it really does suck when a player does DC like that, but what can you do? At the same time, there were things St. Clair could have done, and I really am going to state that, yes, without Swifted, obviously, that's a little bit of a bummer, but I will say there were times where you could have just played more passive, play safe. Again, I really want to pinpoint that onto Terror, right? You're just moving into a position that you don't necessarily have to have right now. There's calls being down. They haven't even breached the wall underneath. I guess Terror's trying to establish a vertical angle, but the wall hasn't even been breached yet.
Yeah.
You don't have to walk into there. It's not panic stations yet on an execute for ETS. He just misjudges the scenario, walks into FICO, who is literally waiting with open arms, receives the cleanup on the pick, and from there, it's just a downward spiral. They have the top floor control now. it's too much to work off of for the side of St. Clair. There's too much there that they have to come back from, and ETS do a great job at least being clinical, dealing or playing with the cards in their hands that they were dealt, and they were able to secure what I believe, barring that DC, was still a very clinical and impressive round.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of trades. Kinger was really going to be the standout performer for trying to save that round. But again, you called it and you identified it. Maybe Terror getting a little bit antsy, sacrificing his life when he didn't possibly need to. So a round going on the board for ETS. Still a couple more rounds left in this first half. If Swifted manages to reconnect and they can continue on as 5, they can still put a couple more rounds on the board. They have been phenomenal in these first opening rounds up against ETS. So we are getting word that the lobby is being remade, so we will get Swifted back in, hopefully, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, again, with lobbies being remade in Siege, it's not usually the quickest thing. These rehosts take time, unfortunately, to gather the players back in. So we're going to take a short break, but when we come back, this is going to be St. Clair who can bounce back from this newly lost round on sites that refresh, or is it going to be ETS that now, with that round, have found maybe the spark to ignite the engine?
To get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic. Canadian no name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
Taking care of open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to play.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second. But Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace? The quad for Helio. Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there and flank that.
1, 2, 3!
3! Boom, boom, boom! Mod wants you in his room!
Holes from below the site. One's on the holes, one on the bird holes, one of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's left? Where's left?
Oh shit.
Oh, wait, I didn't kill him?
Nice throw.
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking
Last one's
god!
master. Last one's master. Last one's
Yo.
master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, Eddie. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice on that Claymore. Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter, and he knows through the wall, and he sees it. That's unbelievable. And he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch, and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god!
He gets the ace. What?
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
I spoke too soon. That was.
Attackers have recovered
30
their diffuser.
seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course, it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one, getting the quad, and putting us one up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. Non, oui, on l'a vu. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No way, bro!
God, quite cool.
What are we doing? Georgian! Wake up! Is this our... In there, like swimwear, Fico. Another pick. Arthur le volé. Oh, Fico, man. Ah, Fico qui fait des wall bang. Silver Chief. Il est tellement bon. Il est tellement bon. Je veux l'arrêter. Ça marque. Watch, il bug, c'est le dernier. Et c'est là.
I know it's a zero. C'est là.
What a round. On peut pas plan, on peut pas bon. Ok. Big pig. Big pig. Flying Cade. Come on.
Dogs. Mr. Augie.
What
can you do? He's right there on the other side of the wall. You better watch out.
Damn. On the
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
Central taking care of open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to flank.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second. But Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace? The quad for Helio. Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, Bianca, I was gonna say, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there and flank that.
1, 2, 3!
3! Boom, boom, boom! Mod wants you in his room!
Holes from below right side. One's on the holes, one's on the bird holes. One of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's last? Where's last?
Below you. Oh shit.
Oh wait, I didn't kill him?
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one's still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking god!
Last one's master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, idiot. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice on that Claymore. Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter, and he knows through the wall, and he sees it. That's unbelievable, and he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch, and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god!
He gets the ace! What?
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
I spoke too soon. That was...
Attackers have recovered
30 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one. Getting the quad. And putting us 1 up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. No.
Oui, on l'a vu.
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No way, bro!
God, cool.
What are we doing? Georgian! Wake up! Is this our... In there, like swimwear, Fico. Another pick. Arthur le volé. In. Oh, Fico. Ah, Fico qui fait des wallbangs. Silver Chief. Il est tellement bon. Il est tellement bon. Il veut l'arrêter. Watch me bug, c'est le dernier. Et c'est là.
Un autre, c'est 0. C'est rock.
What a round. On peut pas le flash, on peut pas le bon. Ok. Big pick. Big pick. Flankade. Come on.
Oggs. Mr. Oggy.
What
can you do? He's right there on the other side of the wall. You better watch out.
Damn. On the
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh!
is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to play.
Third time's a charm. There you go, strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second, but Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace, the quad for Helio? Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Uh-oh. Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there and flank that.
1, 2, 3!
Boom, boom, boom! Mod wants you in his room!
Holes from below in sight. One's on the holes, one on the bird holes. One of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's left? Where's left?
Oh shit.
Oh wait, I didn't kill him?
Nice throw.
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one's still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking
Last one's
god!
master, last one's master, last one's
Yo.
master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, idiot. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice on that Claymore. Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter, and he knows through the wall, and he sees it. That's unbelievable. And he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch, and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god!
He gets the ace! What?
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
I spoke too soon. That was...
Attackers have recovered
30 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one. Getting the quad. And putting us 1 up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. No, oui, on l'a vu. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No way, bro!
God, quite cool.
What are we doing? Georgian! Wake up! Is this our... In there, like swimwear, Fico. Another pick. Arthur le volé. Oh, Fico, man. Ah, Fico qui fait des wall bang. Silver Chief. Il est tellement bon. Il est tellement bon. Je veux l'arrêter. Ça marque. Watch Hitbox, c'est le dernier. Et c'est là.
Un autre c'est 0. C'est rock.
What a round. On peut pas prendre. Ok. Big pig. Big pig. Flying Cade. Come on.
Oggs. Mr. Oggy. What
Forky.
can you
Let's
do?
go!
He's right there on the other side of the wall. You better watch out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are going right back to Chalet. I'm Simo, joined with me is Smoke as we are reconnecting with St. Clair and hopefully getting that 5v5 continued on Chalet. Players are in lobby. We are about to get back into the swing of things.
Right, and I mean, immediately, let's just pick up from where we left off. It was Saints up with the first 2 rounds. They kept it a lot more composed, well, almost giving away a 1vx clutch to Forkies, but that didn't happen. So at the end of the day, the Saints took those first 2 rounds, then the player DCs in the third. But that being said, I still think that the Saints could have taken measures to confirm that round on defense. It just didn't happen. So for the side of ETS, they did a good job playing with the hand that they were dealt, and they were able to take that round. And it's a good one, too, because now that the sites have refreshed, St. Clair, they can elect to go to those first 2 bomb sites again. Or if they think they could have beat ETS with that 5th man, they could try to establish that kitchen site early and then try to loop back into the 2 bomb sites that they were comfortable going off of. I immediately noticed that they took that bar gaming site, so that's going to be where they start. It seems like they're just going to try to refresh the rotation and go back from square one. And immediately looking at the leaderboard of operators that I have seen on the table, St. Clair, for defensively wise, they look like they're going for a lot more of an aggressive lineup, especially with Swifted on that Vigil, because that Vigil is a key roaming element for St. Clair, can avoid detection from drones by turning on his ability. And again, seeing that K1A is one of the most, to me, consistent guns in the game in terms of dealing damage at a medium to short range in terms of combat. So it's going to be interesting to see there from Swift and see what he can get done.
Okay, please excuse me if this is a dumb question, but can Twitch drones pop Mira windows?
Yes, they absolutely can. So the Twitch drones are going to be the next thing that I point out as well for the side of Munchies, and thank you, Simo, for bringing that up, because immediately I see this mirror going down in Mezzanine, which is going to be used to look into Library, because that is going to be where the attack wants to get into to apply vertical pressure. So if the Twitch can get rid of that mirror on Mezzanine, that's going to be the first step of, well, a really big move in terms of ETS's offensive positioning, and that is honestly a round-changing factor. So that mirror up top is going to be something that we look into for pretty much the entire round and keep tabs on.
Yeah, I mean, she wants to play extremely safe, and it's Kinger on the mirror, so he was feeling quite warm in that previous round. Swifted finds Otter in the early moments of the round.
That is so huge.
Great start. He was the one that DC'd. He was the one that didn't necessarily let his team down, but was unfortunately out of the picture for that 3rd round, and he finds a great pick.
And again, I call out how aggressive the Vigil needs to be in order to have an impact, and he's actually going to run outside and kill Otter. That's what he did. So again, that's not only the Hibanagon, so no hard breach now that can be used on those mirror windows if the 2 Twitch drones get shot out, but that's also hatch control, vertical control, sealed up for St. Clair. It also allows Swifted to drop the diffuser cold, and Wizify has picked it up, but finding a safe spot to plant that bomb in bar or gaming is going to be that much more difficult for the attacking side.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, getting that hard breach out, it's going to be extremely tough. So now really what it kind of boils down to is ETS have to find picks, have to find openings that, like you said, are going to be a little bit more challenging to find. And we see already FICO in Chalet, in the house itself, but finding a little bit of trouble finding his way towards where he needs to be to find some action.
And I like what I'm seeing right now out of Jox. He was positioned trying to bait to see if they would move on Swifted's positioning, not seeing him sitting in the corner on drone right beside Kitchen, but the positioning does come out. He doesn't overextend. This time he does what I believe a lot of St. Clair defenders should have been doing, and that's as he just peels back and plays his own life, saves those goo mines, and right now it's all St. Clair laughing all the way to the bank. Tear finds the head of Munchies in Library.
Yeah, that's a great angle as there's still one more player trying to make their way in. Munchies was accompanied by somebody else. I just don't remember exactly who that was, and that person's just trying to look inside. Terror's there, shot sending through. He's on fire. He's cooking. He'll go down and get traded out. It's unfortunate, but still a trade is good because Terra was able to find 2 in that spot.
Well, I mean, he was cooking. He found 2, and then he was literally cooking. On fire, dies to the Capitale Flame Bolt, and that does free up Library. However, it does not free up Kinger from that mezzanine position. I do believe I heard a mirror window go down there if I heard the pop correctly, but Salty Boy is still positioned on these Library stairs. And now, if you look at Forky's, he can't make any move onto Kinger's positioning because of that. 10 seconds left to go, and the execute has to come in. It was a 5-with-1, but he finds himself in a 1v3, swings on into sight, has one's position known, but he needs to work around the wall. It was going to be very short, and the margins were so razor thin, and because he wasn't able to get the gun up just quick enough as the defender outreached into the main lobby, it will be that Legion who finds the last pivotal pick, and it will be St. Clair who get right back to where they were on the defensive side, and they take that 3rd round.
What a wild series we've been seeing. St. Clair losing their map pick in dominant fashion. And I mean, we're not really far enough yet to call this a St. Clair dominant map, but this is the pick from ETS, and they're not having it. They won that round because of a player disconnecting. Could have Swifted been the difference maker? Very probable. Very, very probable.
Absolutely. We could be looking at a 4-0 right now. And again, St. Clair, it's definitely been a mental reset, but like we said, these rounds as well are very 50-50, so I cannot necessarily trust that St. Clair on the attack is going to be just as dominant. They need to really try to confirm as many rounds as possible on ETS's map pick for the defensive side. It's honestly just a privilege that you're being handed these many rounds on someone else's map pick. You need to be doing the same to ETS. Now, for the side of ETS and St. Clair in general, this might be a tale of simply 2 teams that have just done a good job on VOD review, so much the fact that they've become good on each other's map picks, and they've really just been the better team on either or.
Let's pay attention to where Swifted gets end up positioning, because he's been finding an opening pick every single round.
Yes.
So this is a really pivotal 50 seconds right now as we see where Swifted's position. He's in the office, going down to piano right now. He's running around on the Legion, and we'll see if that roam really pays off and finds that early pick onto someone, because we already see players starting to make their way into office.
Absolutely. And again, as Kinger is also positioned inside of Solarium and now Terra inside of Piano, it's just the Saints who are just kind of roaming with 4 up top. I repeat, 4 players up top. So now it's going to be Swifted who tries to see if he can make anything happen on that mezzanine side. And my apologies, actually, just one roaming actually in the side of Jogs, as it is that top floor site. So now I really wonder for the side of ETS, how do you make Swifted over peak? He's on the Legion, so the faster you get rid of him, the better, because it's less goo mines generating into the pockets of St. Clair. And my question gets answered immediately. No more goo mines. Munchies takes him down, gets refragged by Jogs from the basement.
Yeah, he roams up, like you said, and now he finds that early pick, but still FICO is alive, and he's really the difference maker, as Swifted is who we were kind of leaning on for St. Clair. So he's down over there on that staircase, hoping to get up to that 2nd floor. He's going to be that contact point. The rest of the team finding opportunities elsewhere. Diffuser's already starting to make its way over towards the site itself. Terra running out of bullets for that
Flores drone.
Flores drone, that's right. And still 1 minute and 20 seconds. ETS are calm, cool, and collected.
And I was going to say that Flores drone there has such a big effect because it gets rid of that deployable shield that's on the piano side. So now Simo, no defenders can play around there. That's essentially a little bit more control that ETS can make sure that they have. This time they're going to have to worry about swings in from the closet and behind the A-bomb chassis, however. And now it's going to be Terror that I really have my eyes on. Same with Kinger. Their positioning now, their ways of sneaking up have to be so sneaky, so precise.
Oh my God.
And Kinger almost paid the price for overextending.
Oh my God, I was clenching there. He was trying to run away after that drone spotted him, but still, 45 seconds left. We're about to see the XQ pop in. It's up to FICO and Forkies to pop in at the same time and create some activity. Oh, Pixel Peak! Shots go through. Terror and Kinger primarily taking a little bit of damage, but these Legion drones, Swifted is doing so much from beyond the grave. Salty Boy finds FICO. That is massive. 20 seconds left. Jox finds another. Where's their shots from below? Jox with another. The diffuser is planted, but they are all down. 4th round for St. Clair.
And that is an absolutely brilliant play there from the Valk. They're using those cameras, no IQ in the pocket for ETS, so there was no way of them feasibly being able to find those Valk cams. The Bravo got picked off too early, so there was no chance of hacking them. There was no chance of finding them. They weren't able to establish position, and Jox left below was too much to handle. You have to roam clear that man who can make a difference when locking in and unlocking himself in this game. Jox did exactly that. Beautiful floor shots from the Deagle, securing the round.
He found a pick early. And they still didn't deal with him. He just went right back to the basement and became the rat that he was that round. And then he came back up when it was time to dance, right? Like, and I still want to call back to Swifted again. Those Legion mines. I think I saw 3 players taking out Legion mines the whole round. He was from beyond the grave, having such an impact.
And again, you know, the longer that Legion stays alive, he'll have an even bigger impact. So the fact that they lost him fairly early and he's still able to contribute that much to a round, it's great jobs on the goo placements from Swifted, but that to me spells a little bit of a problem for ETS in terms of their utility clearance, or at least their lack of awareness of, in that, for that matter. They're not able to find the Valk cams, they're not able to find the goo mines. Those pop off, and those aren't only just visual calls from those Valk cams, there's sound comms on exact positioning as well, and that's why Jox is able to locate people from below the floor there. So again, it's a really good job there from St. Clair. And I really do think we are just simply seeing possibly a tale of 2 teams that just simply outstudied each other on their own map picks.
Yeah, it's a high possibility as we see the final round here of this half. We'll see if St. Clair can clean things up on a 5-1. And like you said, once things swap over, ETS have a greater advantage on that second half. But we're not there quite yet. Let's see how this round unfolds. And FICO already moving fast right into Library.
Right, and I mean, immediately the number one thing I was at least almost wincing about was that frost mat down below. It didn't even check the feed. I wonder if it got droned out, but do they know about FICO's positioning? I don't believe they do. And is this hole too big? Can he vault through? No, the proximity alarm going off, and they know its positioning, but FICO still takes the 50-50 gunfight, working backwards, and takes out Terror early.
Yeah, it took some damage, but still, that's got to feel good. Opening pick onto Terror. I mean, he's done his job. He set up the barricade, so it's not the end of the world. You're not losing, really, some of your remaining star players or the defensive hold from Salty Boy on the Mira. But still, a player down, and FICO's still alive. This is going to be possibly a good round for ETS.
Right, and again, 44 HP, so 1 or 2 shots will definitely do FICO in for his demise. But that being said, right now, we got to focus on the man advantage. And that's the fact that ETS, with 1:45 left, they've started opening avenues with this Flores drone onto the castle barricades. I believe there's not actually even a single castle barricade that's left standing. So they've dealt with that threat. Now they have to move on to phase 2. Forkus with a Claymore taking Salty Boy from the grave, and all of a sudden the Saints over-aggressing might have just bit them just a little too hard, as that's actually the Mira going down there.
Yeah, now this lurk from Jox is actually really unfortunate, primarily because the rest of his team is starting to fall around. Yes, he's got these great vertical angles from the basement, but it's maybe a little too late because his lurk was supposed to find a pick maybe earlier in the round. Still, he's going to have a greater opportunity. Now that there's 1 minute left, he'll be able to find some picks, but he doesn't have the support from 2 other players. So with 5v3, 1 minute left on the clock, ETS still have to execute, but they can take it slow.
And again, immediately I look at the fact that Kinger's just sat in dining room, but there are 2 people that are now just sitting on fireplace, and Munchies and Otter were 2 of them. Munchie's going to go down, and all of a sudden this cross angle that Kinger has established is actually not bad at all. It's pretty good. It's a one-way through footholes where the attackers can't see in, but Kinger can. And now these ace breachers are looking to just try to establish an even peeking angle onto that kitchen side. Forkies is going to be able to take down Swifted, and all of a sudden the Saints find themselves in a 2v4, but are they aware about Jox on the roam?
Yeah, he's going to have to give up his position. How much value can he get? Already some pre-fire shots. The swing out, and Otter is right there waiting for him. Kinger, now last player down in a 1v4 situation. Going to be extremely tough to bring this one back. Wiz5 from behind. Great round from ETS, finding some opening picks and really having a great round to answer back from St. Clair's dominance.
And once the player on ETS had Solarium control, you can actually use the mirror window that was placed in Trophy against St. Clair. It was an angle that was literally just watching Kinger. So, again, it was kind of over before, you know, everyone was kind of singing because it's just not probable. You got a Nitro cell to work off of, but if you overextend to try to throw that Nitro, that mirror then swings onto you off the window, or that player off the mirror window swings onto you. And it just wasn't looking really good overall for the side of St. Clair. I will say, I think that if Swifted was able to stay alive, and I think pivotally, the Mira dying to the Claymore, I just don't really understand it. Mira's an operator that shouldn't really be going on the roam, should be kind of anchoring down. You have a Nitro in pocket, you can wait for those last 10, 20 seconds for the execute to go down and use that effectively. But no, the Mira swings out, gets aggressive, dies from a Claymore, and I don't know necessarily where that Claymore was, but all I know is that the Mira should not be the one in that position. Gets caught out, and it's going to be the thing that does St. Clair in 4-2 half, and now the side swap.
I mean, just a quick comment, like, manpower is one of the biggest resources that you have.
Absolutely.
When you've got 2 players down, you kind of maybe feel the pressure. FICO lurking around, Forkus maybe around the corner, Otter hiding in rafters or something. You're feeling the pressure that ETS is delivering. You know, St. Clair, when they find the opening pick, they're so calm, cool, and collected. But when ETS finds the opening pick, St. Clair, I've noticed, even in that first map, they start to kind of crumble.
It's almost like in a 4v5 man advantage, you know, you're kind of not favored to win. Again, that is really a defining thing in Siege, as you point out. That first pick does dictate a lot of how the round goes, because you can then just rely on trades to fuel your manpower and keep your man advantage. So it's a perfect job pointing that out from you, Simo, and I really got to say it is the tale of the game so far. So you pointed it out well, but now let's see how ETS and St. Clair can act on it. It's been so pivotal. It's been the man Swifted who's really been doing all the work in terms of first pick and entry for St. Clair, hopping through the window. What is going on right there? Terror just absolutely with no regard for his own life, tries to just make a play, but maybe a little too risky. He's going to get chopped down by FICO, and that's an Ash just off the board for, to me, I'm just going to go ahead and say no reason at all.
Yeah, a little bit overconfident, feeling that they can take those fights. There was 2 players that were ready to swing onto Terror, and he got none of them. There was a player to his left and a player upstairs, and he was not able to find or identify any potential threat. Now we have a 4v5, and, you know, tail of the tape. What could the possibility of this round unfold? Statistically, it's ETS winning this round, but we still have a lot and more to go. 1:30 left on the round. Here comes the utility from Deimos, and we'll see how he and where he finds somebody. Shots going through. I don't know who that player was, if they got even injured, but he's got to back away as those pre-fires are pushing him off.
Well, it was the Frost, and now she's down to 30 HP. Those shots, I believe, only 1 hit, and yet now Munchies is now in 1-shot territory. So has to play very careful behind the deployable shield. And I see no reason to peek out onto this. You have 2 Jaeger ADSs on that deployable shield that can work away any sort of flashes or nades that come across to your area. So if you're on the side of ETS and you're Munchies, you do not move. You stay put. You make sure that they know that your presence is there, and because of that, you burn as much time as possible. And hey, you know what? Even then, maybe some people have to take some really errant swings onto you, and that's exactly what St. Clair do. They don't even double up. They just give them a free kill on Piano, and they just move away. And this right now is a problem for St. Clair. We're really seeing them struggle, and with these last 30 seconds coming in, I really got to say, I'm not very confident in what they've built up so far.
Yeah, Swifted lying prone, waiting for opportunities to open up. The diffuser ends up getting dropped. Dokkaebi makes that phone call, but it's going to be not the lifeline that you're hoping for. Salty Boy finds the lifeline that they were hoping for, and still, as they try to push in, there's 15 seconds left. They got to get onto this B site and get that diffuser planted. Still, Mira is alive. There's the smoke is alive as well. They're getting that diffuser down. Swifted finds Wizify. It's down to a 3v3, traded out by Forkies. Still, the diffuser is not planted, and ETS narrow it out onto the heavy and strong back of Forkies.
And again, what's the thing we were talking about at the end of Clubhouse? It's not only FICO who's finding these round-changing pivotal plays. Well, it's not as often that we see his teammates contribute. It is Forkies, at least in the kill department right now, who's been doing great. 4-2 so far since the rehost. And I gotta say, St. Clair, they're taking their time out, and they're taking it very early. I really do think that for the side of the Saints, they've really halted since this game has come back. Yes, they were able to find 2 rounds, but just like that, with a snap of a couple fingers, now all of a sudden we are seeing ETS claw their way back into this matchup. And I really do gotta say, this is the mental fortitude that I know ETS have. You're down 4-1 right now, and all of a sudden you have it in you to claw yourself back round after round. I get it, it was on the tertiary bomb site. You won it before. But to be able to see yourself as 4-1 down and rally the troops and say, hey guys, we can really still make a difference here, find that second round, and now move on to bigger and better things, have that successful defense going down. I really do got to say, making St. Clair burn their timeout early here, it's not looking very good for St. Clair. And I actually think that if they lose this next round, that could very well be the map if they're not very careful.
listen, it's just the French buff, okay?
Yes.
Listen, those ETS from Montreal, the French don't tilt, okay?
No, they do not.
That's what they don't tilt. So ETS is not going to be shaken whether they're down 7-1. Well, that's not physically possible, but whether they're down a considerable margin or not, I have not seen them falter at any moment.
No.
Yes, SCC have had some dominant rounds, but ETS, they've got a great lineup. You know, we, especially the casters and the analysts on the desk, we do highlight FICO as a great standout performer. But ETS is becoming a well-rounded team with the rest of the players starting to pick up some of the slack, right? SCC, we highlighted in the pregame, they're a well-rounded team. And on the back of FICO, it's you know, eliminate FICO and you win the game. That doesn't seem to be the case anymore with how we're watching ETS play.
Absolutely not. I couldn't have worded it any better myself because, again, we do see FICO make these plays time and time again. But that being said, there have been rounds where he's been off the board, and it doesn't matter. It's like St. Clair almost kill him, and they have a wave of a relief sweep over them. But guys, we haven't killed everybody in the enemy team yet. We haven't planted a diffuser. We haven't gotten the execute to go the way of us yet. There's no reason to believe just because one man is off the board that you have that round confirmed. And I think right now St. Clair are kind of crutching onto that a little bit too hard, and we're seeing them kind of throw rounds through the wayside through sloppy defensive positioning, callouts that should be made that aren't getting made, drone usage and utility usage that right now we are not seeing that could be capitalizing on the utility that ETS is putting down. And again, I really do think this isn't just because it's Chalet and it's 50-50. I get it, these rounds are going to be scrappy. I think this is simply because ETS right now, despite being down 4-3, I'm going to go ahead and say it. They look like the better, well-rounded team.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's everything that we've been saying. The round itself, though, 2 minutes left on the clock, and we see a little bit of a stall out from St. Clair. Hopefully not too long of a stall with what we saw on the first map. Those long and those executes that took too long to go through with down to 10 to 15 seconds left, that's just not it. It's just not it, Chief. So for them, they need to start making some progress. They're already seeing a couple of players. One toward Fireplace. Shots good here for Jocks onto FICO as Swifted gets traded out. That's a great start, but still, we need the rest of the team inside. Terra's got to make his way in from the front yard as the rest of the players are already on the second and first floor.
And a minute 20 left, and right now, what really scares me for the side of St. Clair is that you still have two ETS defenders roaming up top that you haven't dealt with. Wizify in a great position sitting by that office wall, and he can just kind of wait and peel back and play on the half wall, and you have to literally push into office to make a play on him.
Yeah, but he dropped down. He made that cue. Terra's not completely unaware, or maybe that was a bait. Maybe that's Otter waiting on the wayside for Forky's to bait him out. Let's see how that trade unfolds. Jocks, though, finds Otter. Maybe that was the player that was waiting by the wayside. Now it's just down to Forky's, who they completely avoided by the audio cue, but Terror comes back to the same place that he was after finding a frag. We'll see if Forky's is feeling comfortable now that two players are dead.
30 seconds left to go, and Terra's just going to ego chow onto Wizify. Finds the pick there from that piano room window, but is he aware of Forky's positioning? Forky's has to back up. Now flashbangs force him out. The hop in through from Forky's is going to be able to find the pick onto Terror. Diffuser going down on the half wall. You need to isolate these 1vx positions clearly. You're going to swing through, but Kinger is waiting with open arms, watching the breach, being the good man that he is to cover his diffuser going down.
Yeah, they really, ETS, we saw them try to cover that window. You had two men, specifically Forky's, playing from the trade-out position, but he dropped. He dropped from the table down, and he made a little audio cue. Terror's like, okay, I'm not going there. I'm going to rotate back down. He finds a pick, rotates back up. The rest of the team on the first and second floor finds some other frags along the way, and the rest is history with Forky's like, where did the rest of my team go?
Right, absolutely. I mean, again, I really do got to say, the highlight of the round there is simply Terror, calling his team back into it, right? I mean, the positioning from Ash is a lot more what I would want to see out of him. We've seen him do some, I'm going to go ahead and just say it, stupid stuff on this Ash, and has gotten himself killed early before and has really not favored St. Clair in this opening pick. We've talked about it before right now. The story and the tale of the tape is usually that first pick means a lot. That being said, ETS were actually the ones with the first pick, but it was swiftly traded out again by Jocks. And yes, FICO was only able to secure one, and because of that, it was a little too much for the team to handle themselves this time.
New round, new opportunity, ETS. Down 2 rounds, but still not down and out as we see the operators coming on through. Standard practice here for ETS, but something a little new out of the side of St. Clair, hopping off the Dymos to not get some of those reads.
Right, so again, the Damo's not being used, and this time it's actually going to be the IQ. And I really, really like this because you look at all of the utility you can find with the IQ. These Velt cams that were able to be hidden for so long for both sides, no longer going to be a factor. Again, FICO on those goo mines, it should be able to turn out in IQ's favor. That being said, I've talked about operators like this before and having a huge impact on the round, and then they get picked off. So Jox needs to be able to stay alive here. He cannot be the one to die in a stupid way or in an aggressive swing. He needs to have another player do that for him because he needs to stay alive to influence the round through utility clearance for the side of St. Clair. That being said, 2 minutes 13 left to go, and it seems like St. Clair for the start are trying to mount a little bit of control into that library side of the map.
Well, Jock's making his way through the basement. We'll see what kind of roaming picks he can find out. You do have a player holding the fireplace stairs, FICO. We'll see if he's going to be the one to greet Swifted, finds Munchies. Maybe some other players are going to have to reposition off that frag because it's a great opening pick for St. Clair.
That being said, Swifted only on 6 health himself, but having a gun up is so important in this scenario. FICO trying to make anything work, but no, Jox is going to find Otter instead. And so for a gunfight that I honestly thought was FICO's favor, it turns out just being a trade out for one of his teammates instead. So not the best, again, confidence scenario, boosting scenario. But right now, ETS find themselves in a little bit of a blunder. That being said, they are a very good mental team, and I expect that they will back off and play their positions smart as they have done so far all series. However, the tale is yet to be told.
Yeah, you know, FICO, I'm a little bit surprised. He was hovering around that basement side, and you had Jox come in through there, and he finds a pick onto Otter. That's, like, where's the backup? Where's the trade out for a player that you lose the Valkyrie, you lose one of your important roamers, and, you know, I would think that FICO would be there to help with that roam. You know, he's a reliable player, but nevertheless, he's still alive. 50 seconds left on the round. St. Clair feeling extremely comfortable with how the rest of this round is going to unfold. FICO trying to rotate through. 4keys finds Terror. Not exactly sure where, but now with an injured Swifted, things are looking a little bit even in this battle between SCC and ETS, sorry, as we now have 30 seconds left in the round.
And again, I was really looking forward to that gunfight between Jox and FICO there, but it's going to be Jox to get away completely unscathed and for FICO to get away with 68 health. So yes, with 20 seconds left, it is going to be St. Clair that needs to make this push. However, they haven't dealt with smoke, and Wizify can now just play time delay. It takes 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, for each smoke canister to be relieved. And now, Salty Boy, he's found a plant spot. The window's being covered. This window swing, it's not going to happen. St. Clair, they're in a great position, but 4keys is still on high HP. Finds the first pick, and now a 1v2 clutch is definitely capable, but he's not finding Salty Boy prone behind the bed, looking into Solarium, and off of positioning and callouts, St. Clair is going to be able to clean up that round on attack.
Great call out, Smoke. Salty Boy finding a spot. If not for Salty Boy, I don't care who finds any frags there from St. Clair. You lose the round. 9 seconds left. The smoke going up for 20 seconds. And somehow, some way, Salty Boy gets the diffuser down. Without that, that's a lost round.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. Because that smoke even had yet another one in pocket. So the smoke swinging the window there also has that shotgun. I really do gotta say, for the side of, I believe it was Wizify on the smoke, as he, I believe, repicks into it right now. That could have been a round-altering pick onto the thermite on the window if the smoke just swings it with the shotgun. Instead, swings it with the SMG-11 close range. Hits the target first, even. With the shotgun, that probably would have been a kill. But because the SMG-11 cannot obviously do that much damage or as much close range, the thermite on the side of St. Clair able to be the better of the two standing. That being said, that is a huge round as now it puts ETS on match point in their own map. And I gotta say, barring the start that we saw with St. Clair getting beaten 7-1 on Club, I gotta say, this series has just been full of surprises. It's gone left and right, punch, counter punch. I did not expect St. Clair to be doing this well on ETS's map pick.
Yeah, this has been, you know, this is why it's the grand final, Smoke. This is why we have two of the best teams. This is what happens when playoffs and group stage and everything concludes, and we have two of Canada's best teams going neck and neck. Match point for St. Clair as they've got 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock. As we see now the barricades being broken down and the entries opening up. What do St. Clair do with this setup here from ETS? Bomb site towards that kitchen area surrounding that First floor, what do they do?
Well, the first thing they need to do right now is they need to establish a vertical control. Now, that being said, I look at the attacking lineup. There's not really much, actually, that they can do with that. They have the Ashe to open up the floor, but barring the fact that the Thatcher has breaching charges, there's not really very much that Sinclair can do with this vertical presence. That being said, they need to clear it out regardless. Forky's is sitting on trophy stairs, Otter inside of the closet, and Munchie's inside of piano. You can't just leave 3 people with vertical angles onto site when you try to go for the execute. You're going to get shot from above and below, but Otter is not going to be able to do any of that because Swifted, time and time again, has been able to claw St. Clair a first pick, and the man comes through yet again to find one.
Absolutely impressive stuff coming out from Swifted. Impressive play. Otter, you sneeze and you miss it. That's really the tail of the tape there. Forky's in a little bit of trouble. 24 HP, just spraying through some of those soft walls, but still, the fights continue across the map. We've got all of St. Clair players on that second floor, with Jocks leading the charge on that first. They need to continue on in towards that kitchen. That's where the final boss, FICO, is waiting for them, but still, a minute left on the clock. That boss is getting closer and closer.
Shots just barely miss over the head of the Ashe there. It's Munchies, who's just been sitting in this master bedroom / piano room for the longest time. Are they aware, though, of Kinger's positioning? He's pushed up so deep into that vertical control area. I don't believe they're aware that he's just sitting in piano. Forky's has made the smart decision to kind of peel back, but that being said, Munchies has gone back into Solarium. Munchies is now going to swing onto Kinger, finds the pick, but Terra's going to be able to find the refrag. So no, but the Jaeger sitting behind the wall. No, but Swifted's going to be the man to back him up. And all of a sudden, with 30 seconds left, it's going to be a 2v4. ETS, they have to clutch up.
Yeah, FICO's feeling the pressure. 3 players down. Wizify there as well in the trophy room. This is the final frontier for ETS on map 2. There's going to be the smoke popped out for Wizify. 13 seconds left on the clock. St. Clair, the stampede of rhinos, is making their way into A site. Wizify finds one. He gets traded out by Salty Boy. The spike goes down, but it's FICO. He finds Jog. The diffuser still needs to be connected. Match point, it's planted. FICO, the onus is on you. He's got to push back up into the A site. Terror's got 51 HP with Salty Boy feeling healthy. Shots are good. Finds Salty Boy to start. One more player left. It's Terror. He's getting the vertical angle. Running up above. He still has the opportunity. Maybe those shots are heard. There's the hatch, but where is FICO? Does he hear that there's a player above the Nitro cell? It's not enough. Has to defuse the diffuser. Come on. The swing. Terror feeling good. He's sticking it. FICO has to get off it, and that's map 2 for St. Clair.
And a very close one. Again, FICO almost coming out with the clutch on low health as well in that final gunfight. And you have to ask yourself, with maybe a little more, does FICO end up escaping that gunfight, peeking around the other side of the bomb chassis, killing Terror, and still have enough time to get on that diffuser? We'll never know. But for now, that's not the story. The story is St. Clair bouncing back. It's a tale of 2 teams who have studied each other so well. They've taken both of their first map picks off of each other. And man, oh man, do we have one hell of a series ahead of us.
Yeah, we were predicting a 3-0 sweep for St. Clair or a tight series of 3-2 for ETS. It's way tighter than that, folks. 1-1 with Nighthaven coming up next. What a series so far. And, you know, that match there could have gone to the way of ETS. We had a disconnect. The morale could have been destroyed. But St. Clair, they stayed true to themselves, and they stayed true to the map, and they took it in great style.
Right, I mean, again, you got to ask yourself for the side of ETS, what happened? And I'm going to be honest, I think that obviously it goes without saying, yeah, FICO didn't drop 17 kills, no duh. But I think when you look at the side of everybody on ETS, there was a little more, I guess, they were really a little more claustrophobic in their setup. There were a lot of times where they were kind of pairing up together, but they weren't really getting stuff done in these double stacks. They were ending up just kind of falling away, but not being aggressive enough, allowing too much map control over to St. Clair. And sometimes it doesn't matter when you have a smoke left on the board with 30 seconds left to go. We saw it happen twice, and it wasn't able to happen for ETS. The placements were just a little bit off. But again, these margins are so razor thin. Both of these teams are really going toe-to-toe. And there's not really much more I can say. We are being gifted right now a treat for our CCL finals.
Yeah, I just want to quickly mention about that comment you made about FICO. You know, I think we saw him, especially on that defensive half, so many different operators. He was lurking on the Legion. He was locking down on the Mira. Nothing worked. Nothing they were able to hold on for St. Clair's attack, which again came in waves. They poked and they prodded. Terror was at the helm of that. Jox was at the helm of that, lurking through basement to get up to that first and second floor. Terror being in the window, being quite frankly, lack of a pun, a terror, and just absolutely giving some huge problems for the side of ETS and FICO. They tried to do what they could to put this guy on tap, to put this guy in a good position, give him whatever he's comfortable with. Nothing worked.
Absolutely. Nothing worked. And St. Clair, they played complete advantage. Remember as well, there was a round that was given away because of the fact that, well, not because of the fact of a DC, but it definitely didn't help. So St. Clair, what I'm getting at is they've made the next step. They had the mental blunder early, especially after giving away their own map. All of a sudden, they're up 4-1, but then ETS, they start to climb back into it. But St. Clair do not dig themselves into that grave. They lock in. They make sure they only worry about the rounds that they're in, not the ones ahead of them, not the ones in the past. They claimed that map too, and now it's on to Nighthaven, a map where St. Clair actually pretty dominant so far in the CCL series. So it's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a barn burner. And we're going to be getting right back to that very shortly because, man, I cannot wait. We're going to have a short break coming up, and we will be right back with Nighthaven Labs and maybe our analyst desk to break down what we just saw after a quick one.
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Bro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
You're taking care of. Open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to play.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second, but Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace, the quad for Helio? Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there and flank that.
1, 2, 3!
3! Boom, boom, boom! Mod wants you in his room!
from below inside. One's on the holes, one on the bird hose. One of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's last? Where's last?
Below you. Oh shit.
Oh wait, I didn't kill him?
Nice, bro.
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one's still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking
Last one's master,
god!
last one's master, last one's
Yo.
master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, idiot. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice on that Claymore and Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter and he knows through the wall and he sees it. That's unbelievable. And he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god.
He gets the ace! What?
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Bomb diffuser.
I spoke too soon. That was...
Attackers have recovered
30
their
seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one. Getting the quad. And putting us 1 up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. Non. Oui, on l'a vu. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. No way, bro!
God, Michael.
What are we doing? Georgian! Wake up! Is this our... In there, like swimwear, Fico. Another pick. Arthur le volé. In... Oh, Fico, man. Ah, Fico qui met des wall bang. Silver Chief. Il est tellement bon. Il est tellement bon. Il veut l'arrêter. Ça marque. Watch me bug, c'est le dernier. Et c'est là.
Un autre, c'est 0. C'est rock.
What a round. On peut pas plaindre. Ok. Big pig. Big pig. Flankade. Come on.
Oggs. Mr. Oggy.
What
can you do? He's right there on the other side of the wall. You better watch out.
Damn. On a
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it. 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Pro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano.
Gridlock is in cigar, gridlock in cigar.
Welcome on back to the Canadian Collegiate League's Grand Finals. Chalet was quite the turning point in the series. St. Clair pulled off a clutch performance to even things up 1-1. We saw incredible plays from both sides. I know I'm excited to get on into map number 3. My name is Zach Vexelsteel, your host here on the desk, joined by Jazz. What were our thoughts on that last one?
Well, I mean, what a bounce back from the last match, or the map before that for St. Clair. I mean, I told them if they were going to win that map, they needed to take down FICO, and they did just that. FICO was left to 6-5 from his 17-3, the other map. And again, all those players on St. Clair, I'm looking here, all showed up. You had Jocks going 7-5, you had Tear going 6-5, you had Salty Boy going 5-3, you had Swifty going 5-7, you got Kinger going 5-3, and that's what you need from a team. Like I said, St. Clair is a stacked team. if you take out one player, the next player can contribute, and they obviously did that there. Now, on ETS side, they didn't play a wonderful map, but they also didn't play a bad map. I think ETS just resets on that. You know, they could have clutched a couple rounds to let some of the rounds get away from them, and they didn't have luck on their side from that standpoint. But now, if you take in consideration, it's 1-1 now, it's a BO3, and like technically now, so now it's up to winner takes all.
Absolutely great stats, but honestly, key moments. Jox eliminating the diffuser post-play and through the floor. Amazing. Swifted delivering consistent opening picks throughout the entire map. That was just, come on, on point. Really great. How big of a momentum boost was Chalet for St. Clair, though, after their loss on Clubhouse?
I think it definitely proved a bit of at least my predictions wrong, in the sense, you know, I talked about how ETS has had these hard-fought victories, and St. Clair has had these easy roads, and St. Clair proved that they can bounce back. They can show that they can get kicked on their heel and stand right back up and deliver a nice blow. So I think definitely St. Clair's momentum coming into this next map is going to be good, especially since it is their map pick, I believe.
Well, it is their map pick. It is Night Haven Labs. We are going to see what kind of adjustments get made. Will ETS pull on out ahead? Will they come out 2-1? Or is it going to be St. Clair keeping the momentum going? We are headed on over to Night Haven Labs to see what operators get banned, who's going to do it, and who's going to call it off. None other than Simo and Smoke. Kick it away, guys.
I don't think I can top Zek. That was quite the introduction. I'm Simo, as you just heard. Thank you, Zek and Jazz. I'm joined with Smoke as we are diving into Night Haven Labs. Now, this is a map, as earlier stated, selected by St. Clair. So, comfort, feeling good off a win off of Chalet. Do we start to see the train chugging along and steamrolling us home? Or do ETS have the opportunity? Do they have the cojones to bring us back to a map 5? Let's see what happens.
Well, again, right now, the number one thing I'm thinking about is St. Clair starting on the attack. And yes, they obviously would. Night Haven is an incredibly defender-sided map. So for the side of St. Clair, it's almost a little weird that you find themselves on this attacking side. They're trying to obviously, you know, they knew it was going to happen. They knew ETS was going to pick defense first. But for the team that St. Clair is, I'm honestly surprised you pick into a map that's so defensively sided. I get it's a good map for you, but if you're a mental team, going down early is not something that usually I would think St. Clair are good at coming back from. And if you're on the side of Night Haven Labs, sometimes it's that defender sided that even getting a second round out of the 6 and going down 2-4 is a win condition for that attacking side. Because when the sides swap, a lot of the times you do see that 6-0 flawless defense. You do see that 5-1 defensive half. So if anything, I guess the pressure really falls on ETS first. You need to confirm at minimum, in my opinion, based on the fact that it's St. Clair's map, I really do think a 5-1 half is almost needed here for ETS in order to either play for overtime or sustain a win in regulation.
Okay, well, picks and bans are underway, and nothing really super spectacular here. No changes for the new flow of the new map. You know, sometimes the new map might need a new operator taken off the board. But so far, we're seeing St. Clair sticking to their guns from Chalet, Fenrir, and Blitz. And on the opposite side for ETS, do we see something slip through? Yes, there is something that is available for St. Clair to play now that wasn't available for the past 2 maps. What is it, Smoke?
It's that Azami pick, and it's actually going to be something on the defensive side that I've seen St. Clair utilize on Night Haven Labs before, and well at that. So it's most likely going to be Terror when those sides swap. But right now, we cannot talk about that side swap. We have to talk about what we're seeing right now, and that's going to be ETS on the monster house that is a Night Haven Labs defensive site. So again, now starting in their server command site is going to be ETS. And something I really want to talk about, and I was even talking to you about this earlier in the pre-show, Night Haven Labs is a map that requires 2 lanes of offense in order to really drive home and execute. When you force everybody through one side of the map, it usually doesn't go down well for the attackers. And because of that, it's no mistake why we are seeing these 2 shield ops banned out. Because you can take that second lane of offense for free without even having to get into a gunfight with one of those shield operators. That can allow for intel to come through through, util denial to be placed out, and the whole point is even with that potato going on the drone, please, I swear, Forkies, you have a shotgun, hit that. Eventually finds it. What I was going to say is, not allowing those shield ops means intel gathering is going to be that much more riskier. And on the side of the defense, I want to quickly point out, Fenrir is a great ban for the attack of St. Clair to make sure that ETS can't use. Because when those Fenrir gadgets are placed down, you completely lock off a lane of offense, forcing St. Clair, forcing ETS in the attack to have to go through a limited area.
Well, they still have budget Fenrir, which is smoke, right? He's value village Fenrir, okay? So they're still operating on the same lineup that they had roughly, except the Cade, obviously, that they had on Chalet. So if it ain't broke for them, they're feeling like they don't need to fix it on St. Clair's side, obviously, having our hard breach, having our soft breach, and having actually quite a lot of hard breach.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, did I just see that right? Is that a hatch in EXO opened, and then you just have a smoke playing on an angle that you can see from 2 floors beneath? That's a 3-floor vertical angle. So you can be on the top floor and kill someone who's in the basement. That's really amazing there from the smoke on the side of ETS, but it's going to be an angle that I believe he's going to have to vacate pretty quickly, because St. Clair haven't shown an interest in going into the basement. Because the bomb site simply ain't there. They're trying to right now work on that attack. Yes, they are wary of the roam down below. But right now, there's only one man that they need to worry about, and that's Munchie. So far, they know through drone work, there are 4 others right now that are sitting around that top floor, most definitely in the site. Push out that smoke, and immediately it's going to be something easy for you to take. That being said, in electrical, it's a close-quartered room, and smoke can just sit there with a shotgun, waste time, and take close fight engagements with that buckshot ready to fire.
Yeah, you know, so far we had Jocks coming in first, and the rest of the team coming in, you know, together through the warehouse and warehouse balcony. But as you were mentioning earlier in the beginning of this first round, they need to be a little bit more spread out in their approach. This is a difficult bomb site to crack. And when you've got everybody in the command center and electrical just waiting, like we have seen with this patient ETS roster, this is like a perfect map for this patient playstyle. They're not afraid to wait out St. Clair. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, that's exactly what's happening.
Right, I mean, FICO, I don't believe his position is known, and because Swifted didn't see him, he was able to just go prone behind the monitors. So now, again, Swifted finds Otter, but doesn't know FICO's positioning, and it's actually going to be Forky, sorry, my mistake, who peeks out and finds the pick. That being said, Terror's going absolutely wild, finds 2, Jocks with another, trades back out onto Munchies, who takes down Salty Boy, and all of a sudden Smoke finds himself in a 1v3. It's most likely unwinnable. There's too many angles to watch out for, and all of a sudden the pressure builds, and ETS cannot handle it any further. They eventually crack. They eventually expose too much of themselves. And St. Clair having a fun time in round 1 and in the all chat.
This is a momentum builder. Winning the first round on your map, coming off of Chalet, you are making a statement. This is a difficult map to crack. We talked about the analyst desk bringing that forward. This is a great start for St. Clair. Imagine they get 1, maybe 2 more rounds. This is already bad news bears then for ETS.
Absolutely, and for the side of ETS, the reason why it's such a bad look is because that command center is usually the strongest site in the side of Nighthaven for the defense. I mean, hell, that's why they picked it first, and that's why they're actually even going to it again. They're that confident that they should be able to pick up around here. They are willing to take that risk even though they just lost it to go again. And to me, that spells 2 things. 1, they are very desperate to win this round, and 2, it's their confidence to go anywhere else. Because if you're willing to realize that you're on a round, on a map, on a bomb site that didn't work out, and you're willing to go there yet again, it really does say, in a 1v3 at that, it wasn't necessarily even a close round. To me, this says that ETS is very uncomfortable going to that basement site, going to that first floor site. It doesn't really matter. This round, in my opinion, could very well be do or die very early on. And I get that's a risky call, but it's just one that I'm going off of on a hunch.
Yeah, well, let's see. St. Clair starting off the round. The drones have been droned. Now we are seeing St. Clair make their way on the outside skirts of the building towards warehouse terrace, as Maverick is beginning to open things up and create an opportunity for some peeks, maybe from Swifted or Salty Boy to get some shots in as they are dividing and conquering around the map.
And again, that's what you want to do for St. Clair. This isn't a map where, like we talked about, you want to just stick all together. You need to find multiple lanes of offense. And right now, I really like what the Thermite's done. Has the breach into IT. That's already a lane decided. Seems like they're trying to really position themselves to go for this connector side, but FICO's waiting, just making sure that he can hold that down. And especially with an electrified breach, the Maverick's going to have to do some work with the Thermite here. But even then, with the Thatcher, you're going to be playing into a close quarters room with FICO, who has that Nitro Cell, has, I'm assuming, that shotgun out, as with the SMG-11 as well. So playing close with shotguns is going to be the name of the game for the side of ETS, but St. Clair don't want anything to do with it. They aggressively take in, they aggressively walk in, and that's an insane one-tap from Terror. He takes a space, but just barely misses the shots that could have confirmed a second.
Yeah, and you can see FICO's playing so much further back. He's trying to stay alive. I mean, that's really the strategy that he's been running with. That's his motto, staying alive and trying to provide as much pressure as possible. But Terror finds the first pick, immediately swings on the pathway to find some damage or try to attempt to take some damage on the second player that was peeking him. So now, with 50 seconds left on the clock, it's St. Clair that are feeling good, but there's a lurk here from Munchies. He might find some player. Oh, he's got to run around. It's Terror that spotted him out. The pings are coming through, but the shots aren't connecting quite yet. Still, no frags have been found. 40 seconds left on the clock as we see shots coming through from Munchies, but he's not winning the battle. FICO trades out Swifted, and Terror finds Otter on the opposite side. Still, Munchies being a nuisance, trying to get those shots in with 30 seconds left. That's the diffuser dropped, but Jox wins a battle that Munchies initiated. Another peek from Jox. He finds FICO. Where on earth are you finding these shots? One more player left. It's the Mira, and you're up against 4 players. Peeks out from behind the chassis, and that's the second round for St. Clair.
And again, I really thought St. Clair had no business winning that round. We saw the Valkyrie looping through that first floor with the Cade waiting in cafeteria. They had 2 players sandwich Simo. They were right there. But no, missed shots or shots that should have been aimed maybe a little bit tad higher. Shot in the feet instead of the torso could have been all the difference that Valk on the MPX had to be done and made. But no, St. Clair's players, they escape, they regroup, they find that second foothold through command hallway, they have the catwalk control, they establish the 2 lanes, and while it was a 4v1, I really gotta say, ETS, I feel like you may have threw that one a little bit to the wayside, and all of a sudden, how good does this look for St. Clair? First 2 rounds on the hardest bomb site to attack, and you've claimed both of them. But I will say for St. Clair, they are in a wave right now, they can choose to ride it, but if you get too overly cocky, you could still obviously end up giving up rounds that you really shouldn't in theory now, seeing as how you performed on these first 2.
Yeah, man, that last round, like, ETS got the jump on so many players, and they lost those fights so often. Shout out to Jox, 3-0, and I think all 3 kills he got were from that round. He did a phenomenal job, but new round, new opportunity. ETS setting things up. Do we see any changes in the operator lineup? No, sir. So sticking to their guns, we see St. Clair going in for that ram, but again, it's a new bomb site, so we're switching things up on SCC's side.
Right, well, I'm not surprised at all to see that St. Clair's bringing the ram, because in this basement site, in this assembly tank site, you need that ram to establish vertical control so you can drive defenders away from playing behind those mirror windows in Nano. We saw one right to the left of Forky's. That's going to be looking into the main assembly breach, which is going to be usually where the main take comes from. Either that, or it's going to be from the EXO side. So right now, we see that ram already establishing a little bit of drone work, making sure that area is clear, and now all of a sudden, these clutch drones from the ram are going to start making their presence known. So clearing out that vertical control is definitely going to be the first thing St. Clair need to worry about. But in doing so, they have to clear out the roam, which they have not successfully droned out. And it's going to be Munchies with possibly the biggest kill in the round, as that ram is gone. And there's no more vertical control to be found. In fact, they're getting picked off from the depths of hell.
This is what ETS were trying to accomplish last round. Munchie's on the lurk. We do see an answer back from Terror, but it's already not feeling good for St. Clair as the momentum has been lost. You've lost 2 players. You've lost Swifted. Who is your Ram? Who's supposed to be breaking in Forkies on the mirror, trying to get behind Nanotech, but Terror somehow bringing the round back with 2 frags. Now we're at an even standstill. A minute left. We can reset here for St. Clair.
Right, you can reset, but at the end of the day, these positions are now known. They know what side of the map Terra's on. They can hear the drones whizzing by. They know exactly what St. Clair's trying to mount, and it's an execute onto that cargo side so far. That being said, I'm a really big fan of these rotates. They allow Terra to mount so much control of the vertical, and now he can really be anywhere in the span of 2 seconds, and that really does mix up the sound for the side of St. Clair. That being said, 54 seconds left to go. There's still 3 nitro cells online for the side of ETS, so mounting an execute and finding a safe plant spot are going to be a lot harder than sounds.
That's 1 mirror window down. Terror just trying to provide some pressure onto ETS. But really the question now becomes, Terror, you're providing this pressure. What is Salty Boy and Jox doing? We see the Candelas coming through from Jox, and he's trying to swing on through. A battle between Forkies, not really going the way of Terror as he ends up dropping. So does Jox to the way of FICO. This round is looking in the bag for ETS as they find some momentum to swing back into their favor.
And again, like I said, I think for the Saints, you got too overzealous. You did not drone out the areas that you needed to confirm. I believe it was the Legion that was just prone behind that catwalk railing, and because of that, the drone could not see into that area. And it's going to be the Legion that then swings out and finds the Ram on what I'm just going to go ahead and say is a free pick. No one around them. I believe it was Swifted. And again, that's just a free trade, or sorry, a free pick that will go untraded. Man advantage and also round advantage because there's no more Ram to worry about for the side of ETS. And they are going to show that even though I will say they did not look very confident on arguably the best bomb site so far, got to go ahead and tell you, maybe it was just that basement round that they needed to go ahead and find the confidence to pick into it yet again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. We see the early scouts, Deimos almost coming out, but we're going to swap that over to something else. The grid possibly coming through for Jox. Again, fishing out, find that the site is on the 2nd floor, so that's going to result in a change in strategy. Still, great commentary there about that 3rd round for ETS. Coming out with a great hold. And again, it's that patience. Anytime that St. Clair wants to get overzealous, you have the most patient team in all of Canada in ETS. Able to make sure that when things go haywire, they're able to stay calm, cool, and collected.
Absolutely. Well, looking into this round right now, I mean, we've seen it happen twice before. We'll see if St. Clair can pull it off for the 3rd time in a row. And if they do, I really do got to say, a 3-3 attacking split on Nighthaven is probably a dream scenario right now, looking into a map pick for St. Clair. It's going to be very hard to win out for the side of ETS, but we will see. Only time will tell. That being said, you need to establish this command control. I believe it's the thing that's really just bagged you the round time and time again. Having that catwalk control, having that command control has been able to see St. Clair victorious in twice in a row on this map site. So again, for the side of St. Clair, it has to be them who go a little more patient. They can't give up picks like they did last round where you have a free one going down for the Ram. That being said, as long as they follow the steps that they've taken from the last 2 rounds we've seen here, I really don't see a problem with how they should be executing onto it.
Well, 2 minutes left on the clock, and ETS have got a good hold on things here. We do see Wizify up on that 2nd floor dealing with a drone, but he's got some players on the opposite side of that wall. Something exploding from below his feet, but not quite getting any damage onto the Clash. But Swifted, in a little bit of trouble, finds that Frost Mat and already gets executed right behind the barnyard doors by Munchies as we see Terror trading things back out, but still the advantage is into the side of ETS as Munchies reloads and finds some solace.
Well, I gotta say right now, if Jox can find this control and walk in undetected, this will be probably the round for St. Clair, despite the fact that, again, you have mirror windows up. You have Goyo canisters up, the IT wall is breached, but they know the positioning of this Goyo now, and they can just kind of pull back. St. Clair, they need to find a pick one way or another. Terra's going to be the one to do that from Catwalk, and all of a sudden, 57 seconds left in that lounge hallway. Coming back up the CC stairs is Jox, and if he can catch Forky's lacking in command, this could be everything St. Clair need right now to establish and execute onto this bomb site. 45 seconds left to go, and it's dropped down to a standstill. Forky's with a quick pick on a Terra, but positioning should be known. Jox, where's the swing? It's not there. He's too late, and his positioning's now given up. He knows where he is in the side of Forky's. He's going to get re-swung from Catwalk. Kinger, the man to make the change work. This allows now for Jox to walk up completely normally, and now he can watch as Munchies has to hold the breach. 20 seconds left to go, but the cross is being held by Munchies, and Diffuser's in Kinger's hands. So all of a sudden, Jox can allow all the cover he wants, but it has to be Munchies that has to find the pick, and now it's going to be Kinger who has to reposition. 10 seconds left, and we still have the barbed wire, the bulletproof cam, the shields. They can play around this. Jox has the first find onto the player from ETS, and now Faco, he has to try to find one. He has the injured. Fico, he might be able to have another clutch. One health on the side of Kinger. Fico, find it, Fico. He needs to swing onto the door. Going through, super shorty in hand. Crouches, but Kinger finds the one tap and confirms the round for St. Clair.
My goodness, Kinger. I did not expect him to clutch that out. Fico is the clutch god of this entire league. And Kinger takes him down with a Glock. Oh my goodness. What a guy. But great execution there. Great hold from Jox. If it wasn't for him, I know he came late to the party. He sent his bees. They didn't really do much, but he eventually got where he needed to be. And what a great round from St. Clair. Going down to the wire, ETS needed that round.
Absolutely. And now when we look back at the effect that that will possibly have, again, ETS's confidence levels, they find the basement site once. I mean, why aren't we going there again, ETS? We've lost this site 3 times in a row. You're kind of kicking yourselves in the feet here. I really think a basement round should be coming out here. But no, they're going to continuously go for the same thing again. And I won't lie. It has, yes, all 3 times come down to a little bit of a risky St. Clair execute. There's usually about only 10 to 20 seconds left on the board. And I get it. A lot can go wrong for the attack there. But they have such resounding man advantages when that does come through. I really got to wonder, ETS, are you wondering if maybe you play a little more safe, play a little more just kind of calm and not give up as many picks in the room? Do you think you're going to be okay? Because from what I've seen, St. Clair have been able to take these players on site through external holds, like from Catwalk, like from IT, like from Command. And it's because when you create these crossfires, you pinch these anchoring operators into a corner. And eventually, when their position is revealed, it's an easy pre-fire. We've seen it happen time and time again. And I think right now, I'll be honest, barring ETS making me eat my words, this one might be a little bit of a mistake in my books.
Yeah, I would agree with everything you've said there. You know, I specifically to what you've highlighted, those crossfires, I'm finding it's Terror. Terror is finding so many great angles. It's not Swifted. The last map was Swifted's map. He was the one that DC'd, he came back, and he threw us a party. This time, it's Terror that's really being a huge problem for players like Fico that are trying to stay alive and find counter angles or roams on the SEC side. But it's Terror who's not even stepping foot into the building. And he's got these phenomenal angles. Again, it's supported and supported well from the destruction that's coming in from members like the Buck on well, he is the Buck, but like Kinger opened things up with a Thermite and so on and so forth. Great stuff. Let's see how this round unfolds. 1:30 left. SEC setting up on that first floor, and they're going to be making their way up. This is something we haven't really seen too much of from them.
And just when you think you've seen it all, immediately, St. Clair change up the questions when you have the answers. The Buck is going to be brought in from Terror, and what that does is from below, he can shoot upwards and find angles onto those mirror windows to shoot them from below. And in doing so, he can also make sure that people sitting in power positions have to get mobile. They have to start moving, and it's going to be in bad positions where they can get chopped down by this Deimos. So again, this down-to-top vertical play from St. Clair, while not, in theory, holding a very good advantage, is actually working picture perfect for them so far. 45 seconds left to go, though, and this timer is going down ever so fast.
Yeah, we'll see what ETS can do to delay St. Clair. They've already lost Otter, who's going to be off the table. Terror finds Forky's, and St. Clair are just having their way with the site. They're getting the diffuser ever so closer. Munchies is just trying to find a good angle. Finds it, traded out by Kinger, who is waiting in the wings for the trade. Terror, he cooks Wizify on the grill, and it's freshly served by Jocks as St. Clair clutch another round.
And you know what the amazing thing is about that? He cooked him on a grill from the death. Terror was dead, but because he shot that Goyo canister, the defender had nowhere to move except through the fire and the flames, and it did not end up working out. My hunch was correct. It was a mistake to go up top again. And now, after we've seen it happen 4 times, finally ETS get the message that maybe they should trust this basement bomb site a little more.
Yeah, I mean, they've been having a bit more closer rounds in the basement. I feel like these second floor command centers, they've been going extremely close, but I always feel like St. Clair are in control with Terror, with Jocks. They're constantly finding these angles, but on this basement side, we'll see what ends up being played differently. Swifted picking up the glass this time. Let's see how this cooks up.
Well, I can actually tell you right now how this is going to cook out, and if it doesn't happen to go that way, I would be very surprised. But to all those who are big avid Pro League fans, this is what's going to happen. Glass has smokes, and because of that, he can see through him with the sniper scope. There is no Warden on the defensive side, so there's no way that you can peek into a Glass when the smoke goes down. You throw smoke on the breach. The smoke will go through the breach. You then Maverick a line through the breach. And because of that, the defense has no idea that there is a line and a one-way angle that the Glass can look through. Here it is. It's going to happen. There is a mirror window, though, and I don't think it's going to find any sort of utility or clearance from St. Clair. But here we go. The play is going to happen right here. The EMP goes out. Smokes go down. They're going to be able to pop the breach as well as the smoke. And because of this, the Mira can't go out. Throw a Nitro. It will be able to open up the wall perfectly. And just like that, through a masterclass of teamwork, St. Clair have got an early assembly breach.
Wow, that was executed masterfully. However, there's still more work to be done. They've
Absolutely.
only executed the first part. We do see that. We do hear that thermite charge opening up something somewhere else. With 2 minutes left on the clock, they've already reached the basement. But look, everybody's made their way back out of the building, and Munchies, lurking up on that second floor, finds Terror. That's massive.
It is. He's been kind of the A-list star so far for St. Clair. I believe was 12-3 before just dying right there. So 12-4 all of a sudden for Terror. But that being said, 4-1, St. Clair, I almost want to say this round, it's not over yet. They have a lot to do. They can still have the execute that comes down. They have the ops to do so. And even if they lose this round, they've still bagged 4 on a Night Haven attack.
Yeah.
Which is absolutely insane. I've almost never seen that happen. So for the side of ETS, this round, it should be won by them. And they really need it. Because if they don't, I'm going to go ahead and say it, we're going to only be casting for 2 more rounds before we see a St. Clair 2-1 potentially and go on to a map 4.
Yeah. Highly likely, as we see 1 minute left on the clock. Swifted going to be pushing forward, finds a player down, but gets traded back. Munchies will find that answer. Almost unscathed, 19 HP. Salty Boy's going to come and finish the job, but still, 3v4, not exactly looking great for St. Clair. You lose Swifted, you lose Terror. These are your anchors that are finding these opening picks for players like Jocks and Kinger to find cross angles and support. Well, there's nothing to support because your star players are down. So with 30 seconds left on the clock, they need to execute. They found the great opening, like you mentioned, in the first minute of the match, but what happens now? Flash comes through. Wizify is going to find Kinger trying to peek on in. The flash will subside, and still the battle continues. Salty Boy trades out Jocks, but now it's just down to him in a 1v3. Trying to find some space. Diffuser in his pocket. With 10 seconds left, he's got to kill 3 players. Not going to be enough.
He's not even going to be able to find 1. And again, I think that's a great round there from ETS, but I can't get too excited for them. Because I think this should have been done a long time ago. And, you know, maybe that was something to say, okay, this basement round is clearly working out, but if you have that second round established and you've lost that, even if you want to go back up to that second floor, you lose it for a third time, okay, maybe you have the means to scavenge a 3-3 split if you just go to that first floor tertiary site. Because clearly St. Clair have your number up top. So you don't want to play into that 4 times. But ETS, they really tried to be stubborn and see if they could take a round on command. They weren't able to do so. That being said, St. Clair, they realized how well they attacked on command. And because of that, they've technically also fed ETS the blueprint on how to do so. So they're actually going to switch it up on them, and they're going to go basement first. And I love this. You have so much of a buffer that you can use here. If you're really that confident in your command that you know you'll win, you can rely on going to those rounds later. Let's get the hard ones out of the way first on a map that is so defensively sided, especially when you have Terror on that Azami now. It's going to be very interesting to see what gets played out here. But I got to say, I'm not a fan of this spawn peek early. If this Azami dies, it's very risky.
Oh, someone's coming. Someone's coming. He's going to zip line. Terror backs off. Good on him. Gets some pre-fire shots, and he'll run away and slow things back down. Again, this positioning is so incredibly confident. This could cost him his life, and the Azami is what we're trying to keep alive here, I believe. But we also have to mention he's just constantly being at the forefront here. But realistically, ETS isn't... We've only got like 1 or 2 members. The rest have moved all the way to the opposite side to lurk as a roster.
But look at where Terror is right now. Look at the vertical angle he's created. The second ETS try to move through this assembly breach, they're going to be picked off from the top-down angle. Swifted finds one, but he's going to get traded back out from Wizify, and I'm assuming that's going to be from the back. Wizify has 2, and all of a sudden, this EXO push has been working out so well. FICO is already just right outside of sight. They can enter right now, throw smokes, and allow their attackers to walk in. Has to be the Azami from the top-down angle, but FICO does it again! Takes down Terror, and all of a sudden, it's going to be Kinger, who finds 2! Made a play! Diffuser's cold! Forky's with 1 on the Kinger, and now Jox finds himself in a 1v2 scenario.
Does he have anything? Nitro Cell, anything to throw? No, unfortunately not. Still a 1v2, as now the Diffuser still has a lot of time. They can really stall this out and play, but he pushes forward, and FICO ready from just around the bend. Great round from ETS, and, you know, great on Kinger for trying to bring us back, but ETS winning an attacking round to start us off.
Right, and again, you know what? I can say what I say, but at the end of the day, what I do not see, I cannot tell. And right now, we are seeing the signs of what the last 2 maps have been. Utter, complete buffoonery. We don't we don't know, right? I mean, there are rounds being sold here from the side of both teams. And this is kind of what you get in a close head-to-head matchup. These are kind of unpredictable results for round after round. It really does say that, you know what, ETS, while they didn't have the best defense, the game's still not over. And they know that. And we should know that because of how they clawed their way through that clubhouse of St. Clair. Just because St. Clair have a lead doesn't mean ETS are out of it. They know, I believe they are the better team mentally. I think it is still very possible they could claw back from this early blunder here.
5 seconds to go.
Yeah, they've chosen the command center. Now we'll see, obviously, a completely different shift of what happens and goes down here for the side of, well, for both sides, really. This is, like you said, they had a buffer. They went to the basement. It wasn't it. It wasn't good. It didn't go the way that they planned. And now we're going over towards your standardized command center. And really, St. Clair only need to win 3 rounds if they want to take us over towards border. But ETS, winning that first round gives them enough momentum that being on this attacking side can definitely feel way better, knowing that, well, that's not how you want to start the second round, but Kinger finding FICO is pretty bad.
Jox letting them know in the all chat as well. They're having fun with it. But right now, for the side of St. Clair, the thing I'm focusing on is, regardless of if they do win these 2 rounds in command center and go up 6-3 in their best case scenario, you still have to win a round on that basement site that you lost. And if that doesn't work, you need to play 2 rounds on your tertiary 3rd choice bomb site. So again, this game, while it might end up being 6-3 depending on what happens, could still be within ETS's grasp of getting to an overtime scenario. And I think if anything right now, the pressure now flips onto St. Clair. If they give up one of these 2 rounds on command, it really does spell what I'm going to go ahead and say is the likelihood of a 6-6 overtime happening. And especially on their map pick, on a map that they've been so dominant on, it's not the greatest confidence booster heading in to Border on ETSs.
Well, we're about to see the execute, I think, start to unfold shortly. We have Munchies waiting in lounge down below the hatch, waiting to pop up into the command center. And this is ETS just trying to execute and prepare. St. Clair completely unaware, some utility being thrown back. Swifted going to eat that one, but Munchies, as he flies up, he gets traded out quickly from Forky's, but already they'll block off that entryway and try to take control of this site.
And again, the reason why that doesn't work as well is because they're all forcing pressure from one side of the map. Notice how it's all coming from that one side. It's all coming from the IT, it's all coming from the connector, it's all coming from electrical. This is all looking through one way. Remember what I said earlier. If you do not establish that second lane of attack on command, it's very likely not going to be taken. And we are seeing the proof in the pudding of that so far. That being said, they can still claw their way through risky 50-50 gunfights that I'm going to go ahead and be honest here. St. Clair should not be entertaining.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm going to be quite honest. Salty Boy got caught with his pants down. Like, he was looking at cams or reloading or something. It was a great swing from Forky's, who is unfortunately out of commission here. He might get picked up, but the swing from Wizify is going to find the pick onto Terror. 1v2, 8 seconds left on the clock. He takes some damage walking in through some electricity there as he's trying to get his teammate up, but he's got to get the diffuser down, and of course, just running out of time. Great hold here from St. Clair.
Well, that down is absolutely essential because that was the case gone cold, and even with 15 seconds left, there's no way.
Yeah.
You got to go find the next pick onto the player sitting in electrical / control, and then you have to pick up the diffuser. Then through there, you got to find a safe plant spot. And then if the clock hits 0 and the diffuser stays going, you can't get off. The round's lost. It's just going to be a free pickup from St. Clair. Surely the call-out comes through even if it is onto that 1v1. And St. Clair clean up that round. That being said, that was not actually as comfortable as I thought St. Clair were going to make it. There were definitely some moments where I thought ETS were still in the fight. So that being said, St. Clair, they're actually going to move back down to that basement bomb site. And this is a very crucial round. Going on to match point here would be clinical because St. Clair can then go back up to that command site and have the confidence, as they just did on taking that first round, to seal the game. But if ETS can bring this round to a 5-4, it doesn't mean anything for St. Clair if they take that command site because they will not be able to close out the game. And then they give ETS 2 shots to bring it to overtime on the tertiary bomb site that we haven't even seen either of the 2 teams be confident enough to even test the waters on.
Yeah, you know, looking at what ETS have prepared for us on this round, we've got the Ram and we've got the Buck, so they're looking to get vertical. And for this particular site, there's really only one way that verticality is going to go, down. So likely going to start from that second floor, work their way down, deal with the roamers. We do have Terror, who was roaming on that second floor, and he is down by Wizify. So just as they start breaking their way in, they are doing a great job of that against St. Clair.
And it's not even the fact that Terror's gone, it's the operator he's on. A zombie, someone who's time dependent, has more Kiba barriers in pocket the longer she stays alive. So losing an operator like that early, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I pointed this out earlier as well, before the stream even started, that this is something that sometimes Terror does, and I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of it. It loses rounds for St. Clair sometimes, I get it. He thinks he's one of the best in the server, he can ego peek people, and yes, sometimes it does work out for him. But especially as of recently, more times than worked, it has not. And because of that, St. Clair have looked a little bit shaky as of recently, even in the CCL, still being undefeated. They've just given up rounds, they've shown weaknesses, and it's really all come off the back of the fact that Terror on entry has been lackluster as of recently. That being said, there's still a lot of time left to go. This timer can hopefully, if you're a St. Clair fan, act as a 5th man for them. But they have FICO now on the Ram, Dokubi can roam clear, and it's looking like it's all ETS who have map control.
Yeah, and they're already down to the first floor, making their way down slowly, and they can, like you said, take their time. You've got Terror down, Jox is down to 5 HP. I don't know what exactly damaged him. Maybe some sort of explosive or something, but Salty Boy manages to find literally with exactly that, as then Wizify trying to rotate through Swifted on the roam. How did they pull this roam off? We had everybody in the basement, but FICO able to at least trade Swifted back out. Great angle here held by FICO, but Kinger, he wins the 50 off that swing. Now a 3v2, 40 seconds left on the clock, but the diffuser is already on the A site, getting just close enough that they've got to deal with this Mira, who's got a great angle. Still not able to fight the battle just yet. 3v2, 30 seconds left.
And now everything is crucial. It's going to be the attackers who actually have the basement control, and the defenders who have to do the retake. So now, it's going to have to be the plan to go down. Otter making it happen in assembly. However, there is a Mira that is in cargo room and can rotate over. The sound's going to be heard, but no, a huge pick from Otter. Kinger finds one from the verticality though, and with 7 seconds left, Kinger's watching this vertical angle, but Forky's with a crazy shot, and because of that, he has a chance to find a plant. The call-out will be made though, and what? With 0 seconds down, the diffuser starts getting planted, but apparently the timer hit 0 before the case opened up.
Wow. St. Clair winning by the skin of their teeth on time. These rounds are a little bit too close. A little bit too close.
You don't say.
We talked about how this is supposed to be a defender-sided map. St. Clair having a great start on the attacking half. Now that they're on the defense, ETS is cleaning house. They're doing so well. I did not anticipate St. Clair going back on the roam halfway through the round with Swifted finding picks, then gets traded out. My goodness. Match point here for St. Clair and potentially the lead in the series.
Well, you say ETS are cleaning house, and I'm not going to lie, a lot of people would argue with you, well, the scoreboard, Simo, it just doesn't show that at all. They've only won 1 attack so far. But I'm not going to lie, if you've been watching the game, you would agree with the point being made here. ETS look like they always have the better start. They've found entries on multiple of these rounds. They've been the ones with the man advantage, and it seems like right now the timer has been the thing that St. Clair have utilized as another man on their team in order to win these rounds. It's kind of reminiscent of anything. Right now, ETS, the way they're attacking, they look like how St. Clair were attacking on Clubhouse. It really makes me wonder how if maybe just one step was taken with 10 or 15 more seconds on the clock, we would be looking at a completely different game. But that's just simply not the way the cookie crumbled. And right now, St. Clair have match point.
Was that a player running? Was that possibly a shot that could have been extremely deadly? Yes, all the points you're making agree with everything said. This is match point. ETS starting us off, trying to find their entryways in. 2 minutes left on the clock. They've got lots of time to work with still. Again, they've got the Buck, they've got the Ash, they've got a lot of soft breach. And to be quite honest, this bomb site on the first floor is going to really play well into that. So I'm expecting to see ETS play, honestly, a little bit of a similar style from last round and look for these lurks into breaching into the site and taking the control right under St. Clair's feet.
And I actually liked... No way.
What? Terror. Prone, lying down, taking a nap, finds FICO, gets traded out. What was that?
I can tell you what that was immediately. So for the side of ETS, they're expecting that Kiba barrier to be ashed out. There's no reason why you would think a defender would be sitting near that. You would think to vacate. But Terror instead goes for the level change. He goes prone because that's the least thoughtful spot. It's the least predictable area that you would think a player would be. Proning right in front of an explosive. But it works out. And yes, it did get traded, but the pick onto the Ash and FICO, for that matter, is absolutely crucial. This being said, the tertiary bomb site, we haven't seen it be used yet, but I like this from St. Clair. They have the buffer, so they're going to try to get away with any of these 2 rounds on this tertiary bomb site before they can go back upstairs with that 6-5 match point, if ETS take both these rounds, and go to that command site they're so confident on.
Well, Munchies is about to meet Swifted. Swifted underneath the rafters. Munchies just trying to clear house. He finds some shots. Swifted goes down. Great opportunity. Doubles back, reloads the clip, and now he's going to go back for seconds. But is there anything left in the soup bowl?
It's going to be Castle just waiting on to see if anyone just overextends on that staircase. But right now, with 29 seconds left to go, the attack are running out of time. Yes, they have the health advantage. However, there's still, I believe, a Nitro on the board, and Valk cam's in play. So Valk will now give these callouts, and it's all going to be on Kinger to see what he can do. He has the diffuser now. It's gone cold. Just needs to find another, but no! Maybe swinging onto that was the wrong option. Castle in 1v3. The shot swift out. The position revealed. And all of a sudden, ETS, they have a great chance of winning this bomb site. The cross is being found out. It's not Salty Boy's moment. He can't find the elevated angle from the main stairs, and ETS have one more left in them.
Yeah, great positioning there for Munchies earlier on to pick off Swifted, and then for the rest of ETS to flank in from the opposite side.
It's beautiful.
Very, very beautiful stuff. We're going back to that command center. St. Clair, you got to close this map out. ETS are feeling way more comfortable as the rounds continue. This is pretty much one of your last opportunities to get things locked in.
I'm going to go ahead and say it. This is the last opportunity. Because if St. Clair were comfortable on what they did on that site, despite losing, they wouldn't mind going back there. It's not like if they lose it, the round's over. The problem is they've wondered if they've bitten off more than they can chew, and they wonder if they've given ETS round momentum. And they wonder, if we do go back to that first floor and you win there, it is going to be St. Clair who then have given you momentum. Now, a pick that we don't usually see out too much, but it is going to be the Yana, never mind, being switched back over to the Ashe to the side of FICO. So, again, Yana, if this was selected, has something called the Gemini Replicator, which is basically a clone of herself that can be used in order to scout out and gain intel without having to risk your body being found out and killed. So, technically not a shield op, because the second it gets shot, it's kind of like a drone that replicates a real human. But it's an easy way to get intel in order to not sacrifice a life. That being said, the switch will come back onto the Ashe, so FICO sitting with that R4C in pocket. I'd do the same if I were him. So far today, he's been great, and if he wants to make anything happen for the side of ETS and push max regulation or a chance at overtime, this is definitely the pick I would be most confident with him on. First off, it's going to be the attack that have to try to clear out this IT breach, where this Cade and Swifted is waiting to, I assume, Cade trick that breach with open arms. Now we kind of see Forky's. He's just kind of moving around the roof. And again, for the side of St. Clair, they just have to be patient. This is a very slow building round so far, Simo. And for the side of ETS, each second that ticks down here is less of a percentage of ETS taking the round, in my opinion. This time it's going to be Swifted, who's in actually a little bit of a weird position. Because if this catwalk gets taken, Swifted's just left in IT to die here. The IT breach will get broken down, though, and now all of a sudden Swifted has to worry about the angle from below, needs to let this breach come through, and all of a sudden, he might very well be trapped. The Kiba barricades providing some sort of assistance, but they get gunned down relatively quickly, and with an LMG in pocket that Munchies has, and a minute 30 left to go, they're more than willing to chop down at this, and there we go. The overextension, and that's the first pick.
Yeah, that is way too much. But I mean, you called it. He was trapped. Like, what else is he going to do? They tried to throw down those barriers. He couldn't cross. Throws the nitro cell. Tries to get, you know, a no-look Kobe. But it didn't quite work out for him either. And now Swifted down, watching the cams. It's definitely not a good look. Definitely not a good feel. But still, like you said, with ETS trying to find all of those avenues into command center, there's still an opportunity to hold them off here from the side of St. Clair, but it is extremely diminished with losing Swifted from a power position.
Absolutely. And not only the fact that he was just in a power position, but Swifted has been the one time and time again to bring you back into a round when you're feeling down and out of it. Him and Terra have been doing that immensely. Terra's going to be able to find a pick as well. It's going to be the Thermite, so no hard breaching charges other than the Ace Selmas that can go down. That being said, Terra's on 5 health now and needs to play his life accordingly. To me, the X factor here is going to be Kinger. Close range with a shotgun, can take down anyone trying to enter through that electrical room. Long angle's being held, but all of a sudden the Ashe charge is going to take out that mirror window. And no, Kinger, like I said, the X factor in this round potentially takes out Munchies. All of a sudden player advantage goes down, and FICO has given up his positioning and awareness. Forky's is going to be left out to dry, and with 6 seconds left to go, this one's going to be all she wrote. Salty Boy has one, FICO with yet another, maybe can find a second pick. Oh my god, FICO, he almost had it! St. Clair, I thought it was all but over, but they almost sold the round. However, that's not how it's going to go down. FICO with almost the clutch of a lifetime, but St. Clair, by the skin of their teeth, when I thought it was so comfortable, still take the round and the map regardless, and go on to series point, Canadian Nationals point. And man, Terror, with the way you played that game, and Kinger as well, you guys definitely deserve to be there.
Wow. Like, that first half felt extremely comfortable from the side of St. Clair. That second half felt extremely comfortable from the side of ETS. And when things went down to the wire, this is the map that FICO couldn't bring us home. Clubhouse, it was time and time again. He was outstanding. Chalet just wasn't the map. This was the map that FICO could have turned on. He could have been unlocked, his 1vx potential. In that last second of that last round, that was the moment, and it wasn't his moment. St. Clair, now, might I say, winning that map not very cleanly. The first half, yes, fine. Great attacking half. But a side of defense that they should have been way more comfortable, kind of played with their food a little bit.
I would say completely. And I think that, I'm not saying they're lucky to come away with that map in any means, but I do think that ETS were given probably one too many chances, which is really ironic because when you look at ETS's defense on Nighthaven, they gave St. Clair one too many chances. Actually, they probably gave them 4 too many chances. But that being said, St. Clair were able to rally. They were able to move bomb sites, unlike ETS. They picked into different defensive looks, and because of that, it made the rounds harder for ETS to predict time and time again. They switched up the playstyle with them on the attack. And I really got to say, from St. Clair, that was a very impressive map, but you got to come away with the fact that it's not won cleanly. And this one's far from over, because after this short break, we're going to be heading to a border where ETS reigns supreme with a 5-1 record so far in the CCL. Stay tuned. It's going to be a barn burner. We'll see you after this short break.
Going to get planted. Uniquely is almost got it 2-2. Actually finds Sonic Canadian. No name finishes off as Bro. The diffuser planted. Bulbous finds Uniquely. Canadian finds actually the 1v1 scenario with the diffuser down. The big wrap coming in from Bulbous. TMU needs to get this one. He's gonna sneak up right behind him. Can he find him? He knows. He gets it, and Canadian finishes it off. Windsor walk away 2-0 tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
He's in piano. Gridlock is in cigar. Gridlock in cigar. He was on piano. On piano. Oh, nice shot. Oh! Oh!
You're taking care of. Open is for the taking, at least unless somebody comes in and tries to play.
Third time's a charm. There you go. Strike via post. Get that mirror window down. Helio ends up finding a second, but Helio finds a third. 4-2. Ladies and gentlemen, do we see the ace, the quad for Helio? Eyeballs the last. There it is. An ace in the pocket of Helio. Helio is back. TMU is back. We are getting closer, but it is still match point.
Windsor has not picked Monty once. So.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we're in round 4 right now, and so far. I have not seen a single Monty pickup.
Yeah.
Are we, is it an us thing? Do we just like the Monty a lot? Caught in the rotation hole. Actually, the rotation hole wasn't big enough for you. Uniquely, gonna end up getting the opening pick here of the round for you, Windsor.
And even though it's down to a 2v5, the position they're in right now is so strong that it's gonna be able to get 3 kills! What is going on? Set up the air jabs to watch flanks so they can just get right in there and probably not even have to worry about CCTV or anything. Just get in there.
Crazy
and
flank.
fight that.
One, two, three.
1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. Mod wants you in his room.
Holes from below inside. One's on the holes, one on the bird hose. One of the people on chassis. Look below you.
Where's last? Where's last?
Below you. Oh shit.
Oh wait, I didn't kill him? Nice throw.
On his cam. Still on his cam. Still on his cam right here. Another one's still on his cam. Off cam.
Oh my fucking god!
Last one's master.
Yo, this guy just hit a fucking clip, bro. Holy shit.
Hold on, let me.
Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, idiot. So he's gotta watch out for that. Oh, nice on that Claymore and Gugger with a quick flick into Fountain. Takes down Otter and he knows through the wall and he sees it. That's unbelievable. And he gets the call out from his teammate. There's somebody's above hatch and he makes the play for it. He drops it. Oh my god.
He gets the ace. What? I spoke too soon. That was
30 seconds left to go. Diffuser going down. Of course it's a bait. Goes for the pre-fire. Doesn't end up finding it, but wraps. And Helio ends up getting the triple kill, tied up 1-1. But the HP bars would say otherwise. The tuber out full. The buck not at all. Down he goes. The buck ends up finding it. Helio getting another one. Getting the quad. And putting us 1 up for TMU in overtime.
Je sais pas si Georgian peuvent récupérer de ça. Non. Oui, on l'a vu. There's no way. There's no way.
Welcome on back to the Canadian Collegiate League Grand Finals. Nighthaven Labs brought quite a mix of thrilling plays and honestly some very, very tense moments. But in the end, St. Clair Saints pulled ahead 2-1 now in the series. They take the map. They're leading the series. They are 1 map away from being crowned your grand champions here in season number 1. I'm Zach Vexel, your host, still here on the desk with Jazz. Give me your thoughts after that one.
Yeah, I mean, what a map by St. Clair. I mean, ETS even themselves, but St. Clair just played phenomenal. You know, ETS, they didn't play too good at the first start, especially for defense. But once they got on attack, they showed up. You know, FICO picked it up a bit. You know, ever since the first map where FICO went 17-3, he's been quite quiet. And they're looking at that, that's been like the outlier in terms of why ETS hasn't been winning these rounds. Now, St. Clair, on the other hand, they've been showing up. Their big names have been showing up. Terra went 14-9. Kinger went 11-5. Like, these are the people that you want to show up, and they are showing up when St. Clair needs them.
Absolutely. You know, Terror, you said 14-9, started out the map 6-0, just being an absolute dominant force. Jocks with the pixel peak angles, just finding people left and right. It looked really clean. But if I had to name a single moment that really stood out to me, it was Kinger. Kinger, 2 HP, clutch round, knocking down FICO in this massive clutch victory in that round. That to me was a huge standout moment for SCC there. Oh, sorry. And honestly, their consistency has looked really good. You know, it was mentioned over on the desk at the end of that round. Great start there. Got a little bit shaky, but they were able to pull it together, and that is exactly what we need to see. And honestly, if you're an SCC fan out there, that is exactly what you want to see going into, hopefully, their final map.
Yes, for sure. I mean, you know, Zach, I said at the start that, you know, St. Clair didn't really have that experience in terms of tough competition. You know, they've been dominant the whole entire season. ETS is actually the first team out of the whole 16 teams that we have in this competition to take a map off St. Clair. So that's the first. But obviously, St. Clair, you know, has proven that they're the #1 seed for a reason, and ETS is going to have to come back with some sort of plan. And I think that's going to be with FICO picking up the game and becoming that carry again.
Oh, now down 2-1. The pressure is on ETS to win border. Do you think they can bounce back from this one from after such a tight loss and after 2 back-to-back wins? I mean, this is their map choice, and this is where it all comes down to. What are your final thoughts right now before we hop into it, Jazz?
Now, originally when for map 1, I was predicting ETS to win this in 5. Now, the way St. Clair has proven that they can play, even though, ETS has been playing well, I think just with, St. Clair being dominant at border, even though this is ETS's map, St. Clair has been excited to play them on this map, and I think this game and match is going to end on this map.
Well, I'm going to sit here and say ETS, this is their map choice. Border kind of favors the defensive side a little bit, but we can say the same thing about Nighthaven Labs, and St. Clair started off offensively looking really, really great. I'm excited to see how ETS is going to turn this one around. Hopefully, ETS turns this one around. I know if you're an ETS fan out there, you need it. Show some love for this team, for your team. They need it right now. This is dire moments, and with that in mind, I'm going to say, Jazz, this has been an exciting one. Let's hope we take this one on over to game number 5, on over to Bank. But before we get there, it's going to come down to Simo. It's going to come down to Patrick Smoke to take us away to make sure, is this it? Will ETS take us to game number 5? Or are St. Clair Saints going to be your grand champions? Let's find out.
Thank you so much, Zach. I'm joined here with Smoke. We are so excited to be heading into border. This could be the deciding match. Windsor versus Montreal, St. Clair versus ETS. Who takes home the crown of being the best Canadian collegiate siege team in Canada? This is what it comes down to. Match series point for St. Clair, and we're going to border.
Yeah, and again, I think when we talk about border for ETS, we brought it up before. They're 5-1 throughout the CCL, but they've never had to play St. Clair on it yet. St. Clair are, I believe, 1-0 so far on border, but I do have to say, right now for ETS, can they get through the mental struggles that was giving up that, or at least taking that first map, and then giving up the next 2? They're driven into a corner, they've got pinned against a wall, but when FICO and company are in that position, what will they do to break through? What will they do to poke and prod? What will they do to counterpunch? And what will they do to fight and get back into it? It's going to be on border, their best map. So if it was going to be any time for FICO and company to step up, it's right now. This is where champions are made, but it's going to be St. Clair on the defense that ETS have to stifle for now. St. Clair starting off with a ban on Blitz. And we've seen these shield ops be banned out literally every single map.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Monty taken away here as well. Are we going to see the Fenrir again? Last time we saw something a little bit different, the operator with the Frost. That was what was banned out from that previous match. It seems like ETS are banning operators based on what is occurring on the map or what they're anticipating is going to be the biggest problem. For SCC, or rather for ETS, they go back to the Azami ban. It was, to be honest, I don't think it was really that problematic in that previous map. But listen, if it's a comfort pick for SEC and you're trying to take us to map 5, better to be safe than sorry.
You might as well, but something that I find ironic that ETS have left on the board, especially on a map like Border, is that Valkyrie. And this time, St. Clair are actually going to ban out an operator that I rarely see banned out on Border because it is such a, honestly, an essential operator to have on the defensive side. Castle. And because of this, there's going to be a lot more freedom for roaming play, a lot more freedom for aggressive play, whether it's on the offense or the defense, because those castle barriers are now no longer going to be established inside of security like we usually see, or inside of CC as we usually see. And because of that, now the attack have so much more they can work with. But St. Clair have done this for a reason, and I'm very curious to see what that reason is. Are they trying to maybe bait ETS into getting a little bit too aggressive, maybe overstepping their boundaries? Maybe St. Clair this time, they usually play aggressive. Maybe this time they lean back, and maybe this time they let ETS play into them. But I will say, we will not find out that answer for another 23 seconds, but so far it's going to be St. Clair picking that top floor bomb site. They go to Armory, they go to, again, the Armory bomb site top floor, and it's going to be very interesting, the Archives Armory bomb site top floor. It's going to be very interesting to see what ETS can do to try to derail St. Clair from the roller coaster that they've been riding on.
Jox, what are you doing? You picked it up, you put it down, turned it back around. You gotta lock in, man. This is serious point. But yes, everything you're saying about ETS, really, they could be overeager coming into this fourth map. St. Clair maybe wanted to play a little bit more defensive, but that would be kind of counterintuitive when you ban out the castle. So, gonna be interesting to see. Okay, don't peek. Come on, listen. We told you. Don't do this, St. Clair. Your ego is too big for border at this moment. If you're going to be ego peeking anybody, especially FICO. So
run it back.
No, Terror, come on. Chill, dude. Chill.
Again, we've seen this happen time and time again where Terra sometimes over-aggresses, and because of that, puts St. Clair at a man disadvantage. But right now, he's going to be the man who they have to clear out of security first. You cannot allow someone like Terra with that DMR in hand to just roam free, especially when there are no castle barricades. There are so many crosses that Terra can utilize through these doorways, through the soft breached walls, that again, ETS, it's going to cause a big problem for if left unchecked. Now for the side of ETS though, they start manning some positions into that east side of the map, and there we go. Forkeys is going to have the first pick on the board. The reswing comes out, and now all of a sudden it's going to be 4-4 apiece. Kinger with a great job sitting on that mirror wall. Nitro Cell in pocket, trying to lob it over, trying to see if he can find anything onto the buck, but no. And now Kinger sandwiched in a little bit of a predicament, just barely gets through, and it's all because Wizify had to reload.
I wonder if he heard that. That really would give him the space to cross, but that's really a kill. That was a kill that was missed by Wizify. So now that Kinger is still alive, still has the opportunity to keep the pressure on. We do see the Buck now starting to really make that second floor a disaster for St. Clair. We'll see how ETS uses that.
That's a great drop.
Yeah, good, nice spot.
And I was going to say, the reason being is because now the Buck has an idea that Terra's playing very close in the store. This should be a pre-fire, and there, the Buck, no, never mind, potatoes happening apparently. Wizify really should have gotten that kill, and all of a sudden, Terra is going to be able to come away with it. Jox, 7 health, playing around the half wall, but he's going to get chopped down by Munchies, and all of a sudden, Terra rotating back up to metal stairs has to be very careful as the security room is occupied.
30 seconds left with ETS to execute. We do see Swifted on at least the A bomb site. We'll see where ETS decide to go. Forkeys, FICO, and Munchies still alive. Terror is going to make that and bring that back down to 2. Kinger is left all alone with Swifted. The Mira and the Legion can set this up. 15 seconds left. They've got to get the diffuser. Barbed wire on the way. Still alerting that someone is coming through. Flash to pop in and try to let him into the site. That's FICO popping through. There's one. It's Kinger. Still one more. Swifted trades it out, but FICO from range. You want to send a message? This is how you do it.
Exactly, and again, FICO's map of border, home sweet home, and he's letting St. Clair know this is not going to end in a measly 4 maps if you're going to keep on playing like that, if you're going to give up picks like that, if you're going to screw over yourselves with defensive positioning, splitting up like that, giving isolated 1v1s to FICO is a mistake that you've learned all too well if you were watching from Clubhouse. And right now, feeding into that same mistake is St. Clair, and they give up their first round on defense to ETS.
Back to Armory, back to Archives for St. Clair, feeling like maybe they could have snuck that one out. It was really a tug and pull round from both sides. But FICO being the difference maker, when it's just down to him, you can definitely rely on his ability to bring things back around. So only change that we see coming out from SCC is the Vigil coming through for Terror. We'll see how that ends up unfolding for him. Is he going to make any aggressive peaks, or is he going to stay lurking for a majority of the round? We'll see how ETS answers that.
Well, again, knowing how ETS played the last round, where you have the Buck down below trying to create vertical holes into the site just to try to drive these defenders who are sitting in power positions out and into uncomfortable areas, I would assume that for the side of St. Clair, this Vigil should play very aggressively in that first floor, and we see that exactly. So just to make sure that that buck cannot open up areas to make the defenders have to split up, and it's because of those buck holes that made the defenders have to split into multiple different sites, and because of that, it may have actually been a factor when you look back at it that drove into why St. Clair lost that round, because the defenders couldn't stick together. There wasn't enough room. They would have been too claustrophobic. There was no crosses that they could hold together. So they had to split up and give 1v1s over to FICO, and that's not a winning formula as we've seen from before. So right now, Terror sitting in customs. He's going to be the man to clear out. Going to be a little bit hard to drone. However, with the drone gone, it's going to be the aggressive swing maybe on the main door. No, not quite. Waits for the player to rappel up. And so far, it's just continuing this lurk. Needs to be cleared eventually. Drone comes through, and he's taking off intel as we speak.
Yeah, but he's giving away his position, taking those fights. We still have some players in that first floor as well. We have Wizify and FICO, and potentially the rest of the roster coming in soon. No, they're going in towards that second floor as they prefer. But, for some reason, I got so scared I thought that was opposing players. But still, Terror is the man to watch, like you highlighted, in towards that first floor. If he manages to find some impact kills, it's going to really set St. Clair up for this round.
I don't actually understand the wallbang there. That I get maybe you have an inkling, you're trying to maybe get a pre-fire, but again, you're just revealing your position that you were still on this bottom floor. If you were on the side of St. Clair, you would wonder for Terror right now, when do you reposition, when do you go back up top? The answer's been given right now, and this is a disgusting angle that Terror has right now on that eastern stairs side. If he can just hold that or maybe decide whether he wants to do, he can always return to that later, but now he has a call. The man's in bathroom. That immediate impact gives away his position, and all of a sudden a 50-50 gunfight ensues. A little too over-aggressive, as we've seen before in many games in the past, and Terror is going to make the Saints pay for his over-aggression.
All right, second try. We are in, baby. Camera rolling around. But yes, Terror, again, just too confident. He was just standing on that box, thinking that he was, I think, indestructible. That nothing was going to come his way, but great from Wizify. And they find two off of that, Kinger and Terror. 4v3 with 20 seconds left. We'll see if St. Clair are going to be able to hold this. We have Jocks from Customs below, Swifted and Salty Boy on that second floor, respectively on each side, Armory and Archives. How do ETS push this? They're all on the second floor with Wizify from the outside. Jocks, the X-Factor lurk from below, gets taken out. Swifted crosses, but is a little bit late on the timing. Salty Boy not able to hold off ETS, and ETS do a great job of cleaning up the rest of this round.
Call on the man's name, and he does not let you down. FICO takes out the last two remaining players from St. Clair. We've seen it time and time again. This is dangerous. FICO has officially unlocked. And for the side of ETS now, this is looking really good. The attacking side of Border, you get the first two rounds. We see some people in at least some Discord chat talking about what is Terror doing. And to be honest, I can go ahead and air that info because I'm very much on the same boat. I don't think you had to necessarily peak that aggressively. I think with Terror, you can really just play back, force the attack to go right by you, and then retake on the lurk, come up with the flank. I get it. Maybe it's a little bit too predictable, but at the very least, play your life so you can help out your teammates when that execute comes down. I do like the time burn that he was able to use, and because of that, yes, there were only 20 seconds when the execute happened. That's good. But there could have been even less time if he didn't give ETS that confirmation that he was picked down below. And if that was the case, could have rotated back up metal, could have had a shield that's looking directly into that eastern side, and could have established a crossfire from that office jump in from Fountain. So again, I really do think that Terror there made a little bit of a mistake going a little bit too aggressive, and sometimes it really does show you that patience pays off.
Well, as we see the new round unfolding, I believe it is a new bomb site here for St. Clair as they are setting things up on the second floor, but the bomb site's on the first. So looking towards a vertical position here for St. Clair as all of their utility was spent on the second floor, setting up some sort of foothold in the armory lockers or in the archives. And Capcan Swifted already out of commission. Can he get picked up? What was he doing that caused him to go down? Can somebody save him now at this point?
I think he's not in a horrible position, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm seeing things wrong. No, never mind. I see the outline right now. I do not think Swifted is going to be able to get revived. That being said, utility's already been used. Those Capcan traps won't be going anywhere, but I love this ass charge. Immediately gets rid of any visibility for the side of Terror sitting in that fountain Mira, and because of that, yes, this reinforced wall is still up to go, so it doesn't mean he can play behind it, but he's peeking into a 50-50 angle, and FICO is not exactly someone who I'd want to be peeking into. Gets the confirmed on the injure from Swifted, and now all of a sudden ETS have their man advantage. Hit by a Guman is FICO 70 health. They have to take some scrappy gunfights to try to clear Kinger and Terror out of this second floor hold, and it's just going to be Terror and Kinger that try to peel back, dropping the bathroom hatch really well, not ill-advised at all. I am a big fan of that, just peeling back. But Terror, has he overstayed his welcome? Kinger's going to be found out in workshop from guess who? FICO, and no one can stop this man.
Terror still finds one to answer back, but now Jocks trying to go up the stairs. Munchies will find that answer back. It's a great round for ETS as Terror gets shot from all sides, and Triss trying to hold on, drops back down to join Salty Boy, as now they are on the same floor as the bomb. Where do they go from here? Salty Boy gets taken out by FICO, and this is just domination from ETS. Round after round, they have been putting on a clinic up against this St. Clair roster. Yes, it's Terror. Yes, he's alive. Yes, there are injured members from ETS, so he can make this costly. Finds the first pick. Can he find anything else left than that? Here's another player up above. Oh my God! Oh, one more player up above. Sees the head outline just quickly as he starts to rush over towards the diffuser itself, but he has only 20 seconds left. The reposition from the man above. Everyone is so low here on the side of ETS. One bullet and he'll get sneezed down, but it's ETS that hold on and have a 3-0 lead.
And again, I really do gotta say, ETS, this is their map. 5-1 as I stated before. And St. Clair, we were just kind of chilling out around the area before. They were saying they were actually glad that ETS picked into Border. They were confident that they were actually going to be able to take Border off of ETS. It really sounded like they were so over the moon. But I don't get how you can really say that right now, because you haven't had any success on any bomb site. It's 3-0 right now for ETS on an attack. You've used up your tactical timeout now. So regardless of if you make a comeback, if you start to stifle on the attacking side, which is likely, because Border is a defender-sided map, you don't have anything to reset. And now ETS, they have all the momentum. They have the timeout left to go. And even if you drag a 3-3 split, I gotta say, attacking onto Border here, I don't necessarily like it. And I think if you're St. Clair, I'm gonna point out a very key mistake. St. Clair have been bringing Castle into a lot of the rounds before Nighthaven. They brought it a lot into Chalet. They brought it quite a bit into Clubhouse. They are clearly a team that likes running this castle. So again, while I don't quite remember the result that they did have on Border or whether they used the castle there, I do think that the castle could be slowing down ETS's ability to take map control so quickly and being able to utilize the utility in other areas now that they don't have to worry about taking off those castle barricades.
Yeah, this is a tough one for St. Clair now. I was just going to identify what you were saying about the castle, that, you know, is there a world where they're so confident that once we get to the swap, that when they're attacking, that the castle's going to make that much of a difference being banned out? I don't think so. Because right now you've lost so many rounds. Like, was it worth it to try to give yourself that small of an advantage on the side swap? I just don't think that one ban is going to make that much of a difference, especially not Castle.
See a couple operators right now as we do get into the round that we haven't seen yet before so far tonight is FICO on the Lion, and it's going to be Terror on the Solis. And I think that that's a really good pick for Terror, because that allows Terror to get the intel on the roam that he wasn't able to gather with Vigil, and deem if it's maybe worthy to even stay in that position or to fall off. So now it's going to be Salty Boy, and actually 3 members of St. Clair that have already taken shots. But that being said, the first one off the board is not a member of St. Clair, it's a member of ETS. Trade comes through, and Swifted's going to be able to get another refrag, and it's going to be Munchies off the board. So no Fuse, no Buck, and especially when we're talking about a first floor bomb site, this vertical control here from the Fuse, from the Buck, is crucial. That not being an option now for ETS has given St. Clair, in my opinion, the advantage. And with 1:50 seconds left, it might be a little bit too late regarding St. Clair's chances. That being said, you do have to take into account that 2 members of their team are very low and definitely in one-shot territory.
Yeah, much slower paced round, but St. Clair still holding off. However, this honestly feels like a 2v2 because we have so many low health members on the side of St. Clair. Yes, they can kind of be like pawns in a chess game and try to be bodies for players like Kinger and Swifted that are a bit more healthier, but one shot is really all that it's going to need and take for 3 of the members here on the side of St. Clair. So the trades need to be extremely precise, and you're dealing with FICO and Forkus that have had phenomenal games so far. Nade's not going to do much. One more nade will do it. He's got to run. He's got to switch. Swifted. That was a dirty trade. That should not be happening. He's got 2 nades. He's signing his death warrant. But no, the trade comes out. Now Fork is down to a 1v3. Still doable, but you've got a healthy Kinger who's sending those shots, trying to apply pressure, and that pressure is good and awesome from the side of Kinger. Great round for St. Clair to come back, and it was cleaner than the past 3.
Absolutely, but at the same time, that timeout, while it was good to be used, there's still a long road to walk if you are on the side of St. Clair. And now on this defensive-sided map, you really do need this 3-3 split if you want to even force a chance at overtime, in my opinion. If you let ETS grab one more round on the attack, and then you're telling me that you can expect to give them their own 4-2 split when they're on defense on a map where they are 5-1 on their record in CCL on, you are absolutely out of your mind. And I get it. St. Clair's the #1 seed for a reason. Technically, they're never down until they're never out until they are out, right? But at the same time, you really have to look at it from a logistics standpoint. There is not a lot right now that St. Clair can allow to give up if they don't want this to go to a map 5. And me seeing this, how this is working out right now, regarding if St. Clair have found their momentum, they will continue to roll. But if ETS can stifle that, I'm going to go ahead and say, and I'm going to actually go ahead and call this map early, and I'm going to go on a whim and say that ETS should claim border. They have every right to, and that St. Clair are going to be coming off of a map loss going into bank. And I really couldn't tell you if that was the outcome. I don't know who, at the end of the day, would take the series in 5.
I just want to make an extremely strange comment that I don't believe that in real life you can drill in a cap can trap that fast with one screw. There's no way. And there's no way Salty Boy feels good after being taken out by Munchies from across the map. Not a great start for St. Clair. You spent a lot of time highlighting the ifs, ands, or buts, and it's looking like they are the butt of the joke of this map as ETS are feeling crispy.
And again, you know, just dodging out from that peek from Terror, the aggressive one onto the Legion from the supply room. Again, we saw Terror challenging this angle with FICO that Salty Boy died from. I don't understand why the window being broken just makes St. Clair want to all of a sudden peek into it. It's almost like moths to a flame. So, or moths to a light, whatever you want to say, whatever analogy. I mean, they're just attracted to it. They're addicted to it. Kinger finds one. FICO finds the refrag, though. And all of a sudden, it's going to be trades that go of the wayside of ETS. They have that 4v3 advantage now. And with the clock still at 1:40, they have lots of time, especially with the run-out. They can confirm the positioning of Terror in office.
1:30 left on the clock as FICO is getting some pressure on East Stairs, but still, we know that he's there from the side of St. Clair, but Swifted finds a pick to even the odds. Now Terror finds another. He is cooking on that second floor as it's now just down to FICO with 33 HP. This round has slipped away as FICO's been trying to hold the stairs while the rest of the team were trying to make their way through the break room and the roof and etc. But now it's just down to him in a 1v3. But listen, he's the clutch god. He is the man that can get it done. Having to reposition. Sees the player movement off to the side. 50 HP left. Claymore here to back him up. FICO. 12 HP. And a dream. 40 seconds left. St. Clair feeling extremely confident as a walkout, giving away the position of one player. Is this an opening for FICO? He decides to go in. Security room. Making a lot of noise now, the run out. Pre-fire shots. One player lying prone. He's made his way so deep into the hallway. Do they expect him to be here? Legion does rotate around. Oh, Terror traded out with FICO, but I have to say, that was very impressive. The movement from FICO, the knowledge, the rotation. He could have clutched that round.
Again, the time probably wasn't on his side, especially with the fact that you bring up the diffuser was also not in his hands. But at the same time, the positioning from FICO was able to get himself into Fountain. If he got that pick, yes, I get it, the wallbang's happening, but maybe if you're FICO, you re-swing out into that metal hall, you re-swing into that 90, you find the pick on the Capcan, and all of a sudden, with about 10 seconds left, diffuser isn't what you're going for. You know, based on the positioning from the player in security running out back into Armory, that that's where the last man is. So with 10 seconds left, you can engage on a 1v1 that we've seen FICO clutch out way too many times to be comfortable in believing St. Clair had that round under control. So again, it's a good job though from St. Clair for just playing composed, playing the positioning. They understand where FICO is, and they just make sure they surround him enough to establish a crossfire between that Capcan and the Legion. That being said, it's good to see that St. Clair's back in this, but this is yet again another crucial round inside of Vents and Construction. They really need this round to force that 3-3 split going onto the attacking side.
Yeah, I'm just a little proud of them for having trigger discipline because, you know, they can get way too antsy in some of these situations. The 3v1, yeah, we could trade things out. So the fact that they were able to keep composure up against, you know, a team that is doing so well against them right now, they could be cracking under the pressure and wanting to get some morale back. In a 1v3 scenario, you could toy with your food and have some fun with it, and I'm glad that they didn't, because that means that they are sweating right now. They've got sweat on the controller, sweat on the mouse. They are putting in the work to try to close this one out, because if we go to map 5, I think you're right. I think ETS have way too much steam, way too much momentum, and they will bulldoze St. Clair on that 5th map.
We were making comments on it that the longer this series went on, the more in favor of ETS it goes. That being said, St. Clair were able to come back from a first map loss, and they were able to find 2 in a row. And to be fair, they've definitely shut me up in terms of a team that, before this series, I was going to say, can't really make it out of their own mental blunders. They definitely have, and they've made me eat my words there. But that being said, now with ETS on at map 4, on border, if they can take this map away from St. Clair, claim their own, and move on to map 5 with momentum, I really don't know how St. Clair will pull it off in a best of 5. Because they are an emotional team when it comes down to it. And yes, while they can mentally rally, I've seen it more times successful than not, where teams against them are able to get that mental advantage and take the rest of it laughing all the way to the bank. That being said, it's going to be the control that gets taken into Fountain, and Otter's immediately going to take off Kinger. And that's such a crucial pick. That's your Miragon with no Nitro Cell left now in the pockets of St. Clair. They only have 1 remaining with the Capcan.
Oh, that was so unfortunate for Terror. He had the shot, and then he had to recheck and finish the job. Wow. Yeah, this round is already starting to slip away from the side of St. Clair. You know, you had Terror and King are on the 2nd floor. The remaining players are on the 1st floor, and they are trying to get these vertical shots, vertical perspectives. But again, ETS, they are understanding what is the deal. They've cleared the entire 2nd floor. They got rid of Terror. They got rid of Kinger. They've got a lot of space to play with. Salty Boy finds a trade and is just down to Salty Boy and Jocks, but I still think this man advantage for ETS gives them this 4-2 map. Let's see how the last 30 seconds unfolds.
Well, again, Jox has to be very careful because the second he advances, he's going to be exposed by the vertical angles that the Buck has created all the way up in Armory. So now it's going to be a 1v4 for Salty Boy, and he's not even going to be able to get Jack squat. It's going to be Otter off the diffuser, immediately peeks onto those metal stairs, finds the last pick, finds ETS that 4-2 split, and now finds themselves on their preferred half of their own map with only 3 rounds left to go.
Pause called here by ETS. Feeling good. After that half, 4-2, especially once St. Clair had their own timeout, they started to pick up some steam. Not enough steam that Smoke would be happy with, but Smoke meaning, or happy with meaning, if you're a St. Clair fan, it's not looking good right now. 4-2 on border. We're entering into a half that is supposed to be ETS favored. This could be trouble for St. Clair, and we could be seeing the map 5 that Zek so badly wanted, and that's going to end up going to bank, obviously, after we deal with the rest of border.
Yeah, again, I really got to say that for the side of St. Clair, it's looking dire. They're looking kind of like they're losing composure. And I'm going to be honest, as an R6 fan, I don't know. I don't think I'd actually have it any other way. I want to see map 5. I want to see how St. Clair react, giving up that match point, that series point, that nationals point, going to another map yet again. Does fatigue set in? We haven't really seen that sometimes in a couple of these players. FICO sure as hell doesn't seem like that's the option. It seems like right now he's just played 2 of his off maps, but when put on his home turf of border, has locked back in flawlessly. So again, as we get back into the, again, player dynamic between FICO and Jox, what can we really talk about here with FICO? He's just sometimes the man to be put on the mission, and when you call his name, he's just a provider for ETS.
Yeah, but I mean, on the opposing side here for St. Clair, as the desk highlighted, it's really been the responsibility of St. Clair to shut down FICO. But throughout this series, we've seen some stalwart performances from the rest of the ETS roster. It's not just FICO and the gang. The gang actually has some names, and they also kick some ass too,
Yes.
right? So they're not, FICO's not alone in his mission, but St. Clair on paper is more well-rounded, and we've seen performances from, obviously, Swifted and Terror. But sometimes Kinger pops off and cleans up FICO with 2 HP left on the end of Nighthaven, right?
That was insane.
Or Salty Boys down to a 1v2 or something. Like, whatever happens, St. Clair can also never be counted out. So really, we're seeing a little bit more of an evenly battled match between FICO and his team and Jox and his team.
Right, and I mean, we are being told right now that we're going to be having a rehost. These usually take kind of a long time to get everybody back into the lobby, so I believe we'll be sending it to a short break quickly. But when we return, we will have the ultimate conclusion if we are going to bank or if it will all end on border. It will be decided very shortly after a quick break.
Thank you for joining us after our short break. We are diving right back into Border. 2-4 is how the standings look right now for ETS, leading the map by 2 as we swap sides, entering into the defense now for ETS.
And I mean, on the side of St. Clair, they've let this one slip by. It's you had the defensive side first and you weren't able to lock it down. This time, ETS, they've been so strong now, and moving on to the attacking side is St. Clair. What can they conjure up? Can they deny map 5? Or if it keeps going the way that the tide's been taking us, are we going to be headed into that map 5, into ETS momentum? And are St. Clair going to have the tools in the shed to deal with them? That's the questions that we've all been asking after a short break. But here we go. It's all come down to this. It's St. Clair's chance to bounce back and force overtime. It's ETS's chance to confirm map 5. And for the side of St. Clair, every round here is crucial. On the attacking side, it's Border not very favored. And especially when I believe now as we get into the game, they need to make sure that ETS cannot just take these 2 Armory and Archive site rounds that they have available to them and create a possible 6-2 deficit. They need to be able to confirm one. And so this is going to be very important. It's going to be Otter now on that office wall with the Mira. That's a very common strat. We've seen it before from St. Clair on their defensive side. And they're going to make those low holes into that east stair area. Rotates being made through now into security, and that's where it seems like ETS are opting to have someone play. And I think the problem for St. Clair on this defensive side is that they've been giving up bodies a little too early. Most notably, and I'm going to put him on blast, Terror, who's been dying a lot and without very much, I guess, bang for his buck, if you will, on more rounds than none.
Yeah, you know, it's something that you definitely don't see from the side of ETS. They don't give up their life if it's not necessary to do so. They're, you know, an incredibly safe team in how they play. Whereas St. Clair, we've identified throughout the series, constantly making these aggressive calls, not always working out in their favor. But, you know, we've been talking about how this particular map has been going. I feel like if St. Clair lose this round, it might be that this series just opens up into that 5th map. This round is so important for them, A, to build momentum, B, to stop the ETS momentum, and C, show us that they're able to attack on this defender-sided map. There's so many variables right now for St. Clair to deal with. We'll see what happens.
And again now, it's going to be Wizify as the mute, just playing inside of Break Room, and security is also going to be that Aruni. So for the side of St. Clair, who have a few shield, they've said, screw it. They're just diving on straight on in, and it's going to be Kinger who's given up his life. Jocks as well, Forky's with a double. Do they know about the 3rd? It doesn't really matter. The swing comes through from Terror and finally picks off Forky's, but Forky's has already done so much of the damage. The Nitro comes out from FICO, and Swifted is going to be absolutely deleted. Right now, based on momentum, this spells all of the ingredients for an ETS Map 5 series against St. Clair.
My goodness. ETS, they have the stamina to go the distance. We feel the slowdown here from St. Clair. We feel that the tempo is starting to go down. It's getting later and later in the day. This series, if we go to map 5, is going to go past midnight. But ETS, they feel fresh. They still feel like that first map fresh. What does that mean for St. Clair?
What it means for St. Clair is they have to find footing and they have to find it quick. A little bit of an angle there. Maybe it was going to be Terror who thought that was ahead, but that's not going to be the case, and the defenders are just going to position themselves further back on into that bomb site. Dropping down, giving up that space is going to be, I believe, the mute. That being said, he's now positioned himself underneath the area of the bomb site, and if he has a nitro cell in hand or the shotgun in pocket, he could very well take apart this plant when it goes down, or if it goes down. Salty Boy will be the man to do just that. And where's this nitro cell from the mute? It doesn't even matter, it came down from below, but the Aruni comes in through the fountain rotate and cleans up business for the side of ETS.
Man, oh man. Round by round, St. Clair are not doing a great job right now. ETS are in control. They're feeling good. They're like, yeah, okay. I mean, even at the end of Nighthaven, they were getting some momentum, but the rounds were just going into the favor of St. Clair. Now, this time around, St. Clair is not picking up any steam whatsoever. And the fact that we have to potentially rehost and cause these disruptions in their gameplay, it is, you know, there's two situations that could happen here, right? The stalling could give them more time to think, or the stalling is affecting their mental that they just can't perform. And ETS is capitalizing on that because they are great. They're playing phenomenal. No matter what happens, they are not tilted. The French don't get tilted.
You said it time and time again, and I mean, honestly, I've just slowly happened to come to believe you at this point, because we're seeing the proof in the pudding. We've seen ETS go down and out, as some would consider, and then all of a sudden, they force a bounce back. And St. Clair right now, there's no bounce back to even be had. They've put themselves in this grave that I've talked about before. They've put themselves at the disadvantage, and right now, we are seeing them completely falter. We are seeing them tilt. We're seeing them not be mentally ahead of ETS. And because of that, they're giving up stupid lives. They're peaking, they're ego challenging into things they shouldn't be. They could be playing safer on both attack and defense, and they're not. Right now, however, the problem, in my opinion, is St. Clair's ability to drive out defenders from power positions. And I actually do really think that if we were on that Armory bomb site, the Deimos would be a great pick for that. Because you could go underneath, ping someone out, and make them have to get uncomfortable within their own bomb site. That being said, we're on the bathroom site now, and I really don't necessarily know how you could use the Deimos to, I guess, your advantage. Don't get me wrong, he's a great operator, but right now it doesn't seem like even with the roam clear, there's very much St. Clair can do, because Swifted has not been performing up to standard. And with Deimos in his hands, that might be the thing that needs to get them back on the board. And he's just done that, to be fair to him. St. Clair, they finally have a first pick in what took them so long. But this could be the catalyst in Swifted on that Deimos that could light the fuel underneath them to create a fire.
So, down a player. It's Wizify, who's going to be taken out, like you said, by Swifted. So what do ETS do now on the back foot? Mira gets pinged out. That might be Swifted trying to create some space and push forward, using some of that utility as well, as SCC continue to try to dismantle the outside edge. ETS, despite losing a player, still feeling strong, finding Kinger on the rotation, but seeing another player as well. He's gonna find two. The nade's not gonna get the job done. FICO across the map. Munchies on the board. It's down to Jocks. SCC are falling apart, and ETS is grateful for that.
Again, the first pick happens on the side of St. Clair, but they just can't have anything go their way. They don't swing with two people. They just give up isolated 1v1s when there are two players playing right next to each other. You can just swing that together. And I know it's not going to be confirmed necessarily that you're going to get two left remaining alive in that engagement on the Mira. But at the same time, you don't give up those isolated 1v1s, and at least it gives you the opportunity to trade out that Mira and take that map control. But that's not what happens. And right now, if I'm Jocks, I understand completely why you just sit outside and let this round go the way of ETS's. This is essentially a second tactical timeout that St. Clair can use to reevaluate what they need to do in this next round. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and be honest here, as the Z's come out from Munchies and all chat. This one has been a very tiring game, if you will, for St. Clair. It's been a very tiring game for everybody involved.
Yeah.
And that being said, I don't know how confident St. Clair are going to be if they force that map 5 on the side of ETS. I don't know how confident St. Clair are going to be in that final map potentially for your CCL finals. The way it's going right now, momentum is very clearly on ETS's side.
Smoke, are you telling me that you're tired?
No.
You don't have to answer that question.
No, not at all.
I hear you saying
No.
tired on everybody's behalf. Are you saying that you're included in the everybody?
You know, I will say right now, it is over 11 o'clock EST for us. We aren't even on our map 5, but I will say going to map 5 might be that second win right now, just because we've had these long rehosts, just because there's been multiple maps. There have been breaks. Like I can't front. There have definitely been pauses in gameplay, and because of that, yes, these matches have gone on for a little bit. However, would I have it any different? No, because we are getting quality siege from two teams right now that are going to the bitter end, fighting to the bitter end. I do not want ETS to give up and die, and so far, they haven't been able to do that. They don't know when to accept when they're down and out, and because of that, St. Clair, they've missed opportunities, they've created ones for ETS, and now all of a sudden, I really will be the one to predict, I think very well, ETS moving into map 5 could 100% take it off of St. Clair. And this right here, these next couple of rounds, if this map gets won very easily, and this is a 7-2, this could be the scariest round yet in translation to the entire story we've seen here tonight.
Okay. So, with all that said, Smoke, the onus right now is on St. Clair. They're down 4 rounds. ETS have had the cleanest simple rounds. Terror kicks us off with a pick onto Munchies. But like Kobe says, job's not done. Job's not done, Terror. Just because you find one, you gotta find 4 more. So, with that early pick, it's gonna feel great for St. Clair to move in. But this is not an archive or armory. We're on that first floor. We've got some verticality that we can work with on the side of ETS. And you see that with 2 players split. 2 on the top.
He doesn't know.
Oh, no.
The walk-up from Wizify up metal, and he had no clue. I saw it in the outline, and I honestly thought, I was like, there's no way Wizify hears this. If Terror just peeks down the wrong side of that 90 hall, if he hears the steps going down that 90 hallway, he's not going to have his front turn him. He's going to have his back turned to Wizify, and that's exactly what Wizify reads into. It's beautiful positioning there from ETS, and they find their first pick in their own right, and that's the IQ off the board.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, like, there was 2 lurkers on the second floor for ETS that St. Clair are now a little bit more hesitant as time ticks down. Salty Boy moving way slower on that second floor because he's not sure who could still be up there. But no, ETS got the value, and they dipped out. Said, okay, you'll take out Munchies, we'll take out Terror. Now, like you said, that IQ, you're not going to be able to really get a really good retake on this, well, not retake, an entry into the site to really find out what utility is there and what utility isn't. With 1 minute left on the clock, St. Clair, your work is cut out for you.
And not only cut out for you, tell me right now how many times we've seen this, Simo, where St. Clair have tried going methodical, they've tried going slow, they've tried taking the time away from themselves, and on a 20-second execute, you tell me how many times it's gone in the favor of St. Clair. The answer is not that often. Swifted finds a trade out with Otter, but Salty Boy is also going to get picked off, and that's going to be key for the execute, because there's no more gridlock to deploy those track stingers that can watch over and cover the diffuser. That being said, the plant is going to go down from Jocks. And it is key right now that Kinger has his position in server, flicks onto 1, Swifted has another, Wizify walking through, but it's going to be Kinger with an absolute crucial position called up before. He sits on that server table, he stays patient, and he's able to find the crucial last 2 that St. Clair needed to maybe, just maybe, claw their way back in.
Okay, St. Clair. Okay. You got 1 round. It was a pretty clean round, right? We saw almost Terror fumble the bag once again. He had his iPad out, and the swing, the swing in that hallway. I was like, okay, if that was me, I would Alt F4. I would be pretty upset.
That's some bad timing.
Yeah, it's bad timing. It's bad timing. So, but they stayed resolute. I really wonder how Swifted managed to find a frag. Like, the icon was just a skull. Like, did Did he make somebody fall or something like that?
Well, I believe if I'm wrong, we can look back on it because I won't lie, I wasn't paying a lot of attention to Swifted on that round, but I believe he picked the fuse, and when he put a cluster charge down and detonated it, even though,
okay, that
you know,
makes
Salty Boy got traded out, yeah, the cluster charge was able to find a pick onto a player onto site. And that was possible because of the vertical control that the Ram allowed them to take. So again, I do like that from St. Clair. It's a rare round where we've seen St. Clair dwindle the clock down on the attacking side, and usually it doesn't end up in their favor.
No.
We've seen they're a lot more clinical when they play that fast game, and we've seen that ETS are a lot more clinical when they play the methodical game. So it's been a tale of two different sides, but St. Clair are able to take a page out of ETS's book, and they come out victorious. This being said, this Twitch drone is absolutely massive, and that's an amazing first pickup for St. Clair, as they no longer have to worry about that security mirror anymore.
Yeah, but still, this is Armory. This is Archives. This is a very difficult
absolutely
bomb site to work with, and it's match point. You're dealing with having to take us to OT, if that's even a possibility here from St. Clair. So we'll see how they decide to divide and conquer. We've got Jocks starting off in the first floor alongside Kinger, slowly working their way in. Do we have any lurks coming in from the ETS side? No, everyone's on the second floor. We've got 2 anchors on site, and the rest, Munchies and Forkies, doing a little bit of lurking, but nobody's on the first floor. So St. Clair have got some room to start working their way in, but Swifted from outside of the building finds a pick onto Forkies.
And this is exactly what they needed. They just needed ETS to play St. Clair's cards, which means let's overextend on defense and give away a free pick. Because that's what's been happening for the side of St. Clair on the defensive half. But now all of a sudden, it's going to be Jocks, who is still down below, has that revolver in hand to scan out. And all of a sudden, I really do think St. Clair, they're looking okay. However, the round is not done yet, and they still have to make their way into Fountain.
Yeah, with 1:20 left, that's your job now. How do you make it into the site? FICO has got a great position on Archives. Wizify finds Terror. So Twitch is out of commission here, as still a 4v4 remains and a minute left on the clock. We saw how down to the wire the previous round went for St. Clair, and this is going to be none other than the same. Swifted sending some pre-fire shots in.
But we're seeing that slowdown right now from St. Clair. And here comes the execute. The Candela going out, but Warden can counter this out. These flashes will not affect him. Otter with one onto Salty Boy. The Nitro Cell going out. This is an absolutely beautiful throw. It gets over. It's going to injure the one player. And now it's all of a sudden Swifted down from that Nitro. Kinger in a 1v4. And this one very well might be all she wrote. This one might be going to map 5. Kinger's in a really bad predicament. 25 seconds. He has to make the jump on in through, but barring an absolute miracle, his position's known. He finds one, and is the res maybe able to be found onto Swifted? No, swings around the bomb chassis, but just like all the rounds before on Border and really on Club as well, rewinding back, FICO is just waiting for St. Clair to overextend. They take advantage, they take their map, they form the comeback. It's 2-2. We have map 5. ETS has momentum, and this one is unpredictable.
Listen, we said at the start of this that St. Clair wins in 3 or ETS wins in 5.
We did.
We're going to map 5,
We
which
are.
means it's not looking great. I mean, these are just our predictions.
No, for
but
sure.
Listen, audience, chat, please feel the momentum. Feel it in your soul. St. Clair is not cooking right now. They're not feeling like they have the power, the momentum, the strategy to take down ETS. We can reset on bank and we can feel nice and strong there, but it's up to St. Clair to show us that they still have the ability to bring this series back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a short break, and when we come back, we have the conclusion, the grand finale of this highly contested series, St. Clair, ETS. Who will be the winner? You'll find out after this.
We are here. We have done it. Welcome on back, Canadian Collegiate League members, to the grand finals. Map 5 Border. It's here. It was over. It happened. Jazz, what a mess this has been.
Yeah, I mean, my predictions have been all over the place. You know, at the start, I predicted ETS to win in 5, and then, yeah, no, and then come map 4 after their performance in the third map, and I was like, you know, St. Clair's going to come out with winning this, and now ETS proved me wrong. You know, I think FICO was hearing a bit of the analyst and showed up that map. You know, but I think all of ETS showed up. You know, they showed St. Clair who was the better team on that map, and I think it will be up to either team to show the other which one is worthy of winning this championship.
Absolutely, you know, really dominant honorable mentions to FICO, to Munchies, to Forkies, who put on an absolute clinic, who did amazing. And honestly, this was an ETS we haven't seen since map 1. Clubhouse, guys, 4 hours ago, back on Clubhouse, this was the ETS we were waiting for. This was quite the competitive scene, and this has gotten, I'm sure, every single one of us excited for what is going to come in this map 5. What a momentum booster for ETS. And we've talked a lot throughout the course of this series, and honestly throughout the course of this season, about St. Clair and about how they can be kind of that emotional team. How do you think they're feeling after that last round, going into this, knowing this is the end of the season?
I mean, knowing St. Clair, knowing the players and their personalities, I think they think that they have this in the bag. I think they think they're going to go out there and dominate. You know, if that shows up on the scoreboard, we'll see, but I think St. Clair's coming into the final map pretty confident.
Coming into the final map pretty confident. I know someone else who's pretty confident is myself. You know, back in 0-0, 1-1, and even at 2-2, I've been saying ETS in 5. You guys have looked phenomenal, unlike Jazz over here. That didn't come out of my mouth. No. Honestly, though, looking back at that last map, you know, it seemed like there were a lot of unorthodox things. I don't know if it was just St. Clair trying things in the heat of the moment to see what they could get away with, knowing that it was going to map number 5. And I got to give an honorable mention to the King of Recruit that we kind of talked about. What are your thoughts on King of Recruit?
I mean, I questioned a lot of decisions in terms of St. Clair's end. I think, you know, they wanted to make this game entertaining. I think they made it entertaining, but now they need to kind of, you know, put on the big boy shoes and show up and, you know, win this game.
They need to show up. They need to win this game. ETS fans, your team heard you in that last bout. Cheer for them again. Shout out for them again. St. Clair. Hey guys, it all comes down to this. Shout out your team. Let us know who you're supporting over there in chat. Scream it at the top of your lungs for all I care. Let me know. I want to hear it from where I'm at here in my household. Jazz, this has been phenomenal. I am so excited. This, though, is it. This is the official end. Game 5, 2-2, 0-0. It all comes down to this. This is CCL, Rainbow Six Siege. Patrick, Simo, take it away and take us to bank.
To the bank is where we will take you. Thank you, Zek and Jax. Jazz, sorry. We will dive right into this last and final map. This is where the two Titans finally meet. We've been seeing Goku and Frieza battle off for map after map after map, and now it goes down to this one final battle. Can St. Clair go Super Saiyan, or is it going to be ETS that comes back from the dead and haunts Goku? Some strange references, but Smoke, how are we feeling on bank moving into this final map?
I really gotta say, it all comes down to this. No matter what, all 10 players in this server knows that map 5 is everything. This is where champions are made. And right now on bank, it's St. Clair with the preferred side. It is a defender-sided map. It is St. Clair on the defense. ETS, they have to claw back again. They've just had a difference of 4 hours between map wins. And now they find themselves in a map 5 that they've forced, and they have to be the one to claw their way back into the series yet again, because they have the attacking side of bank, one that's not usually preferred. If bans were going to go similarly as we've seen all night, that does not surprise me at all. We see the Blitz and the Montaigne banned out. Something interesting that does mean, though, is we're leaving that Hibana, we're leaving that Ying available on Bank, and a lot of attacks are really bolstered by those two operators. On the defensive side, it would not surprise me at all if Mira gets banned out here, or maybe a Smoke. It just depends. We will see, though, and it's actually going to be the Goyo. And that makes sense because on that basement site of Bank, I like to think of the Goyo as that entry denial that you don't have to throw a smoke canister at. You can just wait in that server room to pop those Goyo canisters, make sure defaults can't get put into place for the attacking side, and the Fenrir, lo and behold, gets banned out from St. Clair. They don't want to have to deal with that on the attacking side when the sides swap. But that's not the conversation we have to have right now. It's map 5. It all comes down to this. They've left the Azami on the board. St. Clair can play into it. We've seen Terror go up and down. He's had highs and lows. But to me, he is going to be the X factor in this game. And all of a sudden, I actually see that last second swap. And this is something I could not have predicted. Caveira, an operator on the defense that you almost never see because of the fact that she is so just decisive on what she can do with that interrogation. If you do not get an interrogation as the Cavi, it is almost useless. This is definitely the first time I've ever even seen it come out for CCL. And in my time casting CR6 or Collegiate R6 so far, maybe I've seen a Cav be played once before. Terror on the Cav is something special that I will get to see, but whether it's going to work in the Saints' favor or against them is yet to be decided. The basement site goes out, mirror windows to be placed. Tubarao is waiting with those Zoto canisters in pocket, and this is something I see out of Jox and the Saints a lot when Terror isn't getting the job done on the Azami. I saw it in the game the series with Seneca. Terror was showing the same signs of this aggressive playstyle not working out with the Azami on Night Haven. Seneca was able to force that into almost overtime, and because of that, it was actually Terror who had to switch off. But the interrogation comes through, and this is absolutely incredible for the side of St. Clair. Now they know exactly where everyone from ETS is set up, and this is absolutely atrocious from ETS. Cavi is a person and an operator that you can simply counter out with good drone work and stacking up as parties of 2. All you need to make sure you do to stay away from Cavi is to make sure that you are not by yourself roaming around the map.
Wow. Terror, he's about to swing on another player. He manages to take him down. Oh my god, he's almost able to find 2. Gets traded out by FICO, but he's already done so much damage like you've highlighted. He found 2 players, he got an interrogation, and he's screaming woo in the chat. He is jacked up and feeling good about how this round has started, but it's not over yet. You know, all of the highlights that you made about Cav and having her in the map, you know, we've questioned Terror's decisions, especially on the last map, especially on the aggressive peaks. And, you know, his decisions haven't always worked out in his favor. This is one of the first that has really gone incredibly well. Mind you, it's 1 round. If this Cav continues to be a threat or if it gets played again, this is going to be something interesting to see how it unfolds for the remainder. 1 minute left. ETS with a 30 HP FICO. How do they break into this basement?
Well, the execute has to come through server room, and right now, this is what I was going to comment on. In that Seneca series in the CCL, we saw Jox then switch over to the Azami, and the reason being because he plays a lot more of a safer game. Notice how he's not roaming. He's not trying to find any picks. He's just waiting and letting the attack come to him. And honestly, look at how many Kiba barriers are down. These are the constructions towards sites that Azamis can do if they simply stay alive long enough to see that. And we are seeing the proof in the pudding right now of why you want to keep that Azami alive. A great job in a long angle right now from Salty Boy. C4 goes down. Swifted finds a kill. It's going to be the C4 that brings Otter down to 20 health. Everyone on the side of the defense is taking a little bit of damage, but it doesn't matter because when you play patient with Azami, good things happen, and there's the proof to say it.
Yeah, good hold. And, you know, MVP, Terror on
You have
the
to.
Cav.
You have to.
Gets their interrogation. He almost finds a third player. If he did, I feel like my ears would erupt because he's not that far from us. He's 2 doors away. I feel like he would just pop off after that. Because, you know, like we said, St. Clair's an emotional team. Winning this first round,
That's huge.
it's massive.
And not even just that they won it, it was in the way that they won it. Cav is kind of a troll pick. So the fact that they were able to get away with that, they're already getting themselves into ETS's heads, or at least that's what they think. Now we've seen though that ETS are not slouches. They are not ones to sit there and simply let St. Clair poke and prod into their mental state. You said it before, the French don't tilt. And right now is going to be a clear indicator of whether that statement is going to ring true or not.
That's what we're going to be expecting to see. Switch up on the operators. Of course, you can't expect Terror to run the Cav all day, all night. It's something that can be read quite well if it's spotted out. Again, I think it's one of those pocket picks that he managed to pick out and use in that first round effectively. Maybe we see it one more time, but he's on the castle now because, again, bomb site has been swapped. They need to reinforce a little bit more, and Castle's going to be able to help with that, connecting from that first floor lobby. On the opposite side, though, for ETS, they have the demo, and that's going to be massive for spawning out players on the opposite side and getting some intel because they need it at this point.
Right, exactly. I mean, I see the Deimos and the Ram that are immediately trying to see if they can find any foothold up top. But oh my god, Terror, you are on an absolute rampage. Picks off Wizify, and that's no more Ram for the side of ETS. Furthermore, he's positioned himself into Executive Hall, and he's actually prepped a window for a jump out. Kinger with one on the Otter, and all of a sudden, it's looking all St. Clair early on with 2 minutes left to go, and you're telling me ETS only have 3 alive? I tell you, you were lying straight to my face.
This is insane. I think that was a peek. I think that was like a barricade window peek from Terror to manage to take Wizify. Oh no, he's second floor stairs. Never mind. Oh no, that's just what he's watching. So for Wizify, he's getting picked up by Terror from this angle here. The drop down headshot onto Munchies, and he's gonna go in from that first floor lobby to reposition. ETS are running around with their heads cut off right now.
And you know what the problem is right now you're on bank and Terror is running home with St. Clair's check in hand. Right now, they are not able to solve the mystery that is Terror. This aggressive playstyle, all of a sudden, he's unlocked completely. And when unchecked, I truly do believe that Terror is one of the most dangerous players in this entire game in the collegiate scene. And I'm very surprised that FICO has not been targeting the castle sooner than now with the Deimos. It finally comes through, but look at that. Immediately, the ping comes out, and now it's a race. Cat against mouse. But Terror has the drop on the player, and he's going to be able to cause havoc yet again. They know where Terror is position-wise, but crosses have to come out. Terror stupidly peeks into that angle, and I am going to say that because there was no reason to do so when you had the player holding the cross. But in true Terror fashion, he does go down in 50-50 gunfights all the time.
Yeah, I don't think he cares about dying there. I'm sorry, Patrick, but I don't think he gives an F, bro. He is just stunting on ETS right now. First round Cav, second round Castle. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Forcus to bring back. Now, again, like I said, the French don't tilt, so he's doing his best. But his best is just not going to be good enough up against 4. Swifted still up. Great angle here from the Azami. Everything's coming up Millhouse for them. It's feeling good. 2 rounds in. What's next, St. Clair? What is next on this buffet of fantastic play that you have laid out for us for this final map?
Well, I don't know why it's taken them this long to realize this. But guys, it's almost as if when we put Terror on roles that can have utility after death and allow him to play aggressively without losing that, it's almost as if the round might go in our favor. Why is that? Because the site is now that much stronger. I will say, Terror is now making his return on that Azami. Not a very big fan of that, but it depends on whether the change is coming in playstyle or if Terror is simply at a point where he has ascended too high and is feeling himself.
This is our 3rd bomb site.
Yes.
We went basement, first floor, now we're second floor. This play style is going to be really interesting for St. Clair to execute. We have the Valkyrie that maybe might be lurking in towards that first floor. The Echo as well could partner up with or without the Valkyrie. And you've got obviously Terror that's going to be finding, but really the key here is that we're dealing with a second floor. We need somebody from St. Clair's lineup to be lurking, as players from ETS have the opportunity to go in from that second floor window or start their journey in the lobby and work their way up the stairs, which is a possibility. I've seen, we saw in that first round FICO and whoever else were going up the stairs that way. Mind you, it's a different site, but I'm going to be looking out for St. Clair to try to get some roams in. They've got a lot of cam operators. There's a way to do that.
Absolutely. And again, if I was on the side of St. Clair with the Echo, as Kinger, I'm not going to really engage anything. I just want to waste as much time as possible. And with those Echo drones, make sure that they're alive for last second execute. That being said, that's going to be very hard because there's an IQ on the other side as well. And they've droned out Terror now sitting inside of stock. So for Terror, this is going to be just a simulation of a power position. He's not going to leave this spot. He's going to sit here, burn as much time as possible, see if he can find a couple heads, and form St. Clair an early advantage. That being said, he gets picked off, and all of a sudden, the round becomes a toss-up. So Terror is definitely the one to watch in this round, and he has to be very smart about his positioning. FICO getting a lot of intel as that drone works through Plaza into the bomb site. So now, it's going to be FICO sitting on that CEO office drone, gaining the intel, the head holes, notes no one's in janitor closet, and all of a sudden, FICO and the Zero for the side of ETS have window control to work with.
A little bit of an engagement between Terror and Munchies. Both end up worse for wear, but nobody out quite yet. We have no ETS players really in the building quite yet. They're going to be entering from this terrace side, but we still have two players repelling from Plaza. This is a little bit of a tougher push here from ETS. I'm not exactly sure if I feel like extremely comfortable with this, primarily because SCC have dug themselves so deep on this defensive side, and we still have the lurk possible from Jox coming in from Teller's office. Lots of potential, even if they lose a player, for SCC to hold this and give us that third round. But still, with 40 seconds left on the clock, ETS have got to move.
And again, it's not only the fact that they have to move because they have to find a plant, they have to find a plant with time on the clock because there's still Echo drones that can take this planter out of commission, that can stun the planter. And so St. Clair, they just have to play time. But Terror is an absolute rampage, finds two, and damn near takes a third. And has the damage been done? Has Terror been unlocked? Has he claimed another round for St. Clair? Only time will tell. Jox is still lurking on the roam, knows positions, 12 seconds left, plant goes down. Where's the Echo cams? Echo's gone! No longer can the plant be denied! The Nitro Cell doesn't find the planter, and the diffuser's found! Now the attackers, they can rappel back outside and hold this diffuser from the windows! St. Clair, they need to be the one to force the pressure! Swifted, he's diffusing, but FICO has timed the swing so perfectly! And all of a sudden, Jox and Salty Boy, they find themselves in a predicament. 26 seconds to go, the jump out, but no! FICO's ready for it! He always has been! He's so composed! The shot's being found. Salty Boy, he can't find a damn thing. And ETS, in a round where they were all left for dead, finally clutch one through.
We started the momentum shift. Terror finds two swinging on the terrace push. You had three little lambs trying to get through the gate, and the German Shepherd came and he smacked down two players, gets traded out, and I'm like, that's it. It's done. Yeah. It's all she wrote. But like you said, Echo gets taken out, can't stop the plant, and then once we're in that second floor position, that's it. It's over. It's so hard for the defense to retake and to get that defusal. So yes, the idea on paper for St. Clair was well executed, but once they got that diffuser down for ETS, there was no coming back for SCC.
Absolutely. And I really do have to say, for the side of Jox, if the reposition just comes through onto that first floor lobby, if he can look through that window, looking into the second floor repels, the window repels, and find anyone that might have been the move. But with time ticking down, pressure, high pressure situations, not all players can stay as composed and think of that scenario. And that's not to say that Jox is a bad player in his own right. It just means that, and for the time being, that's just simply a scenario that St. Clair did not think of going for. And it proves that ETS, staying composed, holding down on the windows. I believe both of those players were literally just waiting there the entire round.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, not to mention, you had so many insurance policies on the side of St. Clair. You had the Valkyrie with a Nitro Cell. You had the Echo. You had Lurking Terror. Like, why did that round slip out of your fingers is really the big question from St. Clair. But listen, we are still in this massive momentum shift, I feel like, from St. Clair. I still feel like they had that confidence in that round. I don't feel like they are going to get tilted off of a loss like that. They're going back to the basement. It worked really well in that initial first round, I believe, that they went to that basement.
Yeah.
And now we're back here. Let's see if they're able to give us that third round, or if ETS now have found a little bit of momentum shift. They have the Deimos, but listen, with a vertical shift going towards down, it doesn't feel like Deimos has a greater shot or greater angle looking down with his utility. It's usually the looking up that works better in his favor.
Right, I mean, this time it seems like they're really just going to use that Deimos and the Dokkaebi on the side of ETS to really just focus on the roam clear, not necessarily the vertical play going from top down. But right now, the Queen of Hatches, Hibana, is able to get these two open area hatches for free. Impact EMPs going out, and there's nothing St. Clair can do about it. Frag goes down the main stairs, and all of a sudden, Terror is on an absolutely crazy retake. There's no way. Potatoes on the drone 3 different times, and Terror, you really have to pull back and play this one safe. Falter as you may, you need this defensive round. It could go 2-2, and all of a sudden, ETS could have momentum. A minute left, and that's a crucial play there from Kinger.
Wow, Dokkaebi out, no phone calls for you. He's going to find the Nitro Cell play, and Terror is still down here. Pings are coming out. Here's a potential swing. He's trying to get FICO out of commission. This battle, I feel like, is going to last a lifetime, but FICO decides to reposition, pings out the B-Bomb chassis as they are waiting for the opportunity to drop in. 30 seconds left. They need to get moving. Flashbacks coming through. Terror is waiting for them to drop so he can push in to the office and try to catch them on the flank himself. The push now starting to come in from the side of ETS as they need to give some room. Now Terror has started to make his way up. He's getting the comms, but he needs to move faster. There is not much time left. He drops down. There's one player, just misses him, goes all the way to the second floor to get it. Exchange happens. Oh no! He needs to get the shot. That's the diffuser down. Terror has repositioned masterfully, and it is a clinic that St. Clair puts on, winning round number 4.
Terror, are you absolutely out of your mind? How do you pull that reposition off? I saw you going to that hatch over to open area, and I knew immediately. He's getting hatch control. If he can do that undetected, he has a free kill on the planter. How did ETS let that one slip? It was so close, but they cannot stop this man. Bank is his playground.
Like, what happens there from FICO? He gets the read, uses the Deimos utility, knows that he's there, but decides, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna walk away from stairs and drop down with my team. What, you think Terror is just gonna be like, heard her, I'm gonna go join my team in the basement? No, it's Terror. He's been slapping you left and right for the past 4 rounds. It should be no surprise that he's not just gonna let you go through the admin office uncontested, but this man goes to the second floor and then starts working his way down. And he, at one point, this man slow walks to try to catch the trend. Great round from St. Clair. Now we are in a new one. Round number 5, as we see the setup for, I believe, the first floor office.
And again, we saw Terror on this open area bomb site on the castle, and the man was simply on a rampage, as he has been for pretty much every round so far in this game, castling off the 2 executive lounge big windows, and that's just going to be able to allow ETS no sightline onto those window rappels into looking into executive lounge and CEO office. The proximity alarms being placed on those main stairs, but a drone from Munchies has actually seen this, and they are now aware of Terra's position upstairs on that 2nd floor. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they choose to clear him out. But I have to admit, with no Dokkaebi, with no Deimos, there's not really a whole lot of roam clearing that can be done here. Yeah, sure, you could roam clear someone out with Grim, but that's usually used more for executes. You don't usually see them having to try to poke and prod into a peak. There's no way Terra gets this off. Okay, that was an absolutely risky gunfight, and he's actually trapped. There are 2 people right now that are seeing this from the window side, but as long as Terra just goes prone and wait, there's technically nothing that ETS can do about this. He somehow finds a way out, and that's crucial because a player was walking up the main stairs, peeking onto his chair. Pre-fire comes out. He's aware of the positioning. However, FICO is also aware of his. Because of this now, ETS can take the top floor and start working on verticality.
This is massive for ETS. They have so much more room to work with than they've ever had on any of the rounds so far. So now that they have a little bit more room to play with, it is St. Clair that's got to be on the back foot. Kinger finds Otter, which gives St. Clair a little bit of room to breathe. The swing, and it will be Kinger that finds Munchies, but traded out Terror. He was already low HP anyways, but a 4v3 as now Forky's in the lone office. Swifted, is he being able to spot him out? FICO, great battle up against Kinger. And now we are into an even 3v3.
And they just got to watch out because Forky's and the Grim on Wizify are going to be the main shots for this execute. However, Forky's is only on 24 HP. 1 bullet, and that's going to be it. And again, you don't even need to use bullets. They have 4 impact nades that you could just throw at the man if you wanted, and that will be enough to take him out. 2 proxy alarms in pocket still. That hasn't been dealt with. Drones being shot out. Salty Boy with an aggressive swing. Does he know about the player on the stairs? He has sightlines, but no! Chokes the gunfight, and FICO all of a sudden has the pick that's given ETS some daylight. 20 seconds left, and they have to move quick. Of course, St. Clair, they know exactly where these players are coming from, or do they? It's actually the zombie that's not even looking in the right direction, but Jox on a crazy flank. He might not have ETS's positions known, but he has enough. The down, it's going to be the plant going through, but a 2v2, and all of a sudden, they know that Jox is an element that they do not have known for. FICO on a reposition, he's gonna back off. Swifted, DC! And that's going to be a 1v2 now for St. Clair! And ETS are going to be able to be gifted around as Swifted DC'd in the worst time possible.
Oh no. Oh no, no, not like this. Not like this. That is a momentum shifter.
That is
a momentum shifter. You DC and you lose the round. What I will say, Salty Boy's push up the stairs was a little aggressive. Just a little aggressive. And it really costed them, I think, a little bit of space to play in the post plant because he was... Who did he fight? I think he fought FICO.
He fought FICO.
And he lost that battle. Yeah. I think he even saw him first.
He definitely did see him first.
So, yeah, that risky gunfight, which he had a small minor advantage in, loses it. 2v3. Jox has to bring it back to a 2v2, and then Swifted DCs. So, very unfortunate round for St. Clair. A toss-up, really.
Absolutely.
If Swifted stays alive, a toss-up.
Who knows?
But 1v2... Jox, it's going to be tough. So the fact that ETS were able to swing around, this is the last map. There's no more buffers, right? We had buffers on map 3 with Nighthaven. We had some space to work with if you're St. Clair. ETS, you win that first map. You had some buffer. You had some room to work with to lose a couple maps. It's down to this. There's no more ifs, ands, or buts. It's go time. It's time to win.
Yeah, again, if you're St. Clair, this is a taxing round because you've had the control here and you can't let this one mentally chalk you. At the same time, ETS, they do what anyone should. They take advantage of the situation and they're able to scrap together another round. And that could be the game changer. Again, St. Clair, they're in the lead. However, this definitely haunts momentum. It stalls all the train, just the storming train that St. Clair had going down the tracks.
Yeah.
It halts everything, right? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Sorry, it's late. So it halts everything for St. Clair. And St. Clair, that's not good. We know that. We've seen that so far tonight. ETS have just been granted an incredible chance. And I don't want to necessarily say granted as if they didn't work for that round in their own. They definitely did. But in a round that should have been a toss-up, they played it well. When they realized they had the 1v2, they repositioned, they reevaluated how to push in, knowing that now they had the man advantage. And to be fair, if they didn't make that readjustment at all, it could have been Jox winning that. He had the long angle on the one doorway that both defenders had to go through. They just simply swung together. They put out some utility to make the Grim sneak past. And if they didn't do that reevaluation and reassessment of how to push into the site with what, give or take 5 seconds left in the round, could have been St. Clair still.
Yeah, could have been St. Clair's. That's really the phrasing there is really unfortunate if you're a St. Clair fan. Ladies and gentlemen, we're dealing currently with a rehost for the players. We're going to throw things to a brief intermission, and when we come back, we're going to continue with Bank to find out the decider. I said it was going to be a brief intermission, and I wasn't lying to you. I wouldn't lie to you. What is about to transpire is the remainder of Bank. We have our players back into the lobby, rehosted, and we're ready to see what the momentum shift will result in. A round was just won by ETS. What are we? 3-2, 4-2, something like that. And we are moments away, actually, from a side swap.
We are. I believe we're only one round away. I believe 3-2 is your scoreline. And with Bank being a defensive-sided map, I'm going to go ahead and say it. For St. Clair, this is the round.
This is the round.
This is it.
This is the
If
round.
you get 3-3 split, I don't know what to tell you. You give up this round right here. You've given up momentum. Now it's ETS who have the defense on Bank. I got to say it. For St. Clair, this round means their national championship. And I think that Tear on Azami is a risky pick, seeing as what he's been able to do so far in the series. That being said, this game, it's been a very different story.
It's not only that, unfortunately. It's also the fact that they went back to the second floor bomb site.
Ooh.
So it's not just about what you've been mentioning. but it's the fact that they lost a pretty convincing round with all the insurance policies in place on the second floor, and that's what we're heading back to for the last round of this half. So, if I am St. Clair, obviously we're going with a little bit of a different strategy this time. We have a Mozzie. I forget who they had the first time, but it definitely wasn't a Mozzie.
It was an Echo. They brought an Echo.
That's right.
Remembering that now, yeah.
Yeah. So this is going to be a very different look from the side of St. Clair, but I think they still even had the first floor available. Why wouldn't they just go back to that first floor? Listen, I don't know what they're thinking, but ETS can definitely feel a little bit more comfortable on this attacking side last round, knowing that it's the second floor.
Well, I get they gave away the round on the second floor the last time, but you'd be lying if you told me that it didn't look pretty secured from the get-go. So again, maybe St. Clair are just hoping that they can make crazy hero plays happen, and Kinger, the man who stepped up time and time again, is gonna rip the head off of Otter. That's no hard breach for the side of ETS. Good luck. Any reinforced walls are staying up for the round.
Bro, he was just repelling. He was putting his hand in his chalk pocket. He was just trying to get a little bit of grip, man. He was just trying to climb the window, bro. Jeez. Kinger, give him a moment to just take a breath. Wow. That was a great opening pick, and it's not something that we've seen from Kinger all series, right? He's usually a late game, late round player. That is fantastic from him. And he's still going swinging. He's still providing some firepower to not let ETS play. So, 4v5, minute 30 left on the clock. ETS, the onus is on you.
And now for the side of St. Clair, Kinger, oh no, sorry, Terror, he needs to be very careful again. All of these little areas inside of stock are wall bangable, minus the Kiba barricades. So he needs to be very patient here. We've already seen 3 go by the wayside for Terror, and there's not really a way that he can escape. Terror has trapped himself again in stock, and I can tell you right now, I doubt there's gonna be a way out. That being said, Terror finds 1, and he's gonna find 2 as well. Has the injure, can't confirm the kill. He can't hit the shots. He has to go for the run out, and finally, he's able to do so. However, it's going to be FICO. We've seen hero plays time and time again from both of these two, picking up Swifted, but on 12 HP and in a 4v2, who knows what's going to happen for the side of ETS. It looks confirmed, but I can't say that because last time it was the exact same story. It looked confirmed for the side of St. Clair, and then they bottled it. They threw it away right into the river. And now it's St. Clair with 30 seconds left. They have a chance to deny. They have a chance to get their 4-2 split. They have a chance to keep a chance on the attacking rounds, and this is going to be everything for them if they want to have a chance at winning this world championship. Peeking into Wizify is going to be Kinger, but Terror again, put him on a triple. Swing, does he have the quad? No! FICO, he gives him the free kill, but Kinger's waiting on the cross, and it's gonna be St. Clair. They're not out of it yet. They're gonna force ETS to claw and take every inch that they can get. And ladies and gentlemen, defense is where champions are made. ETS, they have to prove they're worthy.
What a half from St. Clair. Terror and Kinger, but more importantly, Terror showing us on the Cav first round, switching off to the castle, and continuously time and time again on the roams, especially in the round just before the DC, jumping in from that second floor, rotating back down. He is unstoppable here on Bank. However, Smoke, sides have swapped.
They have.
Terror is going to be rocking the Amaru. Is he going to have the same impact on such a defensive-sided map? What have we selected here first for ETS? It's second floor. Is that going to be enough? To be quite honest, the swap over from Dokubi, to me personally, if I'm dealing with that second floor bomb site, maybe I want the Amaru in this case.
Maybe you do, but I think the switch is tailored because of the fact that that Ying is no longer on the board to support that Amaru. That switch has happened from Ace, from Swifted, from Ying to Ace. So that being said, now when you look at the utility that supports an Amaru rush, yes, you have the Capitao. Yes, there are still Grim Hive launchers that you can have down. But Grim has the bomb. Amaru wouldn't in this case scenario. And that being said, there's not really a point in just launching in if you're not doing it off of an execute. With no Ying, that's going to make it a lot harder. And I think that's why they're going to kind of relax on the gas pedal a little bit. That being said, we've seen time and time again, that's not the motive that St. Clair wants for them to win on attacks. They're a lot better going faster than slow and methodical. And we'll see if ETS can make them pay for that. 2 minutes 21 left to go. And so far, it's going to be St. Clair who need to do some droning fast to find these roamers in FICO on that first floor. That's going to be the main guy they look for. That's a nitro cell waiting to be used for the open arms of the planters on that top floor. The Valcams are certainly in position to have this pinged out. And you need to clear out this Valkyrie before the too much damage gets done late in the round.
Okay, EMP to try to get some of that hate-bounded charge onto the wall. Who's there? Oh, there was a player putting something down, but he's not going to get it down in time. So now that's an open window for St. Clair to look in, but Otter is waiting for the re-peek from Kinger to try to maybe get greedy and look for another attack onto that wall with the charges. But he's in a little bit of a tough spot. Not sure where St. Clair could pop off and pop in at any moment. And of course, with FICO taking out that drone, that's intel given to St. Clair of where he's located. Terror finds Otter, who was in that front-facing office space towards the lobby. And now it's really St. Clair starting to work towards their execute with a minute left on the clock.
And right now, Munchies is going to be in a tough scenario. He's sat in Janitor, and right now he's going to get surrounded. Terror with one onto Forkies. The man can't be stopped. It doesn't matter what operator he's on. Finally shut down by Munchies himself. But FICO, he's gone unnoticed. He's still on that first floor. There's such a big lurk. Players are moving up to this second level, and they're going to leave him all by himself. He has the Nitro Cell in pocket, and yes, I will say, while they do have man advantage, at the end of the day, denial of the planter is all they need. And right now, Kinger needs to make sure he finds a spot that FICO can abuse. Valcam's still online, and it's going to have to be FICO to make the difference. He's gone back up to that top floor, and I won't lie, I don't necessarily think I support that idea.
He doesn't have a choice. It's a 2v4, and he needs to support Wizify, who's being attacked right now. One player repelling in, and he's just trying to hold them back. Now they're stuck together in the executive lounge. It's not going to feel very executive right now as one player gets taken down, but the plant is going in. Jox finds Wizify. There's one more left. He can run around, but the diffuser needs to be taken out by FICO, and it's not going to be enough. Salty Boy finally finds his redemption arc, and St. Clair win the first round of the second half.
And I have a bad feeling that those boys on the side of St. Clair have caught a wave, and they're going to ride that wave all day, and they're going to make sure that they can try to find these last 2 rounds. They're on the attack, but they have momentum, and they aren't slowing down for nothing. Right now, the lineup, it's all looking St. Clair. ETS have been stifled. They've been honestly traumatized by the first couple of rounds that Terror's been able to instill that fear in them. FICO, he's the only one on the board right now, aside from Munchies, who even has a kill in the game. And again, we do have that stat reset off of the rehost, but that's all you need to see in terms of current trends. Right now, he's the only person on the side of ETS who has an active gun, or at least a consistent one. And St. Clair, when you look across the board, everybody is doing bits.
Patrick, what are we seeing here from St. Clair? You know, what I'm supposed to be feeling inside as someone who's experiencing this best of 5 series, the momentum was in the hands of ETS. They had that map in the bag, map number 4. They felt good about it. They were feeling good. They were talking in all chat. They were feeling unstoppable. We come here to bank, and Terror has been creating nightmares for ETS as we are 2 rounds away from the series going to St. Clair. This is a very important round. We've gone to the basement for ETS, a solid defensive hold, and we see St. Clair react accordingly. The Nook now starting to come out here for Terror. Terror is going to be attempting to be unstoppable.
He's definitely the X factor right now. Are they aware of the roam clear? Yes, they are. Kinger, are you kidding me? You're not allowed to just win that, and nevertheless, it's also on FICO of all people. So now ETS, they have 4 guns remaining, but none of them have been active, and this is ETS's chance to really prove that they're still in this match. This is the most round-chalking pick that you can imagine. A minute 55 left, everything looking St. Clair early. Mozzie no longer on the board. It's a Nitro cell out of pocket. You only got 1 left on the Cade. Hatch is being taken, and are we going to see the flood from St. Clair early? Terror, he's not being stopped at all. You say attempting to be unstoppable. He's already hit that notion. And now Munchies and the side of ETS, they have to fall back. They have to reposition, and they have to hope that with their utility from the side of the Tachanka, from the side of the Echo Cams, they can rely on holding crosses.
The Orcs are knocking on the doors of the mines of Moria, and they are wanting their entrance fee now. ETS are falling further and further back. Terror finally gets a taste of his own medicine, but still, is that going to be enough for ETS to hold them back? The comms and the utility comes out from Deimos, gets a couple of shots through, but still, the Flames are going to keep him back, but 55 seconds left on the clock. They have so much time still to deal with. The plant is going in by Salty Boy. Always the Salty Boy, but still, it manages to connect. Kinger swifted down to Wizify. Can he take down 4 members of St. Clair? The Toesies will get crisped by Wizify, but still 3 players remain. He has to push in forward, all on his lonesome. Salty Boy hiding by stairs, 1 towards the server room and 1 in the office. He's pushing in, finds the player towards server, but 1 player is above in the hatch. Wizify finds 1, that's going to be Terror. Knows that 1 player is up above, but he's got to deal with the diffuser. There's still 3 players left in total.
That's it.
And you see the jaw coming out from Terror. Wizify can't get it done. He finds 1, but he's got to find 2 more. St. Clair are 1 round away from victory.
This is absolutely insane. Definitely, and I gotta say it right now, the craziest series of Rainbow Six Siege that I've ever casted in my time so far. And while I am still a youngin' in the scene, I do have to say that this is most likely also going to live on as one of the best ones that I think I'm ever going to do. Right now, when we look at the side of St. Clair, they were a team that when the side of Border came out to them, they looked down, out in the dumps. You couldn't possibly imagine that it was going to be back into St. Clair's hands. But what have we seen time and time again this series? I'll tell you what we've seen, Simo. We've seen the unpredictable. We've seen the unmatched. We've seen big-time players making big-time plays, and in the grandest stage of all, on Canadian national soil, we've seen the biggest players step up. And right now, it's Terror leading his team, and not only that he's leading them, they're all picking apart the pie that is ETS. They're all taking a slice, they're devouring them, and right now, they have yet to been stopped or shown any force of pushback. On the side of ETS, this is it. This is your series point. You've dragged it to map 5. We started this around 6:30. It is after midnight. It is December 3rd. The days have swapped over. And right now, for ETS, what do you have left in store? Can you reach deep down as you did the map before? Onto Border, find a round, focus up, and can you pull this back? Or are St. Clair going to be your first CCL champions? It gets decided in 2 minutes and 30 seconds potentially, and it starts right now. Terror on that second floor. He's going to be roaming out and immediately clears out that positioning. And do they even know early about his job on the main stairway? He's already located the fact that he has all of these players secured in the basement. ETS, they've all turtled up and they're waiting for St. Clair to slowly but surely aggress on in.
Yeah, they have no lurks here from the side of ETS. Everybody is in the basement, not a single player. We do have the early look here from Munchies. He's going to be the first contact play towards Terror. He spots the Valkyrie crossing over, spots another look in towards Munchies, but now he's going to keep 2 players from ETS busy while the rest of St. Clair are finding the breaches off of that first floor. It's going to be swifted to start off, and now where will the rest of ETS go once Terror starts pushing forward down the stairway?
And right now, as the seconds dim away, a minute 30 to go. And I will say, ETS, they've done a good job right now of stalling time. It's taken a long time for St. Clair to get situated. Hatch control is finally going down. But right now, the round to me is actually looking more in the favor of ETS than anyone. Blue Hatch decided. But again, St. Clair, they're so scared. They almost feel like there's still a roamer. It's almost like it's too good to be true, Simo. But they don't realize all 5 are in the basement.
Yeah, that's going to be really the big deal. How do St. Clair deal with this? Again, like you said, they're still trying to take their sweet time positioning. They have some looks into the hatches that go down in towards the server room. Munchies finds the pick onto Terror, so finally the battle towards the staircase does go into the favor of ETS. They might want to roam off of this, or maybe not. We'll see. With 40 seconds left, maybe staying down is going to be the best possible option. But St. Clair, they're starting to collaborate and move towards that A site. They want nothing to do with the opposite site because they're all prepared, especially in towards that server room. But look, Jox is finding a player lurking around. That's Munchies, and he loses the gun battle. Munchies has provided so much value this round, taking out Terror, taking out Jox. Swifted falls next. Kinger trades out, but this round is as good as gone for St. Clair.
And again, you know, we talked about it earlier. Pin them up against a wall and see what they do. ETS, they've shown time and time again, they are not to be counted out just yet. They claw their way back. They play perfectly, in my opinion, on that basement site. We've seen what's been happening so far in Bank. We're giving Terror easy picks when he's roam clearing. What do we do in that case? Well, it's simple. We don't roam. Everybody stay down below, wait for Terror to be cleared out, and then we'll send that Valkyrie up to that second floor, and then we'll establish a roam, try to get past St. Clair's sight lines. They do exactly just that. You can say it all you want. Jox, sure, should have maybe had that gunfight, but St. Clair was so sure of a roam not being available at that point in the round that they completely disregarded any possibility of another lurk. And it was a perfectly timed one from the Valkyrie and the side of ETS. A beautifully played round, and it's no surprise why they've been able to claim that one.
ETS, a phenomenal round there, but still 3 more to go. There's lots of work still left to be done here from the side of ETS. A great hold, but now we go to the second floor. This second floor is extremely difficult to hold, especially with what we've seen so far from St. Clair. Not to mention, this is supposed to be defensive-sided, but St. Clair have had some good looks early on in the second half. But again, still the potential is in the hands of ETS. And the second floor, if they can win this round, it can feel real good moving into the potential for an overtime.
Well, right now, immediately, we see a lineup that had some similarities to St. Clair's when they were up here for the first time. The X factor, in my opinion, is going to be if St. Clair play slow and methodical, they're going to be walking into a 20-second execute trying to find a plant with an Echo drone still on the board. They need to be very careful that they don't allow this to happen. And whether it means that they take out the Echo or take out the drones, this needs to be done before the execute comes in, or else it's going to get messy and very quick. It's a great job from the Mirror, who actually is positioned inside of Janitor, who is being watched as well from the cross from Forky, who has a deployable shield outside of stock. And right now, it seems like ETS, they've all sort of anchored down other than Wizify, who has been Z-pinged out. So St. Clair are aware of this position now. They know that there's one down below, and they know that it's Jaeger with no Nitro Cell. That being said, what do? Do you take ground? Do you try to clear out this roamer? Do you try to see if you can maybe establish a position into a power position from the defense? What do you do? Right now, it's kind of no man's land that St. Clair find themselves in, and this is perfect for ETS's game plan.
Yeah.
Because whenever they do this, St. Clair, they don't take anything. But in this case, there has been one man who's been able to turn that statement completely on its head. And it's Terror, who works his way into stock, simply jumps in when the Malusi isn't watching, and that's going to be Forky's off the board. The sandwich has been determined. It's been put onto FICO. Pressure's going through. The hop-in coming in shortly. FICO might have a position here. He might actually have an angle, but the prone from Terror. No, FICO, a great job there. The headshot being found out, and all of a sudden, everything evens up with a minute left.
Oh no, FICO gets another great angle onto Kinger. He is unstoppable in this janitor closet right now, but that's the story of FICO. Swifted finding an answer back here onto Otter as they're still trying to inch their way closer with 40 seconds left on the clock. One player around the bend, Salty Boy finds Munchies. FICO, you are starting to get zoned in on. You are starting to feel the heat, quite literally, as mollies are coming through. 20 seconds left here as FICO is just trying to hold on the opposite side as Salty Boy starts to peek out, knows that there's a player on site, but there's a player from behind as well. It's Salty Boy. He gets FICO. One player left. It's Wizify. It's down to the 1v2. Wizify on the front desk.
They have pings on them.
They have pings. Still, they need to get the diffuser down. Salty Boy can trade out for Jox. There's going to be the diffuser. Here we go. Jox is holding the angle. Shots are coming through. Wizify! Wizify! Wizify loses the battle. Jox takes us home, and St. Clair are your CCL champions.
They've been undefeated heading into this finals matchup. They give up 2 maps in their first 2 to a team no more deserving than ETS. But that being said, it's a best of 5 for a reason, because when you go to that 5th map, it just comes down to simply who wants it more. And right now, that answer has to come in to be St. Clair. It's Terror specifically. The man was unstoppable on Bank, and a performance worthy of a national championship, in my opinion.
What a close series. I cannot believe we went the distance on 5 maps, especially with how it started out. A dominant performance on Clubhouse, 7-1. Chalet, super convincing, especially with a DC from Swifted, 7-3. Then back to Night Haven with St. Clair, holding fast on the attack, moving to border where things flopped on its head, and now here we sit with Bank and St. Clair are your Season 1 CCL Grand Finalist champions. It's got to feel good for them, especially after having some tough matches and maps against ETS. But massive congratulations to St. Clair and their victory. And of course, we have to give credit where credit is due. ETS still played phenomenally.
I mean, what did you want me to say? They didn't? I mean, they forced map 5. FICO had all of their numbers in his pocket for multiple maps. I gotta be honest here. It's just an absolute thing of beauty. I know for a fact, I believe we have a player interview coming up, and I believe it's going to be after a short break, and we will get to that with you very soon. St. Clair are victorious. They are your CCL Season 1 champions.
Welcome back, everyone, to the conclusion of the Canadian Collegiate League's first ever Grand Finals. St. Clair Saints have done it. They are your inaugural champions. What an incredible journey this has been, and honestly, what a way to end it with a victory on Bank. 5 maps going the distance. Bank was an absolute thriller with standout moments that honestly showcased St. Clair's dominance. Terror was an absolute force to be reckoned with, setting the tone with an early cavi interrogation and honestly delivering clutch plays when it mattered most. But it was truly a team effort that brought this team together towards the finish line. ETS, they looked phenomenal. They put up a valiant fight with players like FICO making big plays throughout the series, but in the end, St. Clair proved why they've been undefeated all season long, and that reigns true until the end. Looking back at the series, it's been a story of resilience and strategy, each map bringing its own twists. Both teams left it all out on the field tonight, and St. Clair are your grand champions. They are the ones who we are going to be hearing from, and so now joining me here tonight on the desk is Swifted and Jox from the St. Clair Saints. Swifted, Jox, congratulations to the both of you. Swifted, I'll start off with you. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good, I would say. Obviously, rough showing for me on some maps, but I'm just happy we pulled through. I honestly thought like it would be like an easy game, but these guys obviously did their homework clearly, and they knew what we were doing, so I got to give them props for that. You know what I mean? They play really well. So congrats to them. You know, even finishing second, still impressive.
Absolutely, finishing second in their division, finishing second here. They really honestly took you guys the extra mile. And for a team that hasn't lost a single set, hasn't lost a single map, this team comes in right here in the grand finals, takes 2 off of you guys. Definitely a great showing from ETS, nothing to be disappointed about. Jox, how are you feeling today after this one?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. You know, we were pretty confident going into it. We were expecting to be like a little swift 3-0. At the end of the day, we just thought they didn't know ball like we knew ball, but it turns out they did do their homework, and you know, we weren't expecting some things. They got some dogs on that team, but you know, it was a good game, good showing. It was a fun match. Did go all 5 maps. Weren't expecting that, but I'm sure it was good for everyone watching at home, and hope everyone enjoyed it.
I mean, it was definitely exciting. You guys both your teams had a significant amount of fans cheering you on, cheering for your victory, some cheering for your loss, but those are the ETS guys, and unfortunately, you know, walking away second place, it be what it be at the end of the day. The series was full of so many high pressure situations. Like you guys both said, teams did their homework today. You guys did your homework. They did their homework. But there were some very key moments. What were some key moments? I'll start with you, Swifted, that you felt were really defining for this series.
So going first map, we didn't really warm up or anything. We haven't played Siege recently. Like as a team, we kind of just took like a little bit of a break, and then like after we lost 7-1, immediately we all talked for like a brief second. You know, got rid of the mistakes that we thought like was causing us to like play bad, and then we ended up fixing it. And we went to Chalet and we beat them. I believe it was 7-3, 7-2, 7-3. We fixed a little bit of mistakes and we felt a lot more confident going into that, of course. And then also the map bans that were like favoring us, in my opinion, in terms of like Night Haven and stuff. I thought like super confidently like we were gonna win the series, no doubt.
Absolutely. One of the maps you mentioned was Chalet, the second map that you guys ended up pulling it back from. Jox, you had some incredible plays on Chalet and even here on Bank. What was your mindset heading into those clutch rounds?
Basically just trying to flow, walk around the map, you know, because we felt like we were playing a little stagnant, sort of staying in place, and that was allowing them to drone us out. They had pretty good drone work, so they had constant intel on us, and we were sort of staying stagnant and expecting them to sort of stall out, but they were like pacing themselves well throughout the rounds, a lot better than we thought they were going to. So we were just trying to flow around the map, you know, may have some movement, make some plays. Because we did notice some of the rounds we were winning required a hero play, and when it just came down to it, it's whether we made it or not.
Oh, good pacing throughout the series, good pacing throughout the season. Swifted, what are some moments throughout the season that were very pivotal to your guys' team success?
So throughout the entire season, I just thought like using CCL as a practice ground, as bad as that sounds, because the league, in my opinion, like it's just like weaker. So we use those competition games to improve ourselves, like individually and as a team, and then we brought it into like the higher end games for it to benefit us. But I think our key pivotal moment was when we beat Seneca, because in my opinion, they're probably top 2, top 3. I felt like they were like they could have won it. They could have beat us, but we just had that, momentum, the passion to be able to beat them and bring it back on that 8-7 game on Nighthaven.
Oh, momentum, passion, and honestly, support. The community had high expectations for you guys tonight. A 62% prediction for your victory. How did that support or, well, pressure affect your guys' team, Jocks?
I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was gonna be more than 60%. I was pretty confident going into this game. I felt like everyone at home watching, we appreciated it. We know that St. Clair can have a lot of pressure on us, and like everyone expects St. Clair to be on top. So we're glad to pull through and be able to do our job.
Really great stuff right now, and so far, season 1 behind you guys. It's in the books. It's here in the books here at CCL. You are the season 1 grand champions, the inaugural season of the Canadian Collegiate League. Congratulations. And I have to ask one final to each of you. What is next for you in the St. Clair Saints? What does it look like for your future?
I guess I can go first. My goal, obviously, we still have another league coming up, East Coast. We're going to win that, of course. We're in semifinals right now. That's our only goal as of right now. Unfortunately, we did lose, and CR6, we finished top 8, which is actually St. Clair's highest peak. So, I mean, that's okay to take from. My goal was minimum top 4 or even winning it. Obviously, we need to practice more and just, take it a little more serious as a team collectively. But it is our first semester together, and I think we did really, really well. So, yeah, I'm good. I'm happy with the results so far.
Oh, first semester together, you guys definitely put up some good results. Jocks, this is one semester. You see more semesters coming?
Yeah, I mean, this is only my second semester playing Collegiate. I mean, like I only started last semester, and I'm here for at least another year or two. So, gonna get live. We're hoping, just to build, continue our momentum going into this season. And I did have a goal of top 4 CR6, winning CCL and winning East Coast. So we fell short on CR6, but we're hoping to win East Coast. But other than that, just working together as a team. We did come a little bit relaxed throughout the season, and I feel like we just need to pick up the pressure, and we'll be in the practice range for sure. We'll figure some stuff out and hopefully look a little more strong heading into next semester.
All of us here at the Canadian Collegiate League are very much looking forward to both years' future. One quick last shout out. You guys have anything last you want to say? Any thank yous you want to give? Swifted, we'll start with you.
Just thank you to CCL for, hosting the league. I thought it was actually a great league, ran really well. Shout out to Jazz, Rapid, even my former teammate. He's actually the staff. He's the one that got me into Collegiate, funny enough. So, I got to give him props for, bringing me here. And I won one of his leagues that he works for. So that's kind of funny how it works.
All Jocks, any final thank yous and shout outs you want to give?
Shout out my team. They're all goated. They're all characters, but love each and every one of them. Shout out to my parents. Goats right there. But no, thank you CCL for hosting such an amazing league. Genuinely, like, production's been amazing. The highlights, everything, you guys are going the extra mile, and it really shows, and we do appreciate it. Thank you for hosting such a good league, and we hope to see it in the future. We'll be back.
Awesome. I'm really looking forward to seeing you guys both again competing here at the Canadian Collegiate League Season 2. Question mark, looking forward to it. Thank you so much, Swifted and Jocks, joining us here tonight, sharing your thoughts, and congratulations once more on this incredible season. You guys very much deserve the championship. Enjoy the victory. Enjoy the undefeated season.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you.
As we wrap on up, I want to thank all the players, teams, and fans who made this first season of the Canadian Collegiate League such a success. Here you can see the final playoff bracket. Here you can see where our champions came from and how they ended up getting made. And, well, what an exciting season it has been. What an exciting playoffs it has been. And it has been an absolute honor to be a part of this journey. And we look forward to what's to come in future seasons. But for now, I'm Zach Vexel, signing off from the Canadian Collegiate League. Good night, and we will see you all in Season 2.